So it looks like you got a solid hour of Mersh for me.
So it's been really difficult to try and I've spent all week doing this to try and sort of condense everything down so that first of all you've got enough context for the chunks of material that I've got here, but also that it's not just so overloaded that we're just sitting here just watching Nightwave together. And so I've tried my best. I think we've probably got some of the better stuff. I've had to leave a lot out, obviously. But I figured that the format of sort of watching a couple of little clips here, and then I've got a couple of like follow-up questions as well that's sort of more formal, and then we can just, have a little chat about the kind of cringe that we're watching here. So you don't really know much about Mersh, right? You only the recent sort of things that he's popped up on in your world, really, that you've kind of picked up on.
Yeah, I can tell you my knowledge as far as Mersh goes. So I am familiar with him from back when Tonka was still a thing. He had done a morning kumite with Mersh and Royce, right? Royce is the other guy's name?
He is, yeah.
And so they had come on and they were talking about, because at the time they were doing all these videos about Dan Schneider, right? And, pedophilia in Hollywood was a big thing that they were covering kind of nonstop. And for whatever reason, at that time, Styx had people posting like this picture of somebody that looked remarkably like him, dressed in women's clothing and makeup. And so, and there was a lot of other stuff that was being talked about. People were saying that Styx was leaving comments for an underage girl, right? But when you would go and look at the archives, because people were archiving the videos, you could see that wasn't actually the case. People were just doing, funny image edits. So for whatever reason, at the very end of this morning kumite, Royce and Mersh go in there and they throw out the thing basically calling Styx a pedophile, right? And then they leave. And so I think Tonka restarted the stream, so it's like split into two different episodes. They come back on there and basically are forced to apologize and sing happy birthday to Styx, which was just an amazing ritualistic humiliation for them. And so that was really my first getting to know Mersh and Royce. And then obviously since then I've come to know more about Mersh, just watching him essentially fight the entire internet, it seems like. It's like I don't know there's a thing involving me where he's, but taking shots, I guess. But then, kind of following through with it and seeing that like he does this with everybody. It seems like he does this with fucking everyone.
Oh yeah, it's his MO. It's I think it started off he would call himself unironically a giant killer. That was in his Twitter bio. It was Mersh leader of the Terrorspergs.
The giant killer, really?
Giant killer. But then it turns out that the two giants he tried to slay was Styx and then Matt Christiansen, and both of them made a fool of him. So,
well, the thing that fascinated me was like the depth to it, right? Because I wasn't really like that Styx thing and the Kumite thing happened like 4 or 5 years ago, right? Or whenever God, it would have been like 3 or 4 years, yeah. But so I don't know a ton about him, but just kind of with his recent interaction with me. Like just the small things that I've seen and heard in his interactions, it seems like there's a lot of depth there. Like, I caught the thing where he was bragging about, I make $20,000 a month, and then he's posting about his cat bills on Twitter like it's a financial burden. And like, if you're a high roller, why are we talking about kitty litter, Mersh? Like, you're driving a used BMW, you're bitching about kitty litter. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
As somebody that's been paying attention to this and have formulated a number of my own theories on a lot of Mershisms, those moments where you see him tweeting about sudden expenditures, sudden costs just out of the blue, it's usually mechanics or vet bills, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's usually preceded by a Nightwave in which there's a massive boom in donations, and it's mostly Nightwave fans super chatting in saying, oh, this is for the cat fund, oh, this is for the BMW fund. And I think it's a way of like his chat feeling like they're part of his life, it's that kind of like two-way thing. And I think he's kind of realized in a Pavlovian way that if he even just lightly mentions an expenditure, then that's sort of like it's like this Pavlovian click in his fans' minds of like, oh, I best get my wallet out and help.
So it's like some weird kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. He's using kitty litter expenses to make the 20 grand a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely he's making money. I mean, I've had a look at his Patreon, and obviously the money that he gets on Nightwave, you know, have at it. At the end of the day, if he's making money, that's great for him. But
yeah, and I agree. See, I don't hold any grudges, Mersh, against people making money on the internet. That's fine. You're not going on a list.
Yeah, I think he thinks that we want to try it, or at least I say we, but
I'm going to guess we as in anybody that laughs at him.
Exactly, yeah. So and that goes into, if you remember the whole arrest the internet saga, and it turns out.
Oh my God, that was the best shit. That I did pay attention to. That whole spiel where he's like ting 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 ting. I laughed so fucking hard.
Well, it's the notion that of all the, because he only really knows the names of like me, Jesse from Pod Awful, Alan Powell, like a couple of people that he knows the tangible names of, and the rest of it is just Kiwi Farms and a subreddit dedicated to him, so he has no idea. So anything bad that happens, because he can't attribute it to a single tangible identity, it's emails to Kitsap County Sheriff's Office with my name on it or Jesse's name, and it's kind of like, if he can sort of shoehorn us into it by just even tangentially, then that seems to be enough.
Now, do you envision yourself getting a call from a local sheriff sometime 5 months from now asking you about the documentary you made on the kitty litter king, the giant slayer, Mr. Mersh himself?
The giant slayer. I would welcome that. I would be so happy if that did happen. But I'm pretty certain that Tiffany Dobbins is her name. I'm pretty sure that the minute she skimmed Mersh's email, she probably put it in the trash and ignored it.
You think she's going through it like, what should I deal with today? A rape, a homicide, a burglary, a robbery? Oh, another email from Mersh about being laughed at on the internet. Let's get on that.
Yeah, it was the audacity as well of him subtly trying to put other things in the email that could probably, you know, trigger their attention. Like he put the Christchurch massacre in there as a kind of like, yeah, you know, they're sort of involved with Kiwi Farms, and as we know, Kiwi Farms were sort of involved with the Christchurch massacre. And
now I'm not saying anything here, okay, officer. I'm just, the people laughing at me may or may not be involved in violent homicidal massacres. Okay, it's just something you might want to take into consideration.
Yeah, and it was, like I said, it was just the audacity, and he's done that before. Actually, we'll get to this with Mike Cernovich. There was a deplatforming attempt from Mersh and a couple of it was 1,000 of his of his circle of fans, where they all signed a petition to deplatform Cernovich. And the reasons that he put there were things like he tried to throw the Me Too thing in there because of Mike Cernovich's rape accusations, and he tried to throw in the fact that he's a Trump supporter. He tried to throw in the fact that he's a conspiracy theorist and talks about Pizzagate. And so it's the same thing. It's like he will like load his bases. He will just front load any kind of agenda that he has in order to really maximize the attention that it's going to get.
See, I thought he was going to get upset with Cernovich. I guess I don't know the backstory on this. I thought, it just based on my surface level knowledge that he was, trying to get like a refund. He didn't really gain the Magilla Gorilla mindset from reading his book, or he was having difficulty fucking trannies after following the how-to guide, and he wanted that money back for kitty litter. I don't know.
Well, as we'll find out, it's not just trannies that he's having trouble fucking. That's the most recent. There's been a huge recent amount of stuff that's been happening that's incredibly internety, and it's going to take a lot of explaining. But when we get there, and if we kind of do get there, then it's going to be a big payoff, I think, because it's some of the most unhinged, crazy. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's literally right now, he's holding up in every single stream, he's holding up a cutout of a girl that wronged him, of her naked, and he's put loads of like squares on it, and he's playing a game that every $500 donation that he gets, he pulls off a square revealing more of her naked body. And this girl is like, she's getting lawyers involved, and she's complaining about revenge porn, all this kind of stuff.
Now, I think I know a tiny bit about this. Now, is this the girl that went on to Jesse's stream.
She is, yeah.
And shared the DMs where he talked about, didn't he try that I'm kind of a nerd thing with her when he was talking about his CB radio hobbies and shit?
Yeah. Ham radio.
Ham radio, yeah, there we go. Yeah. You know, maybe I can take care of you if the grid ever goes down. I'm a survival man. I got my CB radio.
And it's just funny how quickly he goes from the kind of milady stuff at the beginning of that, where he's talking about like, oh, I thought you hated me, oh, all this kind of stuff. And then as soon as the discussion turns a little sour for him, and with a disagreement of, I think it was a disagreement on which one of them stopped the kissing from turning into something more serious. He claims that he stopped it, she claimed that she stopped it. And we'll never know. But then he turns into the most enraged incel that he just full on MRA MGTOW just started attacking her like and look, she is a former cam girl, so I guess, you know, she gets what she gets, but it was just the turn was quite beautiful. But we will get to that. I don't want to spoil.
No, like I said, I know just a little bit. So I mean, you kind of got the idea then, you know. That one kind of mainstream, and then I guess bits and pieces and fragments I've heard people make jokes about that I kind of get, but I don't know the deep lore, so it'll be good to know.
I'm just happy that because with Mersh, it's a weird topic because so many people don't give a shit, because obviously why would you?
Right. Yeah.
But I feel that once you get the bite, once it kind of like, once you understand why he's funny, and like it's really difficult to let it go, really, I find, at least.
Sure, yeah, a lot of people seem super fucking excited for the documentary.
Yeah. It's probably the second most requested thing I get after fucking Ethan Ralph. Like, it's just...
yeah, with all the shit going, yeah, right? And it's weird that these two are like bosom buddies now, right? Like they're doing the bowling thing together, and they're going to Vegas. They both, I mean, it seems like once Ralph started going to Vegas, because isn't Mersh in Vegas right now?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so we got all these high rollers going down with their kitty litter money to bet on black in the casinos. So
it does feel that this is all self-preservationist when it comes to, you know, alliances that you can make, and it's what I feared would happen from back in the day when it was a little less like this, and then, you know, suddenly there's not really any accountability anymore, and people sort of like are able now to create their little enclaves and create their little communities where everything is fed back to them, and they've got protection from everyone involved there. And I think that it's almost like this mafia cabal thing with the 5 families, and now you've got Mersh's group, you got Ethan and the Killstream and everybody there, and I feel like it's almost like everybody looks after each other, and it's a weird... I mean, for entertainment purposes, it's fantastic. I can't wait for this bowling thing, but yeah, I kind of see the sinister elements to it as well.
Yeah, it is weird. You know, I mean, I think it's part kind of just generalized censorship, kind of pushing people away. But
true.
A good majority. Oh, shit! My screen just died on me. Sorry about that. I had power saving mode on. There we go. But yeah, I think it is kind of. I've noticed too. Like, there's this weird transition. I don't know if you've noticed this with content on the internet that went from almost being just, you know, kind of exclusively videos, kind of transitioning into streams, but now it's like everybody's doing podcasts. And like those podcasts are like the most segregated things, right? And I mean, I'm fine with that. I know everybody, you know, a lot of people listen to him. I think you know, like Sargon's a good example, right? His channel started to kind of diminish, and then he went to do the, what is it, White Lotus?
Yeah,
I think it's, and that's doing really well from what I understand.
Yeah, or they've got staff that
yeah, like he's got a whole studio and everything. Like he's doing his own Tim Pool thing. But I've noticed, like, you know, he's doing that. I mean, obviously, like Tim Pool does his kind of thing where it's kind of a split. But I think I'm noticing, like, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess is what I'm saying, if you notice like the next step or iteration will be something like Ethan Ralph and Mersh and maybe a few others trying to hop off, maybe even live streaming altogether and move into more podcast focused, right?
Yeah, similar to
like, I mean, I don't know, like, what's going to happen with what is it, Fuentes and Cozy TV. I can't imagine that's going to last long.
Yeah.
And once that's gone, I mean, it's really just what, Odyssey and Rumble, right?
Yeah.
And so they're going to need something, right? They're going to, you know, they're going to be on Podbean or whatever fucking podcasting service they can find. But that's gonna, I think, what you're seeing. That's gonna accelerate it, right? Because if you thought it was like a feedback loop before, where the garden was closed off, it's gonna be crazy going forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right, I'll start playing the
Sure.
the clip then. So first of all, we got the sorry, go ahead.
How long is this documentary gonna be?
Oh fucking hell. I was thinking about doing it in parts, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to do it all and just get it done with and just leave Mersh alone for the rest of my life. So it's probably shaping up to be a couple of hours, I think. It's just I will end up having to drop a lot of stuff as well, though, to be fair. But yeah, it's definitely going to be quite lengthy.
Well, personally, I love documentaries like this, and I think a lot of people like long form videos. So don't try to constrain yourself too much. I mean, I'd sit there and watch it if it was 7 hours. You know, like I watch those fucking video game analysis videos where people spend 8 hours talking about Morrowind. So if that can hook me, watching Mersh will cry about kitty litter for 10 days is gonna probably do it too.
Right, let's go. Stand-up comedy. So this is just a couple of clips. It's mostly just laughing at the things he's wearing. So just hone in on the things he's wearing is essentially.
Focus on the outfits, gotcha.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, pause. This is him?
That is him from mid-2000s. You can see the fingerless gloves there. And...
No, I couldn't because the video quality is so terrible. But now that you pointed it out, I wasn't really focused on the gloves. I did. So, okay. He was a stand-up comic.
Yeah. Well.
Was he a successful one?
Well, he's now podcasting, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, he's now the co-chair of fucking Nightwave, right? Or whatever the fuck it is. Our Return of the Sis.
Return of the Sis. I mean, it might as well be called that.
It looks like he's wearing a conductor's hat. Is that a train conductor's hat? Have you ever? I'm just trying to.
Because
didn't he recently say he needed like a fashion help or something?
Yes, he did. He wanted a professional stylist to essentially to help him with photo shoots, which I guess he's going to be doing.
Oh my god, I want a headshot of this motherfucker. Like I want like a full fashion catalog of Mersh, just nothing but him and his goiters, his giant fucking neck goiters, and his little conductor hats. All right, I'm sorry. You caught me off guard a little. I thought we were gonna, this was gonna be like his cross-eyed ass looking around on his podcast. I didn't know we were gonna go right into stand-up.
Oh yeah, it goes back a bit. So.
How old is he?
He's about 38 now, 37, 38. I think. Maybe,
no, I meant in the clip. How old is he in the clip?
He would have been in his mid-20s, I would say, probably 26. I'd say, maybe even maybe a bit older than that, maybe late 20s. Something.
And based on the outfit, I'm guessing he's doing this routine in the village. All right.
I would imagine so. It's like an S&M Freddy Krueger with his t-shirt, with his shirt there as well. And he's as you can see, the jacket, the sports coat is a favorite of Mersh's. He's been wearing it. I think he wears it now, or at least he got bullied out of wearing them, but he was wearing them for a while to cover the excess chunk there. But...
Is it the same one? Is he that frugal? He's held on to the same dinner jacket now for a good decade or two, do you think?
It wouldn't surprise me. I think the one that he clung on to the longest was this kind of cream one that started getting less and less cream the longer he wore it.
But, it became more and more Mersh colored, did it?
Yeah. It was certainly looking disheveled by the end of it. And then again, I think he just got bullied out of it. Jesse used to do streams dressed as him.
Really?
Yeah, with like pillows up his body and everything, and he'd wear like, because he's bought loads of Nightwave t-shirts from Mersh just as a joke. So I think that's why Mersh doesn't wear them anymore.
You know, the thing that's fucking with my head too is you said this would have been when he's in his mid-20s. He's his late 30s now, so this would have been like 2010, like 2005 to 2010.
Yeah, about 2005, 2006.
Why is he wearing 80s fashion then? Like, what the fuck is the deal with the fingerless gloves? That's so out of fashion by this point, right?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
I believe it's just a case of trying to make himself look interesting and trying to stand out. Perhaps I've no idea, because I don't remember. I mean, I'm fairly old now, and I don't remember anybody dressing like this in the.
Well, not in this one. Like, I would expect like fingerless gloves like that. Like, okay, maybe that's like like a chick in the 80s that's into like a hairband, maybe she'd be wearing fingerless gloves, but not a grown man in 2005 when people are walking around with, technology that's starting to catch up with the world, right? It's just a little weird.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Big J Okerson is obviously famous for the fingerless gloves, but he does it for like, I think he's kind of like into the goth scene and stuff. But
well, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do the whole look.
I drink a lot, man. Man. My liver is fucking hardcore. I'm gonna tell you that shit right now. My liver looks like a dead 9-year-old Dominican kid.
Can you pause it for 1 sec?
Yeah.
More than the fashion of the fedora, what really struck me on that clip is he's doing his stand-up bit in front of the restaurant, and they're talking louder than he is. They're so uninterested in the punchline to his fucking joke that they're just shouting over him. That's got to be so demoralizing.
I think stand-up always looks incredibly lucrative. It looks like such a great time, but you forget that you're watching people that aren't performing to 4 people eating their dinner, trying to get on with their lives. So it just must be an absolute train wreck trying to do stand-up in this environment.
It's a choice for the patron, right? Do I want to enjoy my fried chicken and my overpriced beer, or do I want to look at this guy who's dressed like a commando up on stage that thinks he's an extra from like fucking Rambo or something with his green beret hat, tell a joke about Puerto Ricans? I don't know. I think I'll eat. Fuck him.
Yeah. He's just
is this from Halloween? It's frozen right now on a picture of him dressed. Was he in the green berets, or what the fuck am I looking at here? Do you see the hat?
I think that's a cap, but I think it's like a sideways. He used to do.
Oh, maybe it's okay, okay. Because the angle I'm looking at with the coloration makes it look like a green beret hat, and then it kind of looks like the zipper around his neck is dog tags or cat tags in his case. And so I'm like, did he go up there as like a faking and being a veteran to get laughs?
Yeah, like he's some kind of like wigger prop comic. But well, you've also got to remember as well, he was homeless until a few years ago. I mean,
because of course he was.
And even before living at Royce's, I mean, we'll get to the homeless segment. There is a homeless segment, you'll be pleased to know. But we're talking about a man that during most of his 20s and early 30s was living in his car. I mean, he used to post on Whackbag with the old O&A forums talking about how this Mercury he had was the greatest homeless car he's ever had.
Oh, just like the BMW is the most fantastic vehicle that he's ever bought. Yeah. It's always rose-colored. So you're telling me that these comedy clubs were letting in a homeless guy who probably smelled like death, wearing fingerless gloves that do stand-up routines. He's parking a shitty Mercury out front, scaring off the fucking patrons. Yeah. And that was his life through his 20s.
Yeah, and he's probably going to sleep in their parking lot. That's what I'm thinking.
I'll tell you what, Mersh, tonight we're going to pay you with dumpster number A. We'll let you dig through it before we call the police. Get on up there.
Test the voice. You can choose a ready guide or some celestial voice. And I've always had bad relationships. Way back. Even the girl I lost my virginity to, this really beautiful half black, half Puerto Rican chick. I used to like to joke that I didn't lose my virginity, that she stole it from me. But I'm glad some people thought that was funny. I didn't get a single laugh at her Sweet 16. Not a single laugh.
You guys having a good time so far?
Oh, they let him in at a festival?
I went through hell to get here.
Yeah, this is X-Fest, I think 2007, I believe.
Okay, now I've got to ask, do you think that he was legitimately invited, or do you think the parking lot they set this up in, he was already sleeping in his Mercury and he just wandered on stage?
Well, from what I gather, this is a music festival that he was brought on stage basically as they're dismantling the set from the previous band and getting ready for the next band, whilst, everybody else is getting drinks and minding their own business.
That's even funnier. So basically, the owner of this gig was like, listen, we just need to drown out the sound of construction in the background. Pick any random asshole. They don't have to be funny. We just need them to talk.
Exactly. Yeah, we just need to keep people in one group, essentially. Just ensure that they don't wander off and until the band comes on, and you're all set. But I remember he put out a tweet calling this the best day of his life at the time. So
he's got a captive audience. Nobody can run away. He can claim that I've got what is it? So X-Fest Music Festival, 5,000 people, 10,000 people that are forced to listen to me losing my virginity to a black girl who stole it. Get it? That's the punchline.
His material, you will find, is essentially the sort of cutting room floor of Jim Norton and Doug Stanhope. Essentially, he just apes their material. Actually, literally.
Of course, the homeless man's gonna pick up the scraps. That's what he's used to. Yeah.
Let's go on. This look, by the way, you can't see it. So it's incredibly pixelated, but there is a still image of it, and it's quite possibly my favorite. So we'll go on.
I went through hell, man. I actually got drunk last night, blacked out in the show. My car broke down in a jack shack. No joke, man. It was really hot. I actually had to end up beating a hooker to death with a tennis shoe just to steal her car and get to fucking X-Fest tonight. So it was a lot of work.
I actually got cancer in my liver, right? I was on the toilet one day, crapped out this tumor. The tumor was fucking crying. I was like, what's the matter, tumor? Apparently my liver beat the shit out of the tumor, fucked it up the ass, took its milk money. Cancer is now suing my liver.
Anybody here?
For a sec. It's weird, right? Like it's a weird mishmash of it feels like really early attempt at being like I wouldn't even say Norton. I'd say more like Jim Brewer. Have you ever seen Jim Brewer stand up?
Yeah.
It's like Jim Brewer, and then for whatever reason, I don't know why this is, and I've only seen a little bit of it, but it feels like Owen Benjamin. It's like a weird combination of Jim Brewer and Owen Benjamin telling really just, it's like the drunk guy at the party. It doesn't feel like a stand-up routine to me.
Yeah, I mean, we will definitely see later on. It's funny you do say Owen Benjamin, because he doesn't only steal the sort of comedic vein of Owen Benjamin. I mean, he becomes him, actually. He manifests Owen Benjamin's entire persona later, much later on, and we will get to that. But
is that one of the giants he slew so he can wear his skin now?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a huge thing. The Owen Benjamin, it was Dan Schneider basically got them sort of on the map, at least according to them. Although essentially they did about 3 videos that hit a couple of 100,000 views, and it's a strange one because I think Mersh really attributes Dan Schneider's downfall to them, to that show, as if they had any imprint whatsoever on what's happening in Hollywood.
Oh, not at all. I mean, Dan Schneider was being made fun of on almost every image board you could imagine. I mean, that's where I think I saw it in a majority of people. I mean, it's always been a joke what he did, right? And I think that's where they probably got the idea or the source material for their initial streams. I mean, I'm not, maybe the videos were great. I'm not trying to take it away. But I do remember them doing Dan Schneider stuff. But yeah, he was talked about everywhere before that.
Yeah, the only reason I bring that up is obviously Owen Benjamin became kind of like the I guess it was a giant that he killed, but essentially Owen Benjamin was so off the rails that I don't think Mersh had anything to do with anything there with Owen Benjamin. I think Owen Benjamin just sort of self-imploded. I think that's just what happened.
I don't know how you can make that assessment. Owen Benjamin's totally sane when he's talking about opening his aperture so he can squirt out turpentine to kill the fucking parasites, right? Like, it's totally normal.
Really hammered, make some noise. Who's drinking irresponsibly tonight? Wow. You didn't drink as much as I did, fucker. I am hardcore, man. I drink a lot, dude. My liver looks like a dead 2-year-old Dominican kid. I'm not kidding you.
How is it? Can you pause? How is it that somebody who's already waddling around because they look a bit pudgy is wearing pants that seem to be 3 sizes too big? Do you notice that it looks like he took a dump in his drawers with this?
I was waiting for you to notice. It's more striking in the still image that we'll get to. But yeah,
it's almost at thigh level. It looks like he's wearing diapers. Like if you go to thigh level, it's like a weird jean version of Hammer pants. I've been watching him waddle back and forth in these, and I was like, God damn, those are big.
You look like clown pants.
Do you think he was too embarrassed? He went to the Salvation Army because he's driving his broken Mercury there after eating a good meal from the dumpster at the comedy club, and he finds a brand new pair of pants, but they're clown pants. So he like spray paints them so they look like jeans. Like, no, these are really high-end Jordache. You don't understand. I'm fashionable. Look at my fingerless gloves.
Yeah, you'll see the jacket's even worse. If you think that the trousers are too big, the jacket's.
I'm trying to like.
It's like someone like a kid wearing his dad's suit.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to understand like the mentality. Do you think it was like he's a little self-conscious? He thought, I'm not saying he's fat in this. He's just a little pudgy. But do you think like he thought, oh, okay, I can take away from that if I just wear something that's so oversized I look thin? Or do you think that he just needed room to make a boom boom in his big boy pants?
I think with fat people, I think they really enjoy loose fitting clothes. I think it just gives them a bit of freedom, and I think it's
chafing me.
Thing.
Is there's going to be like a picture someday that surfaces of him at like a beach where it's just nothing but chafe marks up and down his legs? Is that what you're saying? Looks like somebody attacked him with sandpaper.
I really wish there was a diaper under there. Now that you've given me the image, I can't.
It's like I'm telling you, it's like the fucking demarcation line between North and South Korea, right at his legs. Like maybe it's just the quality of the video, but like it looks like there's something there. Like it's top of the thighs to like right to the waist.
I am fucking hardcore.
Right, so here's some of the.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. There we go. So I can get the full picture. How do I make that go away? If I click on that, well, that's not going to screw the video. Okay, cool. I like the shoes on that previous picture. Oh, here we go. This is fantastic. Yeah, look at the streak. The jacket's terrible too. You're right, by the way. It looks like I just don't get it, man. Was he going through like different fashion looks, do you think? Like he was trying to find his look and like, everything is a different iteration. Was he trying different shit every month?
Well, Mersh is he's famed now for having he's a man of phases. He's got very many phases. I mean, we've seen him go through fads like going to the gym, going through cryptocurrency, buying a gun, getting a cat, all the things that he's been doing just in the last year alone. And I think he's got that with looks as well. We like to joke that there's like a Matrix Mersh, that there's a Wigger Mersh, that there's I mean, you'll see. I don't know if you've seen the picture of the Matrix Mersh, where he's got this kind of like sticky up hair and he's like smoking and eating.
Is that the one where he looks like a pedophile tried to walk in to hang out with like emo teenagers and abduct one of them? Is that the one we're talking about?
Have to specify because a lot of them look like that.
Oh, are there a lot of them like that?
Yeah.
I like how it's like, yeah, it's a 30-day limit. Do you think the time limit for his fads before he gives up on them? Did he trade the gun in for the cat? Is that what we're doing? Like he's going to trade the cat in for something next? Maybe he'll try a new look.
I just think, and it's the similar thing with why he's gained the weight is I just don't think he's a guy that can really stick to anything. But it's quite entertaining.
Things certainly can stick to him if you look at that gut.
Yeah, I think he went through crypto and then for a few months it was just constant. The only thing he would talk about and the only thing that he would tweet about, and then I think the penny dropped where he actually didn't really know how to do anything with crypto, and he was essentially spending 6 months holding the bag for the people making real money. So
he went on Biz basically and read the jokes and thought they were serious, and so started throwing his money into it. Yeah,
and I think he probably joined Wall Street Bets subreddit, and so
he's like the eternal bag holder. Did anybody listen to his crypto advice? Oh God, how many people got fucked because of that?
Oh, I dread to imagine, but. Yeah,
no wonder he bought the gun. That's probably why.
That's a slightly.
It feels like he wants to sell me like a timeshare.
No, this is I enjoy this one a lot. I mean, not just the look, but the notorious comedic outlaw, aka the Duke of Douchebaggery, Mersh.
Now, did he make this himself?
He did.
So that's the title he came up with, the Duke of Douchebaggery.
Yeah, it was something he was trying to run. I mean, this was around the time he was also trying to create a wrestling comedy show.
Duke of Douchebaggery. Oh, okay. I Mersh, maybe you should have tried out something like the autistic alliterist. There will maybe it would have gotten better for you.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a weird thing about names and sort of like, whether it's leader of the Terrorspergs or giant killer. It was actually 5-1 giant killer, essentially him saying that he's got 5 wins. I don't necessarily know who those 5 are.
He's doing it like Tonka, like that fake wrestling shit.
Yeah, he's big into that. So I think that's probably where all these naming conventions come from. I think it's He likes to imagine his name being yelled through the PA speakers at a wrestling event or something.
And so this was for a gig he was going to do. This poster we're looking at.
I don't think it was necessarily a gig. I think it was just something I think he posted as a kind of like, I don't know, social marketing.
It's so feminine, right? Like I know, right? But who does that? What guy does that? Like I thought, okay, maybe this is like a poster outside the comedy club, right? Like he's like, oh, just put this up, right, to promote me or whatever. But like I'm imagining him acting like a 13-year-old girl on like Instagram. Like, oh, they're gonna love this. I need to put my face in this so everybody knows who I am, and I get comments on what I look like, and then how bad I'm the Duke of Douchebaggery. How badass I am.
Okay, this is going to happen a lot because what you're saying there really fits into something that we're going to see later on, especially regarding posts that look like they've been written by a teenage girl.
Have I plucked a thread already?
Yeah. Okay. I am tempted to get there now, but I think we'll wait for it. But yeah, when we're talking about Mersh, Mersh's social media feed essentially looking like it's been written by a teenage scene girl, then yeah, we're definitely on.
Oh yeah, I hope I'm not talking too much. Like you got to remember, I know nothing about this guy, so I'm already interested. Just off a little bit of fashion. It's kind of funny stuff. It's nothing huge, right? But just kind of funny outfits and a little bit of attention whoring.
Okay, so this was a post 2011. So he had a break from comedy, and so he is just talking about returning to comedy.
Oh, did comedy dump him?
I think after X Fest 2007, I think after that things didn't go quite so well, and I think it was related to Opie and Anthony's Bobo as probably the reason, which we'll get to in a second.
No, at this time, was he living in the Mercury when he's posting from Facebook?
It was on and off. I think he was living in the Mercury, especially during the mid-2000s, but he was also couch surfing, and he was Facebook posts talking about people that he's, couches that he's staying on, and him being a burden to people and complaining.
Wait, so that wasn't... See, I know a little bit about it. So that wasn't just Royce. He wasn't just sleeping on his couch. It was more than just Royce.
I think more than a decade. Sister, he was on and off staying at his sister's place, and then just generic sort of friends here and there from what I gathered from his Facebook feed, at least.
All these, like, I'm already kind of getting like a sense, right? Like, it's all these aspects of things. Like, I mean, it would suck to be homeless. People have been homeless, or it would suck to have just not any, I guess, insight into bad fashion and walking around looking like an idiot. But like, those are all just minor little character traits or aspects of your life. But it feels like Mersh kind of compiles them. This is where I'm almost seeing this going. It's like he takes all the stupid or bad things that might happen, and he's made that into one person. Right? Like he's combined it into this thing called Mersh.
Again, we're about to get into something that feeds off perfectly for that. So
oh, fantastic.
I honestly, this one bit, I can't wait for you to get your reaction, because it's I wonder myself, like what a kind of casual observer would think about some of this stuff. Essentially, it involves GoFundMe to a degree, but we'll
oh yeah, because I'm a total virgin to this shit. Yeah, a lot of this is just like, yeah, I didn't know he lived in a Mercury.
So this is him ready to work the stage, ready to hurt your feelings.
Oh, the Giant Slayer's coming. Can you handle it? You ready for my hot pants?
And then this is in 2012, where I guess he's sort of gotten a bit confident. He's sort of feeling like he's a real comedian, and then he's he's posting basically why the hell aren't we all comedians, and he's there gatekeeping comedy because despite what you think, none of your life experiences or opinions are unique, nor is your personality. You lack the fresh perspective and talent to craft a punchline, unlike
Did he write this looking in a mirror? Did he get confused and hit post by accident?
You are banal and ordinary, despite how original and witty your co-workers at the dollar store think you are. I mean, this is the greatest projection of all time. You aren't funny enough. So I found that to be one of the funniest posts I think I've ever read, especially from somebody who's struggling in comedy.
Well, I mean, there's a clip of Warski, right, doing stand-up.
Oh yeah.
And I gave him shit for it, but like it felt like just based off the clips I watched, it felt like Warski put more energy into it. You know what I mean? Like he was. It's just there's more a little bit of a. I don't know. It's just I guess it compared to Mersh.
The reaction that he got was incredibly surprising for what it was. I mean, I'm sure he'll admit that it wasn't the greatest set in the world, but they were with him. They were definitely and that's
the thing. I think Worski did it for just a little bit, but it feels like Mersh has been doing this for, I guess, years.
Yeah, he lives his life now as an embittered want to be comic, and one that never really quite made it, and now he's sort of made it his life's mission. There was a moment actually when he got Revenge of the Sith sort of off the ground with Royce, and they were kind of finding their feet and getting there. So again, similar to this post here, Mersh got supremely cocky and started posting. Essentially screaming at all the comedians that didn't give him chances, all the comedians that passed him by, and he was like, and I think he said something to the extent of, "We're going to be a success here, and we will not be so kind to you, to all you comedians, when you come begging."
You know what encapsulates that the most? Have you ever seen a show called Kids in the Hall?
Yeah,
Canadian comedy show.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay, there's one skit they do where one of the guys he's like an office worker, and he gets bumped up to middle management, and his boss is like, "It's not really a pay raise, but we just changed your title," and he goes apeshit with moderate power, and it's the funniest fucking thing. He's screaming at people, all his coworkers he was submissive to, won't let them drink water, orders them under their desk, and he gets fired in like a day. That's Mersh. That clip is fucking Mersh.
It is. It's I should have put that in this, because again, it's another really, really funny post. And it's he's got this sort of gatekeeping mentality that the minute he has a modicum of even slight success, suddenly he's made it in his brain. Suddenly he's having the greatest life, the best life, and we'll see more of that later, when he's talking about just how how much he's. I mean, you've seen it with the $20,000 a month claims and all that kind of stuff. He really thinks he's made it. He really thinks he's.
So is he like a powder keg like that? Just how you're describing this, and that kind of, I guess that kind of mentality makes me think that like this is a dude sitting on top of the world's biggest fucking explosive load of bitterness, and it's just he's waiting to pop off to tell people how wrong they were, kind of thing.
100%. 100%, yeah. That's exactly him. Here we go. So this is just a post of him just talking about most of the comedic community hates his guts. He's got personal problems with a lot of them. So essentially, his foray into comedy didn't quite go so well. And this is another projection, sort of self-awareness tweet. Him talking to somebody else about trying to be a comedian and failing miserably. I just found that to be quite interesting.
Does he try to inject himself into like the comedy scene? I mean, like, as far as live streamers or podcasters go, I am aware of him, but it's not like he's a huge name. Not that I am or anybody. Like, that's got to be even more amplified in the comedy scene. Does anybody know who the fuck this guy is?
Sort of. I think some of the sort of O&A style that circuit will know a little of him.
Well, isn't that because he tried to accuse them based on the one stream I saw him go on with was it Ralph and Dick? Remember when they did that stream and he got really drunk and came in there and he was who was the guy he was with? He kept trying to get him to acknowledge him. This was a recent stream. And then the guy's like, yeah, he kind of brushed him away. It's the one where he tried to say, yeah, Pat Dixon, right? Dickerson or whatever. He's like, yeah, you called my boss a pedophile. That was like the memory he had of him. Yeah. That's all he knew. Like when he was talking, yeah, you call my boss a pedophile. That's how I know who you are.
Yeah, he did do that. That is true. I mean, I think a lot of people have done it, and I think again, there is certainly no smoke without fire on that one. But I won't go too deep into that. This is probably too long to go through, but it's amazing. It's essentially a whack bag post that's essentially.
Oh, I thought it was like a resume.
Well, it's him. I don't know if this was a thing that a lot of people were doing on Whackbag at the time, but I think it was, from what I gather, from what I've seen, I think he just volunteered all this stuff himself, and it was essentially him interviewing himself. Favorite food, favorite drink, favorite this.
This is so feminine. This is such a girl thing, bro.
Yeah, so it's again, I can't say, but this might be something that everybody was doing, so I don't want to attack him too.
Oh, I'm sure I did gay shit like this too, but like this is, what I didn't do was post headshots of myself calling myself the Duke of Douchebaggery. on my Facebook and shit.
It's embarrassing to read, but I don't think there's anything that's too...
No, it just, again, it's lighthearted, goofy shit, right? It's a nice little opener, palate cleanser, I suppose, for what you're gonna hit me with. I'm guessing coming up. Wait, I'm sorry. On the resume, it cuts off at what would have been probably maybe the more interesting thing, and now to the sexual stuff.
Oh, wow! Yeah, I see that. Worst sexual
best sexual experience.
See above.
Oh, is there more below that?
Favorite position, you can add as many as you want. And he says missionary, girl lying flat on her stomach.
So she can't report what I look like to the police. It's my favorite position when she can't identify me.
Cowgirl for its reverse derivative.
Derivative?
I don't really know what he's trying to say there.
I guess that's a high-level Mersh joke we don't get. We're too fucking stupid.
I mean, the thought of any sexual stuff with Mersh really does make me sick, especially the most recent stuff there, where I mean, even just thinking about it, where he's describing it in his fattest state with his paedophile mustache. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen.
Is there more? Do you know if there's more below that line of favorite sexual position? Does he get into talks about just how much of a Lothario he is?
Unfortunately, this is I don't even know where this comes from. I've just been given a bunch of stuff, and this was just a screen grab. But I guarantee I don't even know if like the whack bag stuff is even archived or backed up anywhere. So I think that's probably all we've got, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, with shit that old probably. Yeah.
So the next bit is it's Bobo of Opie and Anthony, obviously the resident retard there. Now, a little backstory to this. When Mersh's comedic career sort of started to wane off after the X-Fest gig he did.
After the high point?
Yeah, after his career highlight. He tried to get creative, I suppose, and figured that he would try and ingratiate himself into the Opie and Anthony show and into... You know, he's seen other comedians on the show elevate their careers exponentially because of Opie and Anthony. So Mersh, he figured that by becoming Bobo's chauffeur to drive him to and from the studio, that would somehow get him in with the show. So he spent months. He must have spent about 6 months to a year, maybe, just driving this retard to and from Opie and Anthony shows, hoping for any sort of scrap of attention or approval.
With the O&A stuff, like I used to listen to their Jacktober bits, right? Because I always thought that was funny when they're just shitting on other stations. That was like my favorite thing to listen to. But I don't know how being the chauffeur for a retard is gonna like, how did he envision that playing out? Like they were gonna go, oh my god, what a beautiful Mercury, please come on stage, please come up into the studio so we can hear about your fucking car home.
I mean, first of all, Bobo was not wanted by them most of the time. He was annoying. They didn't really like him around. They brought him in every now and again if they needed a
punching bag.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like, how do you expect to succeed being a retard's retard, being lower on the rung than Bobo? It just seems like not a winning formula.
I think that speaks to the desperation, doesn't it? Like, it's not just that bitterness that's caked in there, but like a real fucking desperation to try to do anything to get noticed.
You're going all the way to a frat house in Buffalo to do a gig
$100
for $100, but you have to get yourself there.
I'm being driven there by a friend of mine who's also a friend of Heather Heights. His name is Mersh.
Yeah.
Mersh.
I love. Can you pause? Yeah. I love dead silence. My friend of mine named Mersh. Nothing. Crickets. And they go, yeah. They probably are like, do you mean the smelly homeless guy that's parked out front? Is that the same dude? Oh my god. Yeah, his name is Mersh. Nobody knows him. Just dead fucking silence. Oh god, I bet he was punching walls when he heard that.
I hate to spoil it, but it might have been selective editing on my part. They actually do know who he is a little bit later on, but
keep the selective editing. That's that's perfect. Can you put the sound of a tumbleweed going through? Is that too subtle, do you think, for audio?
A couple of crickets.
Yeah.
Thank you, you've all been a great audience. And now, let me introduce you to my next comedian. He's also a lovable fuck-up. Give it up for Long Island's Mersh! Yeah!
appreciate the effort, Bobo. Heather's going to bring your next comic up.
I just got to homeless. I'm sorry, you called the wrong person up. Let's go into homelessness. Perfect fucking segue.
Yeah, this segment is just a couple of collections of him moaning on Facebook about the fact he's got no job, he's got nowhere to live, he's homeless, he's suicidal.
Okay, with this picture, so like Hippo Juice. So, was that Royce doing his own thing before, or is Hippo Juice something else?
Yeah, it was Royce and his wife Marie used to do a sort of a stream before Royce met Mersh. He would do a stream with his wife. It wasn't really getting any engagement, which I guess is Mersh would, when he moved in with Royce, he would start sort of appearing on the show, and I guess they got a little bit more traction. And then
I guess I don't know a ton about the dynamics, right? Like my understanding of Royce is kind of more the quiet guy compared to Mersh, I guess, or he'll read the stories or whatever. The more deadpan, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah, but the more responsible one.
Right. So I mean, like he's the guy that got married. He's the guy that he's a homeowner, right? Or what?
Yeah, he owns his own house that was given to him by his dad was quite wealthy, so he owns his own house. Okay.
But more responsible is the vibe I'm getting. Like, doing his show.
To be true, I mean, apparently people have gone through Royce's Facebook feed, and he and his wife had a satanic wedding.
What?
Honestly, this is like... Now, I don't know what to think about it, and I've not put it in just simply because I don't know for certain, but there's so much noise about it, and people will tell me dead in the face.
That's kind of a big one, especially because they were going after, like, wasn't there one of their whole angles on Dan Schneider is like satanic pedophile Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
And they went after Styx because he was like, oh, he's a Satanist, he's a pagan. And then you're going to tell me Royce has a satanic wedding?
It's just something that I've never been entirely convinced of, and because of how insane it is, I wouldn't know what a satanic wedding looks like. I don't know. And also, it's a Mersh documentary. I don't necessarily want to just...
yeah. I just as an aside, dropping that one, that's fascinating as shit. I never would have...
of offhand jokes about it, but that's probably it.
Accidentally call him Baphomet instead of Royce, see if he picks up on it. Is that what you're going to do?
Okay, that's going in. It's quite amusing. Recently, Royce has been in trouble about maybe a year ago. He ended up flirting with some girl, some woman, and apparently there's talks about the fact that his wife likes to have threesomes with Royce and other women. And there's an audio recording of Royce.
Oh, okay, I gotta say this. This is what makes this more fascinating to me is that Royce is everything Mersh will never be. You're telling me this dude, he has a rock star satanic wedding. He's got a house and a wife. His wife is doing threesomes with him because they're getting chicks involved. He's got a stable source of income and job. And Mersh is living in a fucking Mercury, chauffeuring Bobo around for a decade.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Mersh probably wants to be Royce. That's probably why he slept on his couch for so long. He was waiting for his opportunity.
It's probably why he's 300 pounds as well. He's probably
I'm going to look just like him. She'll never know. I fuck him from behind when they lay down on the floor. She'll never know it's coming.
Yeah, do that old switcheroo trick.
Surprise!
Here we are. Just another fucking week of being homeless. No big deal, right?
Oh, and he did the sigh thing too. Wow, he's such a girl. Sigh, gosh, darn. Just such sympathy whoring. Fuck off. Oh my god, golly gee gosh, guys. Digging in a dumpster again. Posted on Facebook though.
And this is the Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. I'm supposed to be getting your audio raw here, but
that's fine. They'll find it enduring, right?
I hope so.
These guys are assholes. Why do they keep laughing at this homeless man?
So this is the classic Mercury Grand Marquis. Is it Marquis or whatever it's called?
Marquis, I think. I don't know. I like a Mercury is a really specifically old brand of fucking beat 'em up.
I mean, it's from 1990, so I guess he's got a thing for cars that are 15 years older than the current year. So
did he just go to every fucking place on the internet and tell them all he was homeless? Like, I'm on Facebook. Hey guys, I'm homeless. I'm on a fucking whack bag. Hey guys, I'm home. Did you know that I'm homeless? I need to tell you for the 400th time.
It's quite remarkable. I think that a lot of it, because you'll see in a moment that a lot of the times he talks about how homeless he is, he'll casually drop his PayPal.me link. So I think that might have some kind of loose association.
Oh, he's been doing this shit for a while. Like, he's honed the craft. Has he? This is 2013. He's getting better at it.
Yeah, this is his training. This is
hey guys, yeah, just wanted to mention I'm homeless. By the way, here's a PayPal link. Completely unrelated, but there it is. Yeah, I live in my car.
This is him with Master Roshi at Kame House training his grift. So you'll see there, can't ask for a better homeless car. He also says that when you put the armrests up, it's like a fucking sofa.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Can you go back to that? Does that show how many posts he has on the forum? Is that just messages or is that posts?
The thing is,
I'm trying to figure out, like, how long was he a member of this forum before he started telling everybody his fucking sob story? Like, was that just his intro? Hey everybody, my name's Mersh. By the way, I'm homeless.
Well, this is less than a year. This is like about 8 months later.
Oh god, yeah, this is such. I'm getting like cutter vibes. Have you ever, like the girls on Tumblr that would be like, oh my god, I'm so sad, I just cut all the time. Again. Like, that's the vibe I get with his homeless shit.
Again, it's you must have crazy intuition, because we're gonna get to that.
It gets better. Well, was he a cutter?
Well, absolutely, absolutely.
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! You're screwing with me.
Well, let's take a look.
Come on.
All right, so this one here, what did I post this one again? Oh yeah. This is from 2017, so I've kind of put it a bit out of date. But essentially, it's him talking about he will do live videos for money, talking about how homeless he was. That's essentially like it was a post that he put out asking, or at least telling people that, since I love doing live videos anyway, and I'm going to need people's help, I'm going to do a series of videos, if only there's demand for them.
Huge market out there for homeless people to stream themselves.
And it's like, I'll post embarrassing stories, all that kind of stuff. And then at the very end, there's the PayPal me link as well. And he's basically, first, here's the catch. First, I want to raise some scratch. I'll update in this thread if I get any contributions and how much they are. So essentially, he's trying a kind of stories for cash thing. I don't know.
I love the balls on this motherfucker. Look, just think about, like, okay. The absolute goal. The first goal's 125. That's not hard to do. Well, obviously it is, motherfucker. If you're homeless in your Mercury, you've been working at making $125 for like a decade now. It must be hard to do. What do you mean it's not hard to give me your money? It's 125. Come on, why are you being cheap? What's difficult about that? Obviously it's some difficulty involved, Mersh. You live in a fucking car. There's no awareness when he's supposed to put, like, publishing this shit, is there?
I like the bit at the bottom. Douchey picture is related. All right, let's go on to the next. Okay, so this... Oh, God. Forgot about this one. My phone is not getting shut off because a good friend came through at a pinch at Christmas to help out.
Holy shit. You know what this reminds me of? There was a dude we used to make fun of on the Metokur forums named Nintendo Advocate. And he was a guy that was, like, unaware of his situation, right? And he was just not, I guess, very grateful, is one way of putting it. But he did a 20-minute video, where he complained nonstop about eating beans for Christmas because his family was so poor. 20 minutes of this just most autistic person just raging about eating beans for Christmas. And when he gets into why, you're like, this guy's the biggest scumfuck. Turns out his parents were losing their house and had to sell their possessions just to make mortgage, right?
Yeah.
That's why they were eating beans for Christmas, not because the parents were assholes. As he's in a room, literally surrounded wall to wall with video games. That kind of reminds me. It reminds me of Mersh a little with that opening. Like, well, my phone's not getting shut off because somebody came through for me on Christmas.
It's just the idea of living your entire life at the behest of charity, of other people's generosity. I can't imagine.
What has he ever worked at? Like, has he ever worked like a normal job?
We will definitely get to that. it was. Let's just say it was quite the.
I'm going to tell you right now, just based on
exit.
just what we've seen, you're totally right. This is going to be fascinating shit for people. Like, I'm getting into this just based off postings on Facebook and the forum. Like, I'm now interested in this backstory of Mersh.
Well, the.
Oh, you know, the other thing I didn't even think of, like, a lot of this shit's like 2011, right? 2013,
Yeah.
some of these forum posts and stuff. Like, I don't remember a lot of people posting, like, give me money, here's my PayPal at that time. Like, that felt like that was something that kind of developed more like mid 2010s. Like, he was ahead of the curve on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. He got it. He got in early. I mean, his ability to draw money from just from nothing. I've never seen it in my life. He doesn't even need a tangible product or a service or anything really. And there's nothing necessarily entertaining about how he draws the money to himself. I guess the most recent example of him essentially revealing revenge porn for $500 a piece. That's probably taking the piss, but
Well,
I mean,
given that ability and that picture we saw earlier where he looks like he sells timeshares, he should probably actually try to do that. He'd probably make money doing it.
oh god, yeah. I mean, again, I wish I had that ability to have money come to me with such little effort on my part.
God, is he even begging for weed on Facebook? Holy shit, Mersh. What the fuck?
I'm glad you saw that, yeah. I will provide the funny. I don't know, like, if you ever smoked weed as a kid or anything, and there was always that one that thought that they were going to,
Yeah, we know. We called them the cunt because they were the ones that never bought any weed or brought any snacks or did anything, but they were always there to smoke.
So, yeah, I didn't highlight this. Somebody else did, but I like where they did highlight, I'm being a major burden on my co-host by staying at his place right now. So this is just...
2017. How long did he stay with Royce?
He was living there from what I can tell, from at least about 2011 to 2012, and he stayed there until maybe 2 years ago. So near a decade, I would say, that he stayed.
How did Royce's wife put up with that?
I mean, I think she was okay with it for a while, but I think the more that Mersh...
For a while is like a month, maybe a year, right?
I think the more sort of negative stuff that Mersh dragged in, because, and I think the final decider was Royce was recorded speaking to some girl on his Discord, and basically, sexy, flirty, all that kind of stuff, but doing it by asking her if she likes Star Trek as well. It's such a funny recording because he's doing the cutesy flirty thing, but at the same time he's trying to get her to talk about Star Trek and trying to throw in Star Trek references and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, Marie heard
baby,
that.
I just want you to tell me, how wet does Captain Picard make your pussy? Let's get into this. Have a conversation.
So let's just say it wasn't long after that Mersh was shown his marching orders. So I think it was definitely more to do with the fact that there was a bit of sort of trouble at home, and I think they just wanted him out as well, I suppose.
What is he? What was that thing about partnership offers? What was that on the Facebook post where it was talking about being a burden? The top of the second chat or
Right.
paragraph.
And some offers of partnerships, possible expansion, and cash infusion. This is just big boy business words. Like, these don't mean anything. these are just like he's got a sponsor now called CBDX, who I don't even think are a real company, to be honest. They're like clowns. So yeah,
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
It's
CBDX.
like those CBD pens, and they do like weed gummies, all that kind of stuff. But they're incredibly shady, and there will be a big portion on the documentary for that. Just the way that the owner guy or the guy that runs it he's just been running around the internet essentially trying to create drama. Like, I don't know why. He's got a CBD company to run, and he went off to Jesse's show, started sponsoring Jesse to troll Mersh, even though he had a pre-existing contract with Mersh. And I don't know what was going on, but it was just this guy that runs this CBD company that sponsors Mersh, and he's running around trying to cause him all sorts of internet drama. It's really bizarre.
Actually, fuck, I know what that is. I posted a clip on my Twitter.
Yeah.
Where Mersh outright admits how he markets himself, and he'll send people that he's financially involved with in some way out to start drama to get views over to him. He actually outright admits that. He was talking to his moderator, Sword and Scales. And he's like, you should go to Jim's stream and super chat him talking shit about me, because then people will come and watch and I'll make more money. I wonder if he's doing the same fucking thing with the CBDX guy. You should go to Jesse, right, and tell him what a fuck up I am, so I get more attention and money.
I think you've got it. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It certainly fits his motif. So we're about to enter some of the. We talked earlier about the sort of teenage girl, scene girl posts. So we're about to enter some of those now.
Oh, fantastic!
Some of his cutter posts. So the first one is: the older I get and the more smart people I read about, the more I understand suicide in a totally non-emo way.
Holy fucking shit!
If I ever off myself, please don't get all butthurt about it. Don't make it all about you. Thanks.
This is poetry. I love this. I love how he said, just think of how he's worded this. The more smart people I read about, don't get butthurt about this. I've grown to understand a sophisticated insight into suicide. Lol, totally. It's just such a fucking little teenage girl thing to do.
In a totally non-emo way. And it's funny he brings up emo because, as we see here, he's posted lyrics to the band Alkaline Trio. And if you'd like
Holy fuck. Taking your own life with boredom. I'm taking my own life with wine. It helps you to rule out the sorrow. It helps you to empty my mind. Making the most of a bad time, I'm smoking the brains from my head, leaving the goal, calling the kettle black and orange and red. Very deep. It speaks to me on a fucking emotional level at my soul.
And this is 2015, so he would have been in his mid-30s at this point. So he can't get... This isn't Mersh at 25 even.
Do we have like some My Chemical Romance coming up maybe? Or... you know, is he going to be like, is he cosplaying as somebody that would be in the music video for Black Parade? Is that what's coming up?
Never have dreams, they don't come true. Never set goals, ain't gonna happen. So a rare bit of self-awareness from Mersh in 2012.
Listen, you should just give up now, or you'll be living in a Mercury eating out of dumpsters. All right, thanks for the fucking pep talk. So it's official. It's official. Thanks for telling us, champ. We didn't know it, but it's fucking official now.
It only took you till 2017 to
Holding that update, you know, close to the chest for the last 7 years.
So since I officially have no job now for a month, to be fair to him, I mean, he was a strip club manager for a period of time, which we'll get to next. But
oh, fantastic!
It looks like I'm screwed. I'm just going to dive into Revenge of the Cis stuff and trying not to kill myself. Send booze, and then obviously there's the
and here's my PayPal link.
Yeah, the obligatory PayPal link.
Oh, it's so tragic. I might shoot myself. By the way, donate here.
I like Nicholas's comment as well.
Well, you know, that's actually, yeah, hey, why? And then the fucking response, is that Royce laughing in response?
That's Royce.
Did everybody, even the people who know him, shit on him? Are those sarcastic sad face emojis in response to him?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't see that, but yeah, you're right.
Wait, and when you think about it, he's saying like, I'm going to try not to kill myself because I'm officially jobless, and people are thumbsing it up.
Yeah, and it's send booze, and then here's the... You read that first, the send booze thing, and you're like, okay, he's just joking. There's the PayPal link. Send booze, actually.
You know what I really like? Is 18 people gave an emoji rating to him talking about killing himself, but only one to the the post about giving him money.
Right, this bit's good. All right, so probably going to need a bit more explanation from me as well. So here's a post in 2012. Finally got my fucking license back, yay. So as you'll see by the highlighted comment there, T-minus 6 hours to the DUI. Now he's getting his license back because he had a DUI, and that's now done. That's now over with. He's finally getting his license back on the road.
Now, how old was he at this time, would you say?
2012, he would have been probably about 29, maybe 30.
Okay, because I got nailed with the DUI, but that was right when I hit 21, right? I learned my lesson. You learned real quick, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking 29, you know. And also, I didn't live in my fucking car. So really, when he's saying I got my license back, he means I got the keys to my house back, basically. I have a fucking bedroom to sleep in again.
Yeah, I'm moving out. I've got my car keys. I'm moving out. So the next clip is a GoFundMe for a new car. If you can help, please do. I need your help. Last day I'm leaving this up, so this is a GoFundMe. Click here to support Mersh. A car by Mersh Shield. I guess that means get.
How do you pronounce that last name? Is it Shill or Shillelagh? Like how Irish are we going with the pronunciation?
He says Sheely, and interestingly, if you look up the origin of that, apparently it's Jewish. I don't want to.
Is it really?
I mean, I don't want to get into those.
Well, no, I thought it was like he pronounced it like Shillelagh, like he's going full potato on this. But I don't know. I just know him as Mersh.
I think he claims that he's Irish. I think the Jewish thing is just a bit of a joke, but I think he is an Irish.
So is this the famous car house?
No, this is the car that he wants to buy. This is
a step up.
So yeah, this is the car he wants to buy, and he's as you can see there, he's got a GoFundMe with a goal of $1,200. He's raised $1,130 at this point here. So he writes, okay, so it's pretty simple. Since 2010, Mersh has had his entire career put on hold due to an unfortunate series of consecutive events. Wait.
I'm sorry. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
Did he try to write this like he wasn't Mersh? Why is it third person?
Yeah.
Since 2010, Mersh, what is he, Bob Dole? What the fuck is this?
It's funny, though, because if you look at... so that's the description. Then if you look at some of the reward levels, he suddenly goes into first person again. If you donate $100, I will grant you an interview on my hit internet show. So he's all over the map here. He's...
Hey, now, if you give me $100, I'll let you on my hit, wildly popular show where I have to set up GoFundMes to buy broken down cars because I don't get paid well enough.
10 Twitter plugs from @Mersh and a month of radio plugs on my show.
Oh my God, 10 Twitter plugs. Well, sign me up.
$50 will get you a tweet of whatever you want me to say for his 14K followers.
How ahead of the curve was this motherfucker? Didn't Twitter just implement a system where you get paid for tweeting?
I think so, yeah.
And here he is. Here he is. And what year is this?
This would have been 2012.
2012. He beat Twitter to it before they would have ever considered it.
Again, I mean, like I said, the biggest compliment I can give him is when it comes to this, he's like he's a genius. He's like one of those like.
Autistic savant.
Yeah. Savant. Exactly. I was going to say savant. Yeah. $100 will grant you an interview on his the Fifth Circle. 2 Twitter plugs for the 100. You only get 2, and a link.
Can't be going crazy. Yeah.
So about this page, pretty simple. 2010. We've read that bit. Due to a lack of an effective support system. So not
as
taking
an adult
any responsibility.
As an adult man, at 29, my lack of a support system. Okay.
He never quite recovered from his financial and personal issues.
What are those? Like, is there a backstory we're missing from when he turned 18 to when he's living in a Mercury? Like, what happened in that time frame?
Well, apparently when he grew up, he used to sell drugs to gay people, and that's not a joke.
Specifically, that was the target market?
Yes.
So when I made that comment about the Village, where he was doing his comedy skit, I was pretty dead on.
Yeah, that might have been something he borrowed from a client or something. I don't know. But he there's an infamous picture, one of my favorite pictures. I haven't put it in this, but I will definitely show it to you, of Mersh. I guess he looks like he's on a night out, and there's like a gay. It's like a gay club. There's definitely gay people knocking about, and there's like a stripper wearing like I don't even know what to call it, like a male thong or whatever the hell it's called, and he's got his crotch, bulge and all, right in Mersh's face, and Mersh is sticking his tongue out to it.
Hello.
And his explanation for this picture that's incredibly revealing is that he exclusively sold cocaine to gay people. So
only the gays. I'll sell weed to anybody, but the cocaine is only the gays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The jokes about it being a front, they've been made for sure. So,
do you think he was a fucking rent boy?
I think that I think that he would do anything for money. That's all I'm going to say about it. I think that he will do anything for money, and we've kind of seen that that's definitely the case.
Oh my God, I'm trying to imagine him as like a rhinestone cowboy. Was that the movie?
Yes. Oh God, that's a horrible image.
Giving hand jobs out of his Mercury, just driving down the village, just right out the window. That'll be $5.
I'm just picturing that scene in Sopranos of Vito getting giving a security guy a blowjob.
But it's Mersh.
It's Mersh. So after many years of floundering, however, he has found a renewed sense of passion to turn things around once and for all, break the cycle of dysfunction, bad decisions, and bad luck. He's currently planning a small comedy tour, which he plans to grow his network and do as much stand-up comedy as humanly possible. He's quit smoking, paid off his parking fines, had his license returned, and has been a passionate and dedicated team member behind the scenes for More Like Radio. I'm pleading with anyone who's ever known me or gave a shit to pitch in anything you can spare in order to get a reliable car. I need at least 1,500, yada, yada, yada.
Oh, God. How, this is like an unreliable narrator. What were his grades in school? How do you go from third person first paragraph to first person second paragraph?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice that.
Right? Like, you'd be getting failed in fucking your lit class for that.
He just glided right into it. That's very strange.
It is weird, yeah.
I guarantee you there will be no more excuses. Now, hold on to that phrase there. Hold on to that. No more whining. Again, hold on to that. I will be successful. All I need is mobility. If you can't have that's cool too. I simply ask for yada, yada, yada. And if for some reason I'm able to raise the amount greater than my goal, then the money will be set aside specifically towards my first small comedy tour, which never happened.
Slated for the spring of this year, yeah.
So these are a couple of posts, just I guess thanking people.
So did he get this car?
Yes. He owned it for all of a year, I believe, and we'll see what happened to it in a second.
Oh, fantastic!
So these are just posts thanking everybody. I don't think they're necessarily
just a little backstory.
Yeah, just more thanks, more thank you everyone, more begging, more that kind of stuff. Thank you to everyone.
Did he post about it every day, nonstop?
Yeah, this was everything for him at this particular point. I mean,
so from like February 1st to like the 21st, so 3 whole weeks, nothing but Facebook posts saying "Buy me a car."
Yeah, it's so funny because he doesn't have Streamlabs or Super Chats on his show, and he uses Buy Me a Coffee now. So it's quite funny that it's evolved from Buy Me a Car to
Buy Me a Car to Buy Me a Coffee. Yeah.
So we're about to come into something that's probably going to shock you. So just be prepared.
Oh well, okay. What is this? Okay. Who is Michael Shillelagh? What? Was he arrested?
He was arrested. DUI, alcohol or drugs.
Was this after the new car?
This was after the new car. He totaled the new car. DUI.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be so responsible. Listen, my life's gonna turn around once you buy me this $1,200 car. Oops, crashed into a wall after getting fucking drunk. It's me, Mr. Shillelagh, the most responsible Irishman on the internet. I used gin from all the coke I sold to those gay guys and drove your fucking gift of a car right into a goddamn wall.
So you can see he was booked in Polk County, 2014. There's his arrest there. Driving under the influence. There's a violation of probation on there as well from 2015. So this
probation, I'm guessing probably from the car thing.
Yeah, I imagine so. So okay, so again, the next one's gonna be even worse.
No, he didn't. Come on.
A second GoFundMe called
Shit
GoFundMe.
Keeps getting worse and worse. I'm just a fuck up, aren't I?
GoFundMe/I'm stupid.
Please tell me nobody gave him money. Please tell me that sat at 0. How? And why is it 3 times the amount of the first one? Yep, you know what happened, blah, blah. Is that really the fucking description he wrote?
Yes.
That's shameless motherfucker. Thanks for your charity, faggots. Do it again. stupid motherfuckers. Give me more money. I'm going to drive it into a wall.
My favourite bit is coming as well. That's not even the funniest part of this. My God, I can't believe I'm about to... Oh, before we go there.
Suicide watch! You Tumblr bitch! What the fuck? You could have one-of-a-kind wristband for the medical unit where I was on suicide watch! Oh, God, he has no shame, does he? Holy shit, that's a teenage girl. Oh, okay, so let me piece this together. He spends 3 fucking weeks spamming anybody who happens to even look his way, begging for a car that he wants to live out of, because that's his fucking house. He gets shit-faced drunk from all the profit he made selling coke to gay dudes he's giving hand jobs to because he's a rent boy. And then he just drives it right, probably to a comedy club that rejected him. and then he comes, I don't is it a homemade? Is it like a knick-knack? Did he fake a suicide watch wristband to get money? And he goes back to them, hey guys, a turtle fuck up here wouldn't want me to kill myself. I need another car. We're talking bargains here, okay? Do I want to go in for the $350 suicide watch wristband or go the extra 50 for 75 free commercials on MLR? That extra $50 gets me 75. I want my commercial to say, this drunken retard. This drunken retard crashed into a wall again. Oh, I love it too. Here's value for money. Mersh's Twitter, over 10,000 followers.
Oh yeah. Big Dick Daddy over there.
I'm amazed they gave him $555. Are they fake donations? Are people saying get fucked? What does it say?
No, I mean, John and Elizabeth Felt said that God loves you, we love you. Let me know if there's anything you need. So these are...
Mersh, God loves you so much he wants you up in heaven with the angels. So let's hope this car wreck finishes it. It's $50. Buy a fast one this time, buddy.
Anyway, we'll go to the Lolsuit next because this again is just as good as the GoFundMe in my opinion.
Wow. That is just that GoFundMe thing. Wow. Perfect picture. Oh, you should have put that on his fucking GoFundMe. It should have been that in his rap sheet. That should have been what it was with a goal of just pay me, faggot. That should have been the whole thing.
Yeah.
I bought these Puerto Rican horse with your GoFundMe money, so I don't give a shit. Living the high life, fuck you. This stogie cost $100. Give me more money, you fucking retard. I'm in a golf cart. Did you notice that? I'm in a golf course. Oh, I like the Miami Vice look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this $100. That's probably from the GoFundMe. He held on to that to show off.
Yeah, so the context of this, he's got a job finally.
Finally.
I believe this was sometime around about sort of 2014-ish, there or thereabouts. And he's got a job as a general manager in a strip club in Tampa, Florida. So as you can see, these are some pictures of him enjoying the successes of his newfound wealth. And
what strip club? What strip club? What does his resume say? Like they're like, we need security here. Let's hire the guy that lived in his Mercury for fucking 8 years with no work history.
So here's a story about a Tampa strip club manager who claims he was fired over the owner's racism. So Mike Shealy was at the time he was general manager at a Tampa strip club owned by Southeast Show Clubs LLC. And he alleged, Mike Shealy, Mersh, alleged that his boss, or the owner of the strip club, Michael Tomkovich, engaged in consistently racist behavior towards staff.
Okay.
So Shealy...
Oh, wait a second. Are you sure you have his age right? He was 33 in 2013?
Oh, so this might be... Oh. Yeah, that does make sense. I think he's nearly 40 now. I think he's like 39, 40 now. So essentially, Michael Tomkovich, the owner of the club, was engaging in consistently racist behavior towards staff. Shealy claims that Tomkovich instructed him to actively thin the herd of black employees.
How does one do that? How do you what does that even mean? I need you to thin the herd of the black and was he a disciple? Like, well, it's such a weird way to phrase it, right?
Forcing him to apply different rules to black dancers than their white counterparts. So these are just all allegations from Mersh. They're all unsubstantiated.
Oh, so this is just shit he was throwing at the wall to see what would stick.
Yeah, essentially. So, and I think it was just a case that maybe there was a little bit of it, and I think Mersh saw an opportunity at this point to, go through a bit of a lawsuit, get a bit of money. So apparently Tomkovich allegedly told him, "Fantastic, now I have an N-word door girl." And apparently Mike Sheely was fired soon after that. He believes he was wrongly dismissed because of his refusal to follow Tomkovich's racist
Holy
instructions.
Shit. This is fucking with my mind. Again, he's ahead of the curve. So he's basically trying to cancel culture for racism. Maybe 5 or 6 years a little too early.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Wow, this guy he's like in a time warp with making money, with the Twitter monetization, with the cancel culture shit. Is that where the extra 3 years went? Is he like a time traveler and that's why we're fucking his age up?
Oh, wow. That could be it.
There's some kind of weird distortion going on.
Sheely filed a suit against Southeast Show Clubs. The suit's not the first time, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, essentially, Mersh filing a lawsuit against this guy Tomkovich, alleging racist abuse towards the dancers. And
what was the date he filed the lawsuit on? Does it say in there?
This was, I don't know if this was when it was submitted. This is when it was published, though. So 2017.
He was working on this lawsuit for 3 fucking years?
Yes.
4 years?
It was certainly, he goes on to talk about it in a moment, and he does talk about how long it's been. And so this, what I think with the 33-year-old thing, I think this report was written a few years after.
It could be. What's the date on the
I'm trying to look.
Story? Oh no, I can see an upper left-hand corner, 2017. See right next to Bayenberg.
Oh yeah. So, okay, so that makes sense then.
Oh, okay. I got all excited. I was like, oh wow, he got caught lying about his age already. He claims a severance package of $637,000. Was that him asking for that?
Yeah. That was Mersh's what he requested. Fantastic. Now I have they don't actually blank it out. The N-word there, door girl. During his employment, defenders instructed plaintiff to charge black entertainers up front to perform, while similarly situated Caucasian employees were not charged until after their performance. So we're going to hear from Mersh.
Oh my God, this is deposition footage?
This is him just streaming after the fact when it all sort of collapsed.
To give you the basic short rundown, I was a plaintiff in a whistleblowing case. I was the general manager of a nightclub in Tampa. Basically, I worked for
God, it's so weird.
Chain
when he loses weight, he kind of looks a little bit like, is it Tom Odenkirk from Mr. Show? Or Bob Odenkirk?
Yeah, he does actually.
Oh, yeah,
he looks like a young.
Doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, he looks like a young Saul Goodman.
Right?
Yes, he does.
Is this a Royce's house?
This is going to be a Royce's house, yeah.
Okay.
Strip clubs, and I was the general manager. I was fired for political reasons. I was fired because I was being asked to do things that are illegal, and anyone who knows me.
Oh, no. Is anybody that knows me knows I don't do illegal things. Said the dude that would post on Facebook about selling coke to gay guys. You all know me, Mr. Drive My Car Into the Wall, a drug dealer. I'm totally above board. When he made me do those mean things against those innocent black girls, that's where I drew the line.
I'm a fucking soldier, dude. I don't have problems doing illegal shit for money. In this case, I was asked at a certain point to basically to thin the herd, so to speak, of my Black and Hispanic employees. The impression that came from my owner at the time was that I had too many working for me, and he didn't want to be that kind of club. So I was asked to, basically partake in certain measures that were discriminatory that would cause these people to not want to be there and to quit. Basically forced them out the door. And because of my refusal to take part in that those policies, I was fired.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
Just from a realistic perspective, I don't buy any of this. So you're going to tell me the guy who's desperate to make it famous, right? Who is living in his Mercury, is barely scraping by, always begging for PayPal money, has to deal drugs for supplemental income, finally finds a stable position working at a place where he's a fucking manager. And he's going to be like, no, I'm not going to do that. I have a feeling like there's a real story to what happened. Did the real story ever come out as to why this happened? And I feel like the lawsuit's like, well, I'm going to fuck with you because you fired me.
I honestly think that he's not wired. I don't think he's wired for a kind of like a career, like a long job kind of situation. I think he's always looking for the, for that one big payout. He's always looking for that one grift that's going to... And I think what he saw, I think he probably did witness some level of discrimination or some level of unfair treatment. Sure. And I think in his head, I think that he saw an opportunity, and I think he just went for it. The
dollar signs flash, and he thought payday.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my theory on it. I could be wrong, but
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that was it. And he, like, I don't think he really, like, he thinks he knows law, and he does his lawyer Mersh thing a lot, and I don't think that he actually was anywhere near prepared enough for a case like this, and it got thrown out, and it cost him a whole lot of money as well, unfortunately.
Oh, so the whole suit got tossed.
Oh, yeah. They didn't want to hear it. They just didn't want to hear it.
So he got cock teased for 4 years on lawyers' fees for this fucking lawsuit, and they threw it out.
It's worse than that. Like, he would talk about the lawsuit back in the day as if this was my way out. This was my, and in his head, it was a done deal. He really did think that this was my way out of homelessness, of Royce's house, of all this sort of stuff. I'll have a nice big chunky cushion to sit on, and as you can see right here, he's absolutely devastated.
Oh, so this is after he found out that he's not getting shit.
Yeah. This is
fantastic.
The fact, yeah.
That's what that look is.
I found out today that my lawsuit was in fact thrown out by a federal judge. We were not given a trial. We were not given any of the things that were promised by the system that we believe in. So yeah, it was no trial, no jury, no nothing. Just a federal judge who, for one reason or another, didn't like me.
I like how you go from federal judge right into guns for tards.
So yeah, I think it was an important thing to put in there just as a kind of like.
Yeah, I didn't know about any of like the GoFundMe shit or just how much he was using suicide bait for PayPal donations, or even the reaction that people gave him. Like, you can tell just by the likes. Like, people, it almost feels like sarcasm. Like, they're liking when he talks about killing himself, but not liking when he puts up the PayPal links is really telling.
It's like that comment of the guy talking about you should do a documentary on being a hobo. I think is the people reading this, I think they just see him as a big joke.
That's probably why they're following him. It's like their daily dose of Mersh.
But it's weird though, because I think that it's turned into something else entirely now, and I think that's probably a product of Mersh's own situation changing, and now he's in a position where he's not exposing himself to this kind of behavior because he thinks he's made it, and he thinks he's Barry Big Bollocks now, and that's I imagine there was as audacious as his suicide begging is, I feel like there's at least some level of humility in there somewhere. But
well, it wasn't even like one or two posts, and I'm sure you're only showing me a select few, but I get the feeling like he was baiting all the time.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's still doing it now, so it's in his DNA. And again, I'm not hating on how he makes his money. In fact, I think Mersh with money is the funniest thing in the world because he does absolutely ridiculous things with it. He buys BMWs, for instance. So, Guns for Tards. This isn't necessarily that interesting. It's just another one of his schemes. So I'll play a little bit here.
Do you like pranks, guns, and jokes about retarded people? Well, so do we. But odds are your liberal snowflake friend doesn't. How would you like an easy, cost-effective way of screwing with that friend anonymously without losing your Twitter account? Guns for Tards is the perfect way to trigger SJW anonymously through the mail. For a low fee, your target will receive a beautifully designed professional mailer from our fictional...
So we're going to own the libs by mailing them shit about guns? Is that what I'm getting from this?
That's exactly it. But
that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of.
But the kicker is that the thing they're mailing about guns is that they're essentially saying to these SJW snowflakes that we're going to be giving retarded people guns and as a kind of equal rights thing. And I guess I don't know whether or not that was something he thought of that was a gotcha or an own or something. But whoever's paying for these, there's no payoff. They don't know whether or not the recipient even received it. You're just paying, hoping that Mersh sends this. I mean, you don't even know if Mersh is even sending this. He's probably not.
And why is he mailing out shit with hashtags on them? He just said, if you don't want to get banned on Twitter, hashtag guns for tards. Well, like, you're mailing this to some fucking, I'm assuming some, boomer liberal who's going to be like, why is there a fucking pound sign on this? Yeah. This is like a phone number? Is it an 800 number he's sending to me?
So yeah, it's this care package that gets sent from Mersh to. I mean, the whole thing is just nonsense. You heard there, that was their promo. They used to play that.
It would have been like
show.
It could have been a funny joke if it was just a Twitter hashtag and probably not For Tards. Make it a little more believable. Just like some parody satire, right? With no money aspect. Be funny for a day. But like that was his big moneymaker, huh?
It was $7.99 a piece as well.
Oh, get the fuck out of here! Wow. All right.
Yeah, to print off a piece of paper and mail it, $7.99. It's absolutely audacious, and also the fact that like something like that, in order to make any kind of serious money, you need to be doing volume. For $7.99 for every single order, you need to be doing mass volume. Mersh is Mersh.
The profit on that would have been what, $2, $3? Yeah.
And you're lucky to get a couple of idiots. I mean, it's called Guns for Tards. The Tards are the people buying this. Like, that's what they don't realize. So
maybe it's like meta irony humor. Maybe he was ahead of the curve on that too, and we just don't get it.
Yeah, you could be right. Maybe it's an attack on
the people buying.
It could very well be. But this particular comment has made me laugh a little bit. Do you wonder where all the brilliant shitposting and attacks on people come from? Well, we all know it's Mersh.
Comedy genius, yeah.
Or why I do what I do at the risk of constant Facebook timeouts, because I'm fighting for the greater good.
Yeah, the greater good of my shitposting on Facebook. Oh, God bless you, soldier.
Check the below link to fund the online insurrection.
Oh, dangerous wording.
So this is him reviewing his own product. This is more promotional material for Guns for Tards. There's I forgot that was coming. So there's Mersh.
Oh,
there he is with the probably the cardboard he was sleeping on earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's his bedding. That's his it's my dining room table from the back seat.
Not quite sure what that individual's doing there in the dress. In the front
probably buying cocaine from him. He's like, can you stay away for a minute?
We're looking to expand and increase our size and scope, but we need your help to get there.
I get the grift. Okay, so let me get this. So he sets this up knowing nobody's gonna, like, this is the stupidest fucking thing ever. But then he appeals to people and says, no, you don't understand. It's wildly popular, but we need to expand it to deal with the volume. That's what I need you to donate for. Not buy the product, but expand my ability to sell the product.
Yeah, and like, how do you expand this as an idea? I mean, where does it go into?
I need at least 42 different Kinkos working full time to pull this off, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna need your financial support.
So this is a bit on him offering. I think they did a GoFundMe where they increased tiers. So they had a $15 tier for like people that wanted to, for instance.
So much marketing, multi-level marketing speak. We need a cash infusion to get to the next phase, right?
Yes. It's so corny. I don't know where this comes from. we need a cash infusion in order to get us to the next phase.
Oh God, he even does that. Yeah, you ever see those Trump emails where they would email them out to beg for money, and they would randomly try to press you for time, and they'd always capitalize certain words. If you're a patriot that wants to take down Biden, you need to.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Look, he does that, but he's doing that again ahead of the curve. Look at this. 4 days, people. Additional everyone before. He's just highlighting fucking words.
Yeah, but the idea for the capitalization, you're supposed to be capitalizing words that are, that are going to draw you into something. These are just random everyone. You're not going to be looking at that word everyone, and it's so out of place. You've got no context there for anything. Like, why is he capitalizing the word before?
I just sense. This is fascinating to me. This is fucking fascinating.
Trigger any SJW snowflake anonymous. So this is obviously their Guns for Tards /shop. And then there's a GoFundMe. Apparently GoFundMe shut down their Guns for Tards page because guns. I guess they didn't like the idea that there was a GoFundMe for something involving weaponry. So.
Oh, there's the next one. Okay, what is this? It's gonna get ugly, folks. Did he actually do another one?
No, I think they didn't do another GoFundMe. But what I think they try to do is they try to sell this as kind of like, look, we're at war with GoFundMe now. Let's try and drum up a little bit of drama with us and GoFundMe. Buy more of our Guns for Tards in order to own GoFundMe and all that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that was where his head was at the time.
Are you telling me that Mike Shillelagh, the guy living in a Mercury, beat Vox Day to the punch for this kind of shit? All right.
Look at that sort of promotional material. Just absolute trash. You want to fucking play politics, GoFundMe? Well, we'll fucking play politics. Game on, bitch. Such a girl. So there it is again, just more nonsense. I think that's pretty much it for Guns for Tards. There's Mersh sporting a Guns for Tards t-shirt, which, by the way, what a horrific design that is.
Yeah, it's pretty awful.
And there's more promotional material that looks like it was made with sort of clip art and other.
So is this? I mean, this is 2017, right? So this is kind of like in the middle of the anti-SJW stuff. It's really hype and popular on.
Absolutely, yeah.
So do you think it was just attention? Like, do you think deep down nobody's going to give a shit about this, but I'll try to make something so outrageous that they're going to come after me and shut this down, and then I'll be a hero kind of thing?
Yes, I think that was definitely part of it. I think there was a part that was a really sort of traditional, we'll sell this, get money kind of thing. But he must have realized that, again, with the sort of volume he's talking about, he's not going to make any serious money there. So right. I think it was some material for his show, I guess, and also, like you said, I think it was just a way of injecting them into the conversation of the social justice conversation to some degree, and hoping, fingers crossed, that somebody out there is with enough Twitter followers or enough subscribers is going to get mad at them for this, and they can start a whole thing. But essentially,
does he use like stupid ideas, like when he does something dumb, right, or fucks up? Does that become a quote unquote bit for his show as a way of kind of like deflecting away from looking like an idiot?
Oh yeah. I mean, he'll use anything. Like even moments where he's absolutely looking like a complete and utter fool, like the most recent thing we're talking about. He's gotten about 3 weeks out of that, and every single night he's been doing shows about it. Even though every time he talks about it, he looks even more of a deranged lunatic, essentially. I mean, when Jesse did a show exposing the DMs where he's objectively embarrassing himself,
sure.
He does a show called Receipts, maybe a week later, where he goes through them himself all over again. And he's leaving selective things out. Like he irritatingly leaves out the ham radio bit for some... So he's just about aware enough to realize that he doesn't want that. I'm not too sure about essentially.
So you got to give me a little bit. I don't know. Is this part of the?
It's part of the Dan Schneider stuff, yeah. So Dan Schneider, you're aware of what happened there with all.
Yeah, I know about Schneider, but I don't think I know who Gabe Hoffman is, though.
So Gabe Hoffman is like a Jewish film director, like a filmmaker, essentially. He made a film called An Open Secret, which was about the sexual abuses of children in Hollywood, and he became a friend of the show. He became close friends with Mersh and Royce, and he would interview a couple of times for them.
We got Gabe Hoffman on. This is
Thanks
awesome.
for calling in, bud.
We've been. I've been a fan of yours, obviously, since an open secret, but also when I saw you on Infowars.
So Mersh talking about being a fan of his, and so this is essentially a little rundown of what it is. So this is somebody's comment saying, you may be wondering why they would unlist a video with information that is important to the welfare of children. This was regarding a video that they unlisted with Gabe Hoffman. So Mersh complained to Gabe Hoffman about Gabe's working relationship with Mike Cernovich. Mersh said that it was unwise for Gabe to associate with Mike Cernovich given that he was accused of rape himself. Gabe, however, sided with Cernovich over Mike Shealy, and then Gabe Hoffman would then go on to start posting a bunch of clips of Mersh talking about how much he hates Jews. So
on the background on this, because like I know a bit about Cernovich with the McGillic gorilla mindset and the tranny banging. The rape thing, though, I don't know about. Was he accused of rape?
He was arrested, and eventually he was charged with battery. But the original arrest was regarding a rape, potential rape, or something like that. I don't want to.
Well, yeah, this I legit don't know. So I didn't know if like that was a real thing or if they were just getting into a fight for the sake of getting into a fucking fight.
The reason Mersh has an issue with Mike Cernovich, and we've got a little bit on Mike Cernovich a little bit later, essentially is I think I mentioned it earlier as well, is when he was doing his whole Dan Schneider thing, he was expecting, and this was at the time where, you know, the Laura Loomers, the Jack Posobics, the Cernoviches of the world, where they were, you know, a very tight-knit group, and they were all sort of raising in popularity and fame and really sort of making a name for themselves.
Sure.
And I think that Mersh at the time was hoping that the Dan Schneider thing would elevate him and Royce to that same level.
It's such a naive miscalculation. Like Posobiec, Loomer, Cernovich, and all of them, right? Milo, I'd even throw in there, and a couple others. This would have been 2017-ish, right?
Right, yeah.
2016, 2017. Like that's all. They're all rising because of the mega shit, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure none of them want to start talking about kids getting fucked in Hollywood. Like it's going to clash with talking about how base Donald Trump is. Oh, by the way, let's talk about kids getting ass fucked. You know, it's a little bit off topic for what they're trying to sell.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think they're very careful about like how polished they look. You know, the Posobics and all them. And I think
yeah, absolutely.
I think when you just get into the weeds of even discussing all the pedophilia stuff, I think.
Was this post Pizzagate too, by the way?
2017. It probably would have been. Yeah, I think so.
Right. So they're all wanting to stay the fuck away from that because that dude went to the pizza shop with the gun, and now you got this guy screaming about pedophiles in Hollywood. And they're like, no, we're not touching this.
So essentially, what happened after this? Gabe Hoffman and Mersh, especially those two, they disbanded. They became mortal enemies because Mersh was rallying a lot of his fans to shit on Gabe Hoffman, attack him, this kind of. So a lot of Mersh fans would be oy veying to Gabe on Twitter and Shabo Skoy this and oy vey again.
Your basic shit post, yeah.
Yeah, essentially that. This is Gabe Hoffman reporting Mersh's account, getting it suspended.
Oh shit, they're going after each other now.
Oh yeah, I mean Gabe Hoffman certainly went off a little bit. This is him clipping up parts of Mersh's show where Mersh is ranting about Jews. Another clip there where he's ranting about Jews. He says there, why do the Jews have to ruin everything? Goddamn Jews ruining freedom of speech. And then the next clip is.
Oh no! Wait, can you back up one to that one? Okay, is Gabe Hoffman taking the piss out of him? Is it like because you know how Jews they won't spell God, right? There's always the.
Oh yeah.
There's always the dash, and he quotes him as "goddamn." I was wondering, I was like, is he taking that because he doesn't want to curse, or is this like a hey fuck you, Mersh? I'm the Jewiest Jew you're ever gonna see.
I think you're right.
I thought maybe that was him poking him. You know what I mean? Like Gabe's like just kind of ribbing him a little.
This was the one that did it. This is the one that really got his account completely removed. Hardcore anti-Semites like Mersh who've targeted me in the past are very unhappy people. They feel like they're losing in life and they're right. And this particular video, we'll see in a moment.
You got that queued up?
Yeah, I think it's going to cause Mersh a couple of problems going forward, essentially. This is Gabe Hoffman getting him banned off Alex Jones.
The thing is, it's like 2019, right? So they've been going to war for years.
Yeah.
YouTube, it's run by the Jews, Mossad and Israel and the CIA.
Press 1 in the chat
if you are familiar with the fact that I tend to have a bit of a distrust for the Jews. Press 2 if somebody telling you that I might not like Jews would be a complete mind-blowing fact to you. Holy shit, really? Is he? I didn't know he said those things about Jews before. Gabe Hoffman, you insincere motherfucker, you always knew how I felt about city folk. You know that I truly know in my heart that you people are insidious. You are parasitic and disingenuous, rootless, international cabal of people who only serve you have very terrible tendencies.
Oh, can you pause it for a second? Yeah. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect timing. Okay, how can he have such vitriol, right? Like, oh, I hate the Jews, when he was desperate to work with the guy in the first place. Did he suddenly discover he was Jewish after the fight?
Well, I mean, it's quite funny because if you see him now, what eventually happened is during the whole MAGA thing and when he eventually purity spiraled into this, he attracted a bunch of wignats, a bunch of people that obviously like that sort of stuff, and that started to affect them as a show because obviously that gets them a lot of negative attention when it comes to YouTube banning channels and all that kind of stuff. So Mersh had to retreat very swiftly, and he would go on these banning rampages, especially on DLive, where all the wignats would usually just be creating end towers and talking about the Jews in there and stuff. And there's so much footage of Mersh just yelling at the wignats, telling them to fuck off and telling them to stop with the Jewish stuff. So it was a problem he created for himself essentially, and this is why I say this is going to be a problem for him for a long time. Not only, like, the funny thing as well is he's trying to go mainstream now. Apparently, the reason why he's no longer going with the moustache and he's growing back his beard, he said there's a mainstream project with like a producer and a director that have hired him for something that he doesn't want to talk about. But he said it's going to be a massive thing, and all the trolls are they're gonna all be sorry when this happens. And so apparently,
guys, we just need a cash infusion for phase 4 of this.
So apparently it's something mainstream from what he says.
Holy shit, how funny would it be if after the Fuentes doc drops, if Louis Theroux interviews Mersh and Ralph for the next one?
Oh god. So the Cernovich stuff pretty much carries on from there. So
listen, we sent enough of this shit, it got
So just set up this first clip. The first clip is essentially, like I said before, the Dan Schneider stuff. Mersh essentially complaining that Cernovich, Luma and all that, they aren't basically listening to them.
But fucking listen, we sent enough of this shit, it got retweeted enough, people are talking about it, so fucking I want to know why the fuck Mike Cernovich doesn't give a shit about this. What's the matter? Does a fucking gorilla mindset not apply to protecting children, Mike? Huh? Is it because preteens aren't a target demographic to shill your piece of shit book to? Is that why Cernovich doesn't give a fuck?
Seems a bit upset.
He really does, yeah. It seems to be eating at him. So this is just a couple of clips of just showing how much they talk about Cernovich, how many shows are dedicated to him.
Wow, so when he gets a grudge, like, he holds on to it, huh?
Oh, big time, yeah.
Yeah, because that other guy, there's like a gap of 3 years. Cernovich, this is like a couple years.
I mean, Cernovich has never really replied to anything that he's done. I think it is just ankle-biting greed. I know that term gets thrown around a lot, but I think with Cernovich... And this essentially sets up Mersh's first attempt, in my opinion, of trying to deplatform somebody.
It's interesting that if that's a tactic he's going to go with, right? After having it happen to him from, what was it, Hoffman, right? Because Hoffman got him booted. Yeah. So you'd think he'd be more sympathetic, like, oh shit, and even complain about the GoFundMe, like, so, oh look, they're banning me off Twitter, they're banning me off GoFundMe, this sucks. On Facebook, I'm being put in timeouts, this is shit.
Well,
and you're saying he transitions into doing it himself.
Well, his pinned tweet for the longest time was, it's a dangerous time to be a comedian right now. Support our show, subscribe to our show. We might not be here for very long. We're in the midst of a culture war and all this kind of stuff. So, he's been selling that same point to everybody for years now. Since the advent of Revenge of the Sith, they've been talking that line about censorship. I mean, the whole Matt Christiansen thing that we're going to get to is essentially Mersh purity spiraling over Matt Christiansen, telling him that he's not free speech enough and that he's not against censorship enough. So he's really created a problem for himself that he can't reconcile with the fact that he actually can't stop himself from flagging and reporting and trying to deplatform people with petitions and things. I mean, he's essentially just a one-man sort of double standard, essentially.
Is that what it's called, Terrorsperg? Yeah.
It's Terrorsperg is leader of the Terrorspergs. He calls his army, or at least he used to call his army Terrorspergs until I think people made fun of it. I think it had probably something to do with yourself. I think he was trying to do his own Sweetie Squad thing, because it was at the same time where he was trying to create merchandise, and this is something that their resident artist was talking about quite a while back. Mersh had asked him to come up with a logo for the show that was easy to put on hats. And his point was, I want something that's going to be recognizable and easy to put on hats the way Mr. Metokur does it.
The Metokur hats, they're just stars. I mean, I think that's the reason they appeal, is because, if you like it for whatever reason and know what it is, fine. But otherwise, if you see it, it's just like a fucking hat with some stars on it, right?
But it's become synonymous with you, and it's actually like I think he sees that as a very successful marketing venture.
Like the Sweetie Squad shit. That was from one of those Badgers or Beavers, the MRA group. When that chick was on like a fucking stream with me, she kept calling me Sweetie. So I mean, that was to take the piss out of him. You know, that wasn't like we sound badass with the name Sweetie Squad.
We're putting work into this show. We're getting frozen out by multiple people. We can't even get a fucking retweet from these so-called peers of ours, okay? Gabe Hoffman from An Open Secret, one of the only guys who has actually followed up, retweeted, make sure his appearance was seen, that he went on our show. The rest of you fucking people, you have no respect. Stop treating us like we're clowns, okay? Because we're only at 2,500 subs now. We are going to blow past you people. Mark my words. And we will not be so fucking kind to you when we do.
That's that bitterness, man. That's just hidden under that. You know what I mean? It's just kept. He barely keeps it in check. He wants success so bad so he can just fucking own people.
Yeah, that's it. It's like people have aspirations to be successful for a number of reasons. A lot of it is money. A lot of it is celebrity and fame and stuff. I think for Mersh, it's simply pettiness. Revenge.
Yeah,
it's just a way of him telling everybody that laughed at him living in a car that they're wrong.
I don't get that feeling. The weird thing is I don't get that from Royce. I mean, maybe he is like that, but like he just seems more, I don't know. He just seems more relaxed. Mersh seems like the one that's just fucking angry.
Yeah, Roy. I mean, to be fair to Royce, he takes himself out of a lot of this stuff.
The other day, because I was the one that like compiled the Cernovich dossier last year, because I was obsessed with ruining him.
Can you pause? So, what was the Cernovich dossier?
I think this dossier was about the rape. I think it was about the rape and the subsequent battery charge. So it probably would have been that.
Oh, okay, just like an info dump. Like when I hear dossier, I think like, oh, is he putting together like addresses and phone numbers and shit? Like, what do you mean dossier here?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure he's just being fancy pants with his wording, and it's probably just a folder on his computer with a couple of screenshots.
Okay, all right.
So even like the other day, we were talking about Cernovich, and somebody that was here asked, like, why do you always make that joke about him pulling his dick out on Indian girls in cabs? Like, it's a very specific joke. And I'm like, oh, Google Mike Cernovich, when in doubt, whip it out. Like, I remembered the name of the fucking blog because I hate this man.
Okay, so here we are. We've arrived at the petition to have Mike Cernovich, alt-right predator Mike Cernovich, banned from Twitter. Ban notorious alt-right predator Mike Cernovich from Twitter. And you could maybe dismiss this as just like, oh, it's just something someone wrote on the internet. But we're looking at 1,157 signatures there, nearly 1,500 signatures, where it gets picked up by the local news, by the way. So the opening statement here, Mike Cernovich is a woman-abusing former men's rights activist and creepy supplement shill who is constantly posting Pizzagate conspiracies and pro-Trump vitriol on Twitter. Recently, so I mean, that's a great opening. That's basically loading your bases right there. That's front-loading the whole thing with
That's a lot of hits, yeah.
So recently, Mike Cernovich used an internet lynch mob to get James Gunn fired from his job as director of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. So suddenly, Mersh, the protector of children in Hollywood, now is sticking up for James Gunn.
So do you think that it's Mike had a lot of dirt on him, but Mersh just wasn't big enough to do anything about it? Or do you think that it's it just wasn't enough shit to begin with for anybody to really give a fuck? Do you think, like, when he was taking this seems like his best shot, right? Like, I'm going to put together a dossier, I'm going to do a petition, I'm going to, get attention for this, we're going to take this guy down. Do you think it was just that nobody knew who fucking Mersh was, so nobody paid attention?
Right.
Or do you think it was that Cernovich just wasn't dirty enough at the time to really just hit?
I think it was a mixture of both. I think that ultimately all that Cernovich did to warrant this particular petition was he wrote a couple of tweets that I guess was kind of encouraging people that follow him to kind of, make a scene about James Gunn and James Gunn's tweets. If you remember his tweets, it was stuff about kids. It was a number of jokes, essentially. He was making a lot of jokes about, like, sex with kids and all that kind of stuff. I think Cernovich at the time was trying to make a point about Ben Tripp. It's so tangential that almost doesn't even matter anymore. But essentially, Mersh used that as a vehicle to say, look, how do you like it? We're going to get you banned now because you're trying to get James Gunn banned. And it's essentially a front because he's only doing this as a...
Wait, so in a weird way, Mersh is defending the person being accused of being a pedophile.
Yeah, but
he's defending James Gunn
out of pure convenience because they both share the same.
So wait, if Mike Cernovich was fighting with Dan Schneider, would Mersh suddenly be defending Dan Schneider?
I would imagine probably so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mersh likes to talk about how ideologically consistent he is. He also likes to lump that in with anti-censorial stuff. So he really sort of created a standard for himself that he constantly falls short of. And I think here is, he might be right in the sense that James Gunn probably shouldn't be cancelled for what he wrote on Twitter. But at the same time, he's dragging himself down to the same depths just to prove a point. Again, you're looking at things like this, abusive and predatory towards women. Suddenly Mersh is, suddenly he's a Me Too guy now. Suddenly, I don't know. He just...
Well, yeah, like I said, the most I know about him again is the supplements and the how to have sex with trannies thing.
Yeah, we'll move on from Cernovich because I think we've milked that as much as we're going to be able to. Here we go.
Here we go. Styx. Yeah. Oh, you got the clips.
Yes.
Because Tonka erased all of his stuff. I think one guy though does have the full archive of all Morning Kumites.
Oh wow.
I will try to dig it up. One guy was talking about having it. They might be able to give you the whole episode. You might be able to get more.
I wish it was Mersh, but it's unfortunate it's Royce that's sort of suggesting that Styx is a pedophile. So
right, and then it felt like Royce was the one that kind of walked it back a little bit first because it feels again like he's the more responsible one. You know what I mean? Like,
certainly,
shit. Well, this is our business. We better treat it seriously. Where Mersh just kind of is like, I'm gonna get famous and fuck all of you kind of attitude.
There's a really good clip actually out there of Mersh he goes on this really long rant about you guys from back in the Tonkasaw days, and he goes on this rant about how you guys are all gatekeepers and that you all just suck each other's dicks and that you'll never let us on because you know that we're funnier than you and all this kind of stuff. It's absolutely psychotic. He keeps talking about how it's photocopies of photocopies of photocopies, and he really goes off. So again, it's just so petty. And
well, now he's doing bowling tournaments with one of the IBS people, like with Ralph, right? It's weird.
Yeah, well, he's finally got his wish. He finally got invited to the big boys table. Except now it's just a bunch of big boys.
One thing we could all agree on is we all fucking hate pedophiles. Can we we could all unite?
Oh yeah, no, they deserve a bullet.
Oh man, we've got a 12-hour stream on that from like this day 3 weeks ago.
I would have loved it.
It was some shit. It was some shit. We caught it. There was a guy who was in here who was saying all kinds of shit and then lied about sharing pictures of a 15-year-old that he was planning to hook up with, and then we busted him out on it. That was so annoying.
You guys are talking about Styx? Is that what you're talking about?
That was Destiny. Fucking Steve Bonnell.
That's a different YouTube pedophile. Destiny. I apologize for, whatever, maybe taking things out of context and, and also I'll apologize to Tonka.
Dude,
seriously,
seriously.
I wasn't even mouthing off to you earlier. I was mouthing off to Andy, and I apologize to both of you guys.
It's your stream, by the way. It was never meant for you to come on and us to turn this into a freak show. That was, honestly, swear that was not our fucking intention.
So we will put the video out, and Styx won't watch it, but we will. And I look. At the end of the day, I apologize again. I didn't. I don't think I'm usually the more intense.
A little backstory. You probably won't need it for your documentary, but I vividly remember Styx did make a bit of an ass of himself on this. I don't know if you've seen the clips of it, but when he first came in and was talking about this, like he was going on and on about what a big deal he was. It was quite cringe-inducing. Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. I remember this being a shit show because I've never seen anybody being. It was like a My God moment when they make him bake cakes. Like I've never seen somebody being forced to sing Happy Birthday. It was so. It's just great, really.
It's just amazing. I mean, would you ever sing Happy Birthday on command to get out of a jam?
No. I neither.
Why don't they just bail? Like it's not going to be any better for them.
Yeah, you leave or you talk shit or you actually apologize. You're like, yeah, I fucked up. I'm an ass.
Double
Sorry.
Down. Just keep going with it. I mean,
you pick something, right? But you don't get told fucking sing me Happy Birthday, and he does. And I know it bothers him, by the way.
Oh,
like I saw when I brought this back up and other people started doing it, he seemed to get really fucking annoyed with it.
Yeah, it's stuck around as well. It's been like there's a lot of things with him that really does just fall by the wayside, and even I forget. And then, but this is something that's and it's so silly as well because it's such a stupid thing to laugh at, but it's just stuck around, and he hates it because it was. There's nothing worse than when you jump the gun and you get all excited and you think that this is going to get you a ticket on the big IBS streams, and then for it all to just go the worst way possible.
It feels like a common theme, right? Like it feels like everything he thinks is going to be the big jumping off moment blows up. Like he's going to partner up with was it Hoffman, and then it goes to shit. He's going to show up on a Tonka show to get publicity for the Schneider videos. And then he's singing Happy Birthday. He's going to get a brand new car from donations, and then he drives it into a wall. He got a job as a manager, and then he's fired. He's in a lawsuit.
Yeah.
I apologize for however this turned out.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can just support you.
Yeah, I mean it's already on 4chan, so sporadically I'll probably.
I should sing him Happy Birthday.
Oh, that's not necessary.
You know what? You said you would punch him in the face. Now the best way to apologize would be to sing him Happy Birthday.
I hate singing Happy Birthday, so I feel like this is part towards the penance.
This is probably the worst penance.
No, it's you can do that in a video or something.
Wow.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
you. Cringe.
Happy birthday, Styxhexenhammer. Styx. Happy birthday to you. Hey.
That was spirited.
Oh, terrible. I just don't know why you would do that. I'd rather just shut everything down. I'd rather just disable every social media account that I've got than to sit there singing Happy Birthday to people that I know are getting off on it. And then not only that, I can only imagine what the chat was saying at the time. I mean,
right, yeah, because at the time Tonka was, in the morning Kumite, because him and Andy, right, were kind of doing like Andy in the evening and then Tonka in the morning, right, kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
So he was bringing in, I think, like 5,000 viewers every morning.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was a sizable audience to have watch you humiliate yourself in front of a guy you just accused of being a pedophile and getting it completely wrong.
Yeah, it's again just absolutely wild. Speaking of which,
now you gotta give me a little bit of a primer here on Owen.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know there's a little bit of history with you and him, and I know that from what I've seen of Owen, right, he seems insane. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, no, he's
like
he's
verifiably crazy.
100%. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. There's no doubt. He's off the rails, and he's
didn't he like he burned his fucking kids' dinosaur books.
Yes.
He drinks turpentine.
Yeah.
He talks about squirting, which I still don't fucking know what the fuck that's about. There's like some shit with apertures, like mind's eye shit. It's like every once in a while I'll see something and it's some new crazy shit, and I'm like, what is this? What is this guy? And now he's like living in the woods or something. I don't know what the fuck this guy does.
It's called Beartaria.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
And it was a whole thing. He essentially was basically trying to sell timeshares on a plot of land that he bought for all of his bears, so that they could like buy into it, but they would be able to like stay on his property in a tent, I suppose, for like short periods of the year. I guess he was trying to like create like a commune. He was going to have like a school there. He was going to have like build like a bunch of stuff, like a church and stuff like that. And it was the final stages of any particular cult.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, you know, we say cult and a lot, and we overuse it for a lot of these communities.
Oh no, this is dead on. Like from the small stuff I've seen of him, like Jim Jones kind of shit. Yeah. Wasn't he? See, this is the thing. Like, I know a bit about the back history, and he went after you a bit too. Yeah.
He did. He obviously the first documentary came out. I don't think he was best pleased with that. And then I was about to make a second documentary.
And that's when he was. I feel like that's when he was at his height, right? Like he wasn't. People weren't addressing how fucking crazy he was.
Unfortunately, it was also a time where I had just got a new job in a career that I've been working for the last 8 years to get towards, and I had to move down to London, and I had a lot of other things going on. So I was kind of umming and ahhing whether or not to even carry on doing YouTube for a while. And then it got a bit much when Owen found the documentary trailer, and then he started getting a lot of his bears to try and dig up any personal information they had on me. So that was getting
he was trying to fuck with you.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it comes with the territory, so I wasn't necessarily, I knew that was going to happen at some point. But then he just started, like, one of his tactics, when he doesn't have anything, he just starts calling you a pedophile. So he just came on his show, and he was he said, "Oh yeah, I've been talking to one of my bear guys, and he's been doing background checks on Porcelain, and apparently he's a convicted rapist."
Jeez.
And so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm just starting a new job, and I really
it's the last thing you need.
Yeah, so I kind of like dipped out, and then obviously the running theme there was Owen ran you off the internet and that you are a pedophile.
Yeah, see, I never saw it like that. I figured, because like, again, I don't have a ton of information, but when I watch this kind of transpire, based on what I'm remembering, is it just felt like he got really mad that people liked the fucking video, and he wanted to make the video go away, so he was going to throw anything he could at you, right, and try to tie like that's not like, there are levels to shit on the internet, like there's doxing and stuff like that, but what he's attempting to do is like the old-fashioned life ruination shit, where we're gonna tag you with something so horrendous to your fucking identity that you're gonna regret it. It feels like he's like, every time he gets brought up, it's like something fucking crazier, you know what I mean? And it's just, didn't he say like his dad was it gay prostitute or gay prostitutes or something?
Yeah, his dad, I think they had like $250,000 or something, and that was like a joint fund that his dad and his mum shared or something, and his dad just spent it all on male prostitutes. Apparently, I mean, this is what he said, so I'm not like throwing that out there as a thing, but yeah, he just went on tirades about his dad, like literally in tears, crying while streaming, talking about his dad, and it was almost heartbreaking hearing it, and hearing about abuses and child abuse and all this kind of stuff. It was really, that's when I really didn't want anything to do with it anymore, because I realized very quickly that this guy, there's levels to this level of like mania that I don't even want to go down.
You don't know what kind of insanity you're dealing with. Is it somebody that really had trauma and then that made them crazy, or are they a crazy person that's making up trauma? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like which direction are you going? Because it's hard to fucking tell with a dude drinking turpentine.
Yeah, and a man who's open to drinking turpentine, I've got to wonder what else he's capable of, or what else. And you'd have to be insane to open yourself up to dealing with someone that has seemingly nothing to lose.
I think it was the him burning his kids' books that really made me go, "Holy shit, this dude's nuts."
Yeah, I remember clips of him beating his dog as well. That was a bit wild.
Jesus.
But essentially, the Mersh stuff with Owen Benjamin. So back when I was doing the documentary, and I was kind of involved in Mersh's community a little bit. Me and Mersh were fairly close at the time.
Good terms.
And yeah, good terms, I'd say. I'd be on his show a couple of times here and there. I mean, one of the big reasons why I ended up leaving the Mersh circle was after the Owen Benjamin documentary, I had forgotten to put Mersh's name in the credits, in the opening credits. And I'm not kidding you, he went berserk in his Discord server, and he was telling anyone that would listen, just like, fuck Porcelain, I'm done with him, fuck Porcelain.
Yeah, but why? You're the guy that did the documentary, and you're the one taking the risk.
I think because, to be fair, his community did help in a sense of getting me clips and all that kind of stuff. And also,
but I mean, sure, there's being reasonable too. Then you just say, oh yeah, hey,
he was
sorry,
totally unreasonable. Yeah, he was absolutely.
No, I would have been like, I'd been like, oh yeah, you know what, shit, I'm sorry guys, it's a edited project, I fucked up. I'll put it in the description or something. Yeah, but he lost his shit, huh?
This is where I kind of fucked up a little bit as well. Is I felt so bad about it, and he got in my head like so bad that I ended up making a video just to thank him. And it was like...
You gotta be kidding me.
Did
you really?
Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
That's your happy birthday, isn't it?
That's my happy birthday. And then after I put it out, and I kind of like watched it back, and I was like, why the fuck did I do that? And then that was the first stepping stone to realizing that this whole environment was a not very healthy one indeed. But
so you've got the Mersh effect. The love bombing thing sounds almost kind of like a cultish too. So like here's poor porcelain stuck between two cult leaders, Owen Benjamin and Mersh,
being
tearing them apart,
being pulled at both arms by two cult leaders. As far as Mersh is concerned, he at that particular time during the documentary and a little bit before and after, he was essentially just covering him day and night on Revenge of the Sis, on Nightwave. He was just end-to-end coverage of Owen Benjamin, and that had quite a positive impact on his subs. He ended up just pulling a load of Owen Benjamin fans to his channel, which caused him a massive amount of problems because Owen Benjamin fans are just as deranged and crazy as Owen Benjamin. So suddenly his community was just filled with the most just crazy people you could find on the internet.
Yeah, that's the second example you've given me of that. So with the Wignat thing, right, where he went after Hoffman for the Jew thing, and then with Owen, where he gets where they call themselves bears.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Which I guess in Mersh's gay circles probably means something slightly different, but this kind of feeds into Mersh's relentless attacking of his own audience, and you see this a ton. Where he just goes off on his chat constantly. Every show you can just pause it halfway through, and I guarantee he's yelling at someone's super chat. And it's usually a bear, or it's usually a Wignat, or it's usually just one of us, I suppose. So there's I think I've got a bit of the context to this Owen Benjamin stuff already in it, so we'll play a little bit.
We do not want anybody going after anybody.
And you can listen back to Daywave this morning.
Oh, actually, I do need to give context, to be honest. At this point, Owen Benjamin has flagged Mersh's channel because Owen Benjamin's Owen Benjamin and he does what he wants. So this is Mersh and Royce talking about how they do not want anyone in their community retaliating.
This morning, as soon as I found out, I said at the end, listen, everybody, no fucking gay ops. We don't do that.
People in our Discord.
We and the fan page on Facebook.
I wrote on Facebook. Yeah, everybody is instructed not to do it, and not wink instructed either. Legit, because Owen now issued a bad faith copyright claim. The content creating community and their fans are not going to take kindly to this, and I have a feeling that these sort of things are going to sort themselves out. I'd rather it just, look, we don't have to involve ourselves in gay ops because the entire internet is going to hate this asshole.
Cheers to Mersh and Revenge of the Sis, who call Vox Day Teddy Spaghetti. And they just mock me endlessly. And they're like,
is that where that came from? Was Mersh the one that came up with the Teddy Spaghetti thing?
No, it was a guy called Johnny Arcade who was a former Owen Benjamin listener, and he ended up being kind of one of Owen Benjamin's like biggest A-logs. And then he got involved into Mersh's community a little bit. He now hates Mersh, but yeah, he came up with the Teddy Spaghetti thing.
Oh yeah, because I always found that nickname funny as shit.
Yeah, it's a great nickname. And
it really is.
The stuff they did with it was good as well. Some of the memes that came out of it were pretty funny.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know if he came up with it or not. That's what I was asking.
Like, oh my god, these. Bye. No more quick money for you guys. And you know, we would offer you a safe haven at unauthorized, but we wouldn't want to put you in that position where you have to associate with Teddy Spaghetti and Big Bad Owen Benjamin. I hope you live 1,000 years, Mersh. What kind of a name is that? Was your mom that much of a whore and your dad that much of a fag that they name you Mersh? Jesus. What a fucking pussy. Mersh. So all of those clicks, and you probably saw your clicks going up and up as you were developing a sea of trolls and haters. They couldn't wait to see what you said about old Teddy Spaghetti and Big Bad Big Bear. Well, guess what? Now we'll see if you keep making videos for no money. I remember that was one of the big things that old Mersh was saying about me, was that as soon as I got demonetized, Big Bad Big Bear would start not doing videos because he only does it for money. That's called projection.
Owen.
So this...
What, was he right, though, by the way? Once it started affecting money, did he kind of back off the Owen stuff, or no?
Oh, yeah. Well, interestingly, the false flagging from Owen's perspective, it was actually more of a... I don't think Owen Benjamin really realised the extent of what flagging means. I think it was a bit of a boomer moment on his part, because he was then told by his chat that, yeah, if you actually flag someone, they can't stream, their channel gets a strike, this, that, and the other. And then Owen reverses the strike and he does a stream where he's like, okay, I didn't want that to happen. I didn't know that that's what happens when you flag someone. So yeah, I'll take away the strike. But Mersh, as you're going to see now, the reason why Mersh goes on this tirade that you're about to hear is not necessarily because of the flagging. It's because Owen called Mersh's dead mother a whore. So you're going to hear... You're going to hear a bit of a tirade here.
Videos because he only does it for money. That's called projection.
Owen, up until this point, we were goofing on you. We were memeing you. We were joking about you. We were milking you for content and lulz. Take it from me now. Mark my words. You have never, ever, ever actually been attacked by us. As a matter of fact, our community has been under the strictest instructions not to engage in gay ops, not to flag people, not to attack people, not to get them deplatformed, and not to go after anybody in your peripheral. As of today, I'm lifting those restrictions. I'm saying this. I do not condone gay ops. I don't want any gay ops from this community, but I will no longer be banning people from our community simply for fucking with your channel, fucking with unauthorized, doing whatever they have to do. I will ban you from this community if you do anything illegal. But I will not any longer chastise or discipline people who do.
Did you see that? Did you see the chat somebody threw up in there, Anthony? It's already went up a little bit. It's like Mersh's mother's a dead whore. So
no, those... I see that. I've got to see that.
Go back just a few seconds.
There it is. Anthony.
Yeah. just they're just fucking with them.
That's amazing. Yeah, he does not enjoy that one bit.
Unethical. Sorry, bud.
So there's Mersh, leader of his Terrorspergs, and instructing his fans essentially to engage in whatever they need to do to get someone kicked off. And
so that's him saying, I'm not encouraging you, but if you do it, I'm not going to get mad about it.
Yeah, it's a wink kind of thing. Yeah, exactly the thing that he said he wouldn't do, by the way, on Revenge of the Sis.
Right, and then this post is a former mod saying that there's more to it.
So this post is about specifically, it's got something to do with myself. Actually, it's at this point I was still kind of okay with that community. And Mersh invited me to a channel on his Discord where there was a couple of his moderators. I think Ghost House was one of them, executing a couple of others. And the general idea in this Discord channel was we are going to do everything we can to get Owen's money taken from him, get his channel taken away, deplatformed, everything. And I started scrolling up and seeing what they were doing, and yeah, it was literally they were just doing anything they could to get Owen taken off. So I went into a DM Mersh and I said to him, like, what are you doing? This is like stupid. You've got to sort of stop doing this. And his replies, I mean, this was years back, so I can't remember exactly, but it was something along the lines of like, what am I supposed to do, Porcelain? He's calling my dead mom a whore. He's fucking with me and all this kind of stuff. And so essentially this here is, I think I know who it is, which one of the mods it is, but he's basically just confirming that, yeah, that did happen.
So was Mersh aware of what was going on in the Discord, or was this just
set
like
it up? Yeah, he was orchestrating it. He was puppeteering the whole thing. He was the one instructing Ghost House. Especially Ghost House was the main mod who was doing a lot. He didn't give a shit. Like he was ready to do whatever needed to be done. And Mersh was like I said, he denies this to this day. By the way, he vehemently has gone on his show time and time again to talk about how this didn't exist. This didn't happen. I have since got about 2 of the mods that were in there to confirm to me that it did happen. But
what I'm interested in is like it like this is what you saw, but I mean, is this shit that he was doing before this? Like, were there other, like, fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy, you guys go do this?
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt. I mean, he's done things since. I mean, we're going to go on to a guy next, a guy called Pretty Dick 69, which is a great name. He ran a clip channel for just funny Mersh clips and just clips of being critical about him, and there were clips in general about sort of 5 minutes each, very small snippets. Now, I don't know what you think about clip channels and fair use. I don't know whether or not you're
no, I don't care. I actually have a statement up on my YouTube. It's like 2 or 3 years old now that says you can take anything you want from me. You can use it however you want. Clips, full videos, streams, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. And especially when it comes to clip channels, I think that if it's a clip that's sort of 5 minutes long, that's specifically taken out of a stream, it's got nothing to do with the overall stream's theme or any of that. It's just a clip that's taken out of context from that, and you title it something to do with the criticism regarding what you're seeing. I think that, I mean, the Sargon case proves that is transformative, first of all. And second of all, I think if you're flagging stuff like that, you're not flagging it because they're taking your property away, because it's 5 minutes from a 2-hour stream. It's a poor excuse when, I've seen Ralph do it with T-clips. And I guess on one point, you're entitled to do it, I suppose, and then let the law sort of land where it lands. But I find that sort of behavior to be really, I don't know, it's something that I'm not a big...
Well, I was always a fan of like early YouTube, right? And early YouTube was everybody using everybody's shit. So, I mean, that's the mentality I've always carried forward. So I never cared, and then YouTube started banning people. Remember, they started that whole new... what the fuck is it? It was like very specifically worded to say you're just putting other people's stuff up, so we're banning your channel. And so when they put that statement out, that's when I put the thing up on my discussion saying, it's fine. You can use anything you want, anytime you want, at any length you want, and I'm 100%. I'm not gonna fuck with you, and fuck YouTube if they give you shit for it.
Yeah, I've encouraged people to rip my documentaries and host it anywhere. Like, there's channels out there with just all my stuff on it, and I genuinely couldn't care. Like.
Well, and the truth too is, I mean, if you want your stuff to spread, people are going to realize, this isn't Porcelain's channel or this isn't Jim's channel or whatever. It's just a re-upload. But now they're interested in your shit. I never saw it as a detriment. I've never seen it as a detriment.
And I guess there is an argument to be made. What would I do if, for instance, a clip channel existed that essentially just tried to ruin me in the same way that this channel does with Mersh? And I guess I'll cross that path when I come to it. But I find that, if you're resorting to lashing out at criticism by trying to erase it, I just think it pretty much says a lot about you. So this is Mersh talking about it.
So book report, Bear.
has been posting clips of my show nonstop for months. It's just dozens and dozens and dozens of clips of my show, right? Building a whole channel, getting this whole, like, yeah, look at all my, oh shit, I'm getting some fucking, yeah, I'm getting some views, almost monetized. I took that away today. I submitted a copyright request. And for the record, I want it on record right now because I do have the email. I did not submit because it's like 27 videos. So to be fair, I could have nuked his channel.
He did nuke his channel.
He did. No, he doesn't.
Right? That's all you need. Just 3, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, this, to be fair to him, this is the takedown requests, and essentially what it means. I think it's a new thing, and if you get, I think you've got 9 days to either take down the stuff that's been flagged, or your channel disappears. And I think in this case, Pretty Dick refused to take anything down just out of principle, and so.
Well, yeah, I mean, but how does a guy go from talking about how desperate he is to make it, and how he wants to make money, and how he wants to make internet a thing, and how, you know, fuck these people that are fucking with me, fuck Hoffman, you know, fuck Benjamin, to like, oh, look how happy, it was pure glee on his face when he's talking about fucking with this guy's channel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it all away, right? He even pantomimes it.
Yeah, it was a sadistic kind of like evil villain gesture.
It's that bitterness, I'm telling you, man. That's the core of what this dude is.
He really is just an embittered, like, 40-year-old man at this point. I'll try and get through this a bit quicker. So I'm very much aware that you've been here a while already.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry if I'm rambling on.
I put in a takedown request today, but YouTube has this system now where you don't have to hit them with a strike. You can give them 7 days. So that's my thing. I gave him the gentle, I'm Mersh the merciful. So I was merciful because there's 2 options. You can do the immediate takedown, which will result in strikes unless they can revert them and fight them in court and blah, blah.
Is that actually, I've never actually taken shit down, so is that actually true? Like, you can give them a set amount of time? I thought it was like you file the thing and then YouTube tells them you've got, like, what, is it a week or 2 weeks, and that's it?
I've no idea. Same as you, I'm taking his word for it at this point. But yeah, from what he says, apparently you give them, like I said, 9 days for them to sort of respond to it, and that usually means that they've got to sort of take it down or lose their channel. I think actually it's take it down or you get a strike, and so if he does it enough times and Pretty Dick doesn't take them down, then obviously the strikes are going to mount up and he's going to lose his channel anyway, which is what happened. But again, it's like you said, it's the glee, it's the self-satisfaction that he's got from doing this. And I'm sure Pretty Dick doesn't give a shit. He's created a new channel. He's completely fine. He's just going to do the same thing again. But
well, it's that role reversal. It's that, you know, I see myself as the underdog, but now I've got that moderate amount of power, that Kids in the Hall skit. You know, I've got drunk with a moderate amount of power, and now I'm going to teach you a lesson.
It is that role reversal, like you said. It's the idea that, you know, back in the old days of Revenge of the Sith, like, they were the small guys fucking with the big ones, and now that they've got their own trolls, like you said, it's a complete 180, a complete role reversal, and it's very interesting to see what you do when you're actually at that in that position. And for Mersh, I mean, it's just bringing out all of his worst traits.
Then there's the other one where you actually...
I'll fast forward for this because it's just more of him sort of...
That cigarette shit. So does he do that in every show, by the way?
Constantly. He just chain smokes through every show, and it's always the most effeminate, like, just the way he holds it, and the... I don't know what it is. There's something really... I can't even describe it, but it really grates. It's so effeminate the way he does it, and then... Like, I don't know. I really can't explain how disgusted it makes me feel.
Being merciful.
Like, yeah, look at it. It's just like a nice 5 to 10 seconds. Like, oh, yeah.
So the Matt Christiansen, you know Matt Christiansen, he's kind of like a Tim Pool type, bit centrist.
Maybe a bit. I'm not... Like, the stuff, you'd be surprised, the stuff I watch on YouTube aside from like documentary stuff is mostly just like video game and anime shit. I stay away from a lot of the politics and a lot of the other shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not tremendously clued into it. I only know Matt Christiansen from this particular encounter that he had with Mersh. So essentially, Matt Christiansen is a kind of like I said, like a Tim Pool type. He's very sort of centrist, probably with some right leanings, and he's very much in the vein of like anti-censorship and anti-big tech and all that kind of stuff, and very pro free speech from what I can tell.
Sure.
So
okay.
Mersh, this is during Mersh's purity spiral period, where he's essentially, if you're not defending Andrew Anglin and Chris Cantwell, then you're not really pro free speech. Like, he's essentially like, you have to platform the most extreme people in order to tick my box of being a real free speech defender. And
well,
so,
isn't that ironic, considering you told me that he's banning Wignats for doing end towers in his chat now?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing just how much of Mersh's history is projection and double standards. It's definitely a theme. But so Mersh, they talk about Matt Christiansen on Revenge of the Cis. Mersh and Royce do. And in the clip that you'll see, Mersh starts just railing off about how Matt Christiansen is a big phony, just provoking him for no reason. There's no history between the two. Mersh is just railing off about Matt Christiansen, calling him, saying he's not pro free speech. In fact, I'll just play the clip and let you see for yourself.
Sure. You and your little beanie wearing skateboarding Hapa friend Tim Pool and all your other little gatekeeper faggot ass friends like Ford Fisher, I know, right, that you're not used to them enforcing the rules for you guys. I know you guys just coast to the front of the line, and usually, right, it's fine because you're like, oh no, they're just getting Nazis, dude. They're just getting the really fringe, really dangerous people off this platform. Well, now, dickheads, they're using all these precedents they set to come after you. It sucks. I know. Trust me. I know it sucks. But this is why you should have fucking stood up for everybody, and you should have been defending everyone's right to free speech. Not the Matt Christiansens and the Tim Pools and the Ford Fishers of the world, but the fucking Anglins and the Cantwells and the Spencers and all those other people who, by the way, I can't stand either. I just named 3 people who are human garbage. But when they were getting kicked off the internet, I was uncomfortable with it. While you and your fucking skateboarding pals were all like, but not me, though. I'm a journalist. There's literally no difference, right, between people like this and people like Keemstar. It's all the same bullshit.
Well, people are saying Matt has consistently defended everyone's free speech. Matt has defended those people's.
No, he hasn't. 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 Go right now, since you.
Look at the look Royce is giving him. He just stares at him. People are saying you're completely wrong, and he just stares at him.
Just the petulant fingers in the ears. No, he hasn't. No, I just
no. You're right. Yeah, I can't hear you.
It's like an old marriage, isn't it? It's just like they're just at the end of their tether with each other, and
the look is priceless.
You're the one counter signaling. You go find me the clip of Matt Christiansen defending Christopher Cantwell or Andrew Anglin. You go get it then. Since you're the one asserting that this exists, you go find it. Because it never fucking happened. Stop it. Just because he says, I defend free speech, I want a clip of him defending one of the 3 people I named specifically. Go get it. Or shut the fuck up, because I'm sick of people going, well, I seem to recall a time when he did it. Go get a clip, or it didn't happen. This man has never defended free speech, unless it's for his gatekeeping pals.
Okay, so this, as you can see, Matt Christiansen's response to the video, and he says, ridiculous to argue against me for what I haven't said. Good point. You have to presume I would not defend the rights of Anglin or Cantwell, which of course I would. If you're an honest person, invite me on your show to discuss, and gives him the thing. And Royce runs the Revenge of the Cis account, so obviously he's, the
that's why he's not screaming at him.
Yeah. So he sets up an interview, and they get on to talking about Mersh's disagreements in a couple of seconds.
actually sub to your channel.
So you've watched my stuff, but you've never seen me defend free speech.
No,
I never said you.
Nobody
didn't
said
defend
that.
That is a quote from Monday.
But
I've never. This man has never defended free speech. That was the claim.
In the context that you've never done it in any context where there's any penalties or any.
You've been linked
anything
to dozens of clips on Twitter and in the comments of your own stream.
What?
What are you talking about?
I just this last week.
No.
I've defended Red Ice. I've defended Nick Fuentes and the Groypers.
Well, the Groypers thing
how
is,
do I pass your purity test?
because
what are
that's a fashionable thing. Everyone's defending the
fashionable
Groypers.
to
There's 70-year-old ladies
Yeah, of course
defending.
it is.
There's 70-year-old ladies defending the Groypers right now. So that's not.
Who do I? Okay, so it's only the people. First of all, I'm a gatekeeper, but I have to check all your boxes before I count.
No, you don't
That
have
sounds
to
like
do anything.
gatekeeping.
You don't have to do anything.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
That was a fucking kill shot.
I knew you'd get on that. Yeah, exactly.
That was a fucking kill shot right at. Look at his face too. Look at Mersh's face. He knows it. He fucking knows it.
Yeah, it's exactly right. You're calling me a gatekeeper. At the same time, you're listing people that I have to provide evidence that I've defended in order for me to be pro free speech. Who's gatekeeping who? It's. I mean, I keep saying projection. It's going to come up a number of times throughout this, but. Once again, it's Mersh.
And Royce looks animated just because Mersh has now dragged him into this.
Oh, yeah. I almost feel bad for Royce in this because I think deep down he knows that it's a losing position, but he's probably got to... He probably knows because he's living with Mersh at this particular point as well. So if Royce doesn't go to bat for him as well, that's going to be a huge thing after the show.
I just like how it's paused. Matt's got a smile because it's a gotcha. Royce looks pissed because he got dragged into it, and Mersh has got that look like I fucked up. It's perfect trifecta.
To do anything,
What does it matter? What does it matter? What does it matter what we think? I'm just out of curiosity because you're worried about our boxes
being
checked,
unprincipled. Meanwhile, you totally lack principle.
Okay, how do we lack principle?
Well, first of all, you say that I don't stand up for free speech.
No, I never said you don't stand. I said you don't stand up for free speech when it's uncomfortable, when it's not fashionable.
I can never
it's
fulfill.
easy. Of course, everybody's like, no, I like free speech. Everyone says that.
New England. I have defended Cantwell. I have defended Richard Spencer. I check all your boxes. You want me to go through the thousands of hours I have posted of internet content and find you one exact clip to satisfy your weird.
No, yeah, because we do 30 hours of content a week. We do 30 hours of content a week. Okay. If somebody said Mersh has never done
can you pause
thing
it?
A,
do you know if I don't know a bunch about Matt Christiansen, but is that true? Has he talked about those three people before?
Yeah,
because that's fucking devastating, man.
In fact,
right? Like,
he mentioned this just a few seconds ago that he said you've been given links on your Twitter feed all week, and you've been given links on your Facebook all week, and that was essentially Matt Christiansen fans. They just bombarded the Revenge of the Cis social media feeds with clips of Matt defending the exact people Mersh and Royce were talking about, but neither of them seemed to pay attention to it.
So he defended all three, and then some. And then he's talking about Red Ice and Fuentes and everybody else.
Yeah, but again, it's Mersh's. Like the thing is, Mersh could get out of this right now. He could just say to Matt, "Look, I made a mistake. If you defended those people, then
I fucked up. Yeah,
I fucked up, and it's over." But he just keeps digging because he's too proud.
Is that why Christiansen looks so relaxed in this?
Oh,
he looks very relaxed and happy. He knows that he's not going to get touched on any of this.
Well, I think he realizes very quickly that he's dealing with stupid people. I think he prepared himself for something a little bit more substantial. And I think the minute that you said there that he got the kill shot in, I think right then he realized, I've done my job. I'm here. I've arrived. Like, the rest of this stream is meaningless. So I think he's certainly just perched and made himself comfortable.
A or thing B, I'd go to my Discord, reach out to some people. I'd say, it was around this time. Find me a clip. Bang, bang, boom. You waited until today, right? Until we were going
2 days ago.
No. But I didn't start getting tagged in tweets until today, right? We had an hour until
wait
the
a minute.
showtime.
Stop. They just pretended they didn't know what he was talking about, but now he can specifically cite when he started getting tagged. So he did see those clips before the show. He just admitted this.
Yeah. But his excuse is that he was too busy preparing for the show to check whether or not what the show is going to be about is actually worth anything. I mean, it seems to me that my show prep, the most important part of my show prep, is seeing these tweets that tell me that I'm wrong. I should probably check those first.
Right, but I like how he tried to do it very subtly. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? We got tweeted about this. Well, no, I only got tagged today. Oh, so you did see them. What a fucking piece of shit, man.
Like I said there, if he just admitted it, this would all be over, but he keeps wriggling and trying to bury himself further. You'll see something incredible in a moment. They're essentially, just look at them both, they're waiting for an opening, they're waiting for a win, they're waiting for something in this conversation that they can hang their hat on and just focus in on that, and it's going to happen, so we'll keep going.
Oh.
And I start getting entire 2-hour episodes sent to me with no timestamps going, I did this one time.
We can go through every definitive statement you made that is 100% unsubstantiated and false, not the least of which is that I failed to defend free speech when I do it on a weekly basis. It takes 2 seconds of clicking through my channel.
When was the last time you had a risky guest on?
50 people I've defended from deplatforming or attempted deplatforming. And if you guys can't check every box of everyone I've defended, you're not a free speech warrior like me. You're not sufficiently fair. You want to do this?
Hold on. But that's fair, Matt. But also, that's a fair comment. I will say, no, I'll admit that's a fair comment. The difference is, I'm not going to spurg out about it on Twitter all morning when I said we'll talk to you at 5.
I spurged out. So you get to call me a slow fag.
Yes.
You get to spend a half hour talking unsubstantiated shit about me, and if I respond on Twitter, spurged out.
No, but we're allowed. No, you're allowed to spurg out on Twitter. But my point is, we talked, and I was like, hey, we'll have you on the show. We'll deal with it on the show. You know what you did? You went online to get your fans riled up.
Read my tweet that's spurging out. Read one tweet that's spurging out.
And then I even saw the tweet fest going on, and I interjected today, and I was like, all right, look, everybody cool out. We're going to have them on. We're going to have a conversation.
You get to run your mouth all you want, but if anyone
on my show, I can say whatever I want.
They're way off base. This is a joke. You guys don't live up to your own standards, and that's why you got ripped by your own audience. Yeah, that's the point.
And if you said, hey, find me an instance where you did it, I could actually come up with the clips.
Why don't you ask me about what I do stand for instead of putting words in my mouth? How about that?
Because what you stand for doesn't matter if you're not actually making any waves with it. If you're just having a milquetoast conversation. Are you kidding me? I watched your show. No. I've watched your show. Your show is like watching in and watching 2 bank tellers on a lunch break having a polite conversation.
And it's more successful than yours. And by the way, that's not true.
There it is.
But we got under your skin.
There's the dick measuring contest.
But we got under your skin.
Here it comes.
I'm saying I'm not.
We got under your skin.
Hold on. The Montana BBC is going to whip it out for us.
You're the one who had to wait an hour while you were shadow boxing off of Skype, getting ready to come on here. Come on, man.
Look how big we are.
Did you shadow box?
How big we are.
Did you shadow box, Matt? I need to picture that in my mind.
It's clear that you guys don't stand on principle. That's fine. You don't have to.
You're right.
You there?
I left.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So that was the moment they're jumping on, but I don't even feel like that's a win for them. Like, he's saying, oh, your show isn't making enough waves, and his response is, it's way more successful. It is making waves. So what are they getting upset about?
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't saying that as a kind of like, as if they were right. They were completely wrong about that.
Oh, no, I was expecting like they had something. Like, oh, they're going to pounce, he's going to misspeak or something, and they're going to nail his ass.
Yeah, it's so dumb that they pin their hat on something that was retarded from the outset. Because the whole reason Matt said that in retaliation is because Mersh, before that, Mersh said, as a kind of like as a diss, he said that you're not making any waves. You're not making waves. Like, it only matters if you're defending speech if you're making waves about it. And Matt Christiansen, he's got 300,000 subscribers. I'm sure he's making a lot more waves than Mersh and Royce. So he's got every right to respond with that. But as you saw there, you had 2 bearded clowns above him go completely nuts over it.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't understand why Mersh picked this fight, I guess. Seems really fucking weird to me. He was wrong on everything on it.
On principle, after talking to their leadership and not being satisfied that they were sufficiently pro-free speech. You guys are still on there. Should I call you insufficiently principled for sticking with a platform that doesn't value free speech?
Out of curiosity, and I really don't know, and I don't know this, so this isn't me trying to get gotcha, but are you still monetized on YouTube?
Technically, yes. Although they
do you run ads? Do you run ads on your YouTube? It's just I'm just curious. Okay, but here's my point though. You got off of Patreon. We're not monetized on YouTube. You are. See what I mean? Like this back and
You're
forth.
accepting that corporate globalist money from Google while they're oppressing these speech.
That's not the standard I'm holding.
You're
against
accepting
you.
their blood money.
Pro free speech and still be on Patreon.
But
my standard is
you brought up.
I'm saying
you brought up
testing
Patreon
is insane.
But you brought it up though.
Nobody can beat it. As an exercise, as a demonstration about why your standard doesn't work.
No, you brought it up, and then he called you out for the Google thing, and then you backed off the original point.
Yeah, I mean, how can you be on? No, I know your point. Your point is whatever pseudo-intellectual stuff you want to say.
I get it. If I were to try to hold you to the weird purity standards that you're holding me, you fail. You're in the same boat as me, as someone who's not enough of a defender. You didn't make all the right moves that I say you should have made, so you don't count. But also, everyone else is a gatekeeper.
No, but that's not the point I made. Here's the thing too, because you're acting like we've been spurging out on Matt Christiansen. We did one segment on you, and I shared my opinion of you. My opinion of you is that you are pro free speech.
Oh, it's a weird cut there, but yeah, the great point that Matt made again, obviously the Patreon point that's
because this would have been around the time that they were starting to deplatform people, right, on Patreon.
Right. Yeah. It was a big thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because Sargon got booted. Sargon got booted, I think.
Yes,
I mean, I've been booted. Everybody's been fucking booted. Yeah. I mean, he's got this was a terrible showing for them.
Oh, it's awful. And so he makes the Patreon point, which is a good point to make. Then their rebuttal is, are you still on? Do you still get ad revenue on Google? Obviously, he said he does. But Matt's point was that you can be pro free speech and be on Patreon, but you're essentially by still being on Patreon, you're at the same level as me. So you don't meet your own standards. So if you have an hour to kill, you just want to see these people just completely and utterly lose their mind over Matt Christiansen. It's one of the best streams that's out there for them.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Like, really, I really do not know shit about Matt Christiansen, but that was a really terrible showing for fucking Royce and Mersh.
So here's some comments from their own listeners. It's sad when the grown man economy is wrong. Fantastic illustration of ROTC speaking flippantly about a topic, then constantly moving the goalpost. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Cringe, guys. You're arguing the point to argue the point. Mersh trash Matt for no reason, like some cranky East Coast boomer. Damn, guys, you really embarrass yourself. Pure N-word cringe. There's one person spurging here, it's Mersh. All of a sudden, Mersh is obsessed with subscriber counts. The sudden growth of ROTC is giving him a big head.
Oh, are they picking up on that early?
Oh, yeah, big time. Again, with the projection, he's now, because he's kind of made it in his own mind, he likes to dunk on people like Jesse, Pod Awful. He likes to call himself Big Dick Daddy. That's not a joke. That's a name he gives to himself whenever he talks about Pod Awful, because in his mind he's a lot bigger than him. He has a bigger imprint.
I thought Jesse, didn't he get fucking banned off YouTube?
Yeah, he's been banned a bunch of times. Yeah, I think he's got he's got an account on there as a kind of like dumping ground. But
I mean, how is he gonna get 100,000 subs or some shit if he gets banned? You know what I mean? That's so weird.
I don't think that matters for much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good section. I think you're going to like this one. E-begging.
Jesus, I feel like that's been the whole last 30 minutes, to be honest with you.
All right, so Mersh retweeting his own tweet talking about...
Always a good start.
So this has been an issue for a while. His dodgy hard drive or his mixing desk. For years, I'm not joking, for years, he has posted about this over and over and over again with the same PayPal link, talking about how he's saving money to get a mixing desk, or he's saving money to get a new hard drive or whatever. So here it is again, just essentially begging people to buy him equipment.
Now, at the time, he's staying at Royce's, right? Is he even paying rent?
I can't imagine he is. They've both got a pool of money that, for the show, for the business, essentially, that they both contribute towards. So I'm pretty sure that so
he's got a large chunk of change, then, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
to buy his mixing desk and whatever the fuck he needs.
100%. Yeah, it's just that he spends the overwhelming majority on it, on alcohol, on Uber Eats, on cigarettes, and he's just really bad with his money. And obviously, a lot of it is going now into the BMW. So I just think he's really bad with his money, to be honest.
With his financing, yeah.
So there's more sort of, if you enjoy Nightwave and like to keep the machine growing as I continue to terrorize internet bad guys. Please consider donating.
Holy shit. This guy.
And again, I don't mind people making money off the internet at all if it's associated with your product, if it's associated with content, if it's
No, it's not. It's not the. I mean, the grifting is funny, especially the suicide baiting shit, right? Like that's just unreal. And I drove my car into a wall, buy me another. But no, it's just the way he phrases shit. It just makes me. It's just very cringy. The machine growing is like terrorize them.
This is I don't know I don't know why I've put that in there. This was a t-shirt.
No. Back up to that one. That one is fucking one that should be focused on. That's him, right?
Yeah. Daylight fading. Yet here you are watching me rise. Oh God, yeah, that is actually rolling.
Look at the hubris.
Holy cow.
You fucking plebs working your menial jobs. Look at me. I'm a success. Go wash a toilet. You're beneath me. Holy shit, dude.
I don't know why I was about to skip past that. That's amazing.
That one's fucking amazing. Yeah, that's a highlight there if I've ever seen one.
That is the disdain he has for his audience. I'm rolling in donations. All you suckers are working menial jobs to afford me this lifestyle. Keep doing it. Keep giving me money.
Yeah, he really has an ego, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. I mean, poo poo pee pee, isn't that? I thought that was like a Nick Fuentes thing.
It is. It's like a groiper thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just stealing a groiper bit and then putting it on a t-shirt, and then this is him boasting about the t-shirt sales he's making.
That comment, I can't get that comment out of my head, especially after he got all up on Matt Christiansen's ass about, oh, you think you're a big shot now, and then he's talking to his audience like, pay me money, you fucking toilet scrubber. Wow.
It's like you said, just pure hubris. All right, you're going to get a couple of clips here of shameless, really shameless, just like panhandling. That's the only way I can describe it.
So if you guys want to, I don't know, help me make a few bucks, so why don't we kick in a couple $3 for your boy before you go over to Virgie, and then we can give that fucking hyena the scraps. What do you say, kids? Please, just don't make me go back to the clubs, and don't ever make me be in a position where I gotta go stay at an ex-girlfriend's house or something and hear her like fucking her new boyfriend through the walls and shit. You know what I mean? Like, please don't
pause this. Please. Did he just take out a giant glass bottle of high-end liquor as he tells the people working menial jobs to pay him on his fucking live stream? Why doesn't he dress up as a Monopoly man and just flip them off with a PayPal link on the screen? Like, it's cartoonish. I don't want to go back to work like you fucking people. Clink, clink. Here's my giant fucking crystal goblet. What a cunt. Like, the balls, right? Like, that's amazing.
I didn't notice that goblet.
Giant crystal fucking giant crystal container.
I gotta go. Make me go back to the clubs, and don't ever make me be in a position where I gotta go stay at an ex-girlfriend's house or something and hear her like fucking her new boyfriend through the walls and shit. You know?
It's like a decanter.
I love it. It's great.
But I mean, like, please don't. God, please don't let me get in that position ever again. And as always, if you'd like to support the program directly, if you got some money burning a hole in your pocket, and judging from how wonderful the economy is right now, I know inflation's going on, but that means you're going to have less things on Thanksgiving, which means you're saving money, which means you should give me that money. It's been a slow week for me. So if you've been like, yeah, I don't know if I feel like donating, maybe I will. Tonight's the night, kids, if you want to donate, because I made fuck all. I took Monday off because it was Memorial Day. I made fuck all on Tuesday. I made fuck all on Wednesday, and then last night I took off because it's actually working out great. I'm remonetized on YouTube. I make thousands of dollars a month. I have an entire 2-bedroom apartment all to myself. I drive a BMW. It's a little older, but it's a nice car.
Very nice car. Very great drive. I have clout now. I go places. People buy T-shirts with my face on them.
Did you hear that?
Is he being sarcastic, or is this
no? I promise you, I would tell you if he is.
Older, but it's a nice car. Very nice car. Very great drive. I have clout now. I go places. People buy T-shirts with my face on them. We meet fans. Fans enjoy meeting me. They buy me drinks. They show up. They buy tickets to shows. They donate via Super Chat. Honestly, Chattington, it's working out fucking great for like.
What is this?
Oh, so this is his Amazon wish list that he gives to his fans to buy him shit. And as you can see, there's a lot of BMW related items in it.
Is there really?
Yeah,
let me read through this. Oh, you're not kidding.
Well, look at the it says Nightwave at the top. A list of desired items for upgrading Nightwave, but it's all BMW shit.
This is
brake disc rotors.
I guess I don't get this, right? Like, I'm a whore like any other. I get super chats and sell merchandise, but he's claiming, like, I know his claim is bullshit. Everybody does, but he claimed he made $20,000 a month, and then his merchandise probably brings in money, right? And then PayPal and coffee and all that shit, and he's got an Amazon wish list. But that comment, man, I can't get over that. That go back to your working your menial job while I drink out of my crystal goblet. Do you know who I am? I'm Mersh.
I've got
people wear shirts with my fucking face on them.
Again, it's a parody of like what you imagine, like an exaggerated character of a fucking.
It is. It's cartoonish. It's so cartoonish. It's like a really badly written villain. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It's probably my.
I'm looking forward to this. Yeah.
So I've decided. I know everybody keeps telling me not to. I don't care. I don't listen to people very well. I'm going to look at the BMW tomorrow. I'm going full yuppie.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep making you pause it.
Please do.
But look at the fucking despair on Royce's face. He's like, he fucking knows this man can't manage his money. And look at that. He's never going to leave my house. That's that fucking look on his face. He said he's getting an apartment. Now he's buying a BMW.
That's it. He's thinking in his head like, Mersh, isn't that money going towards you moving out?
Yeah, Mersh, you were telling me you're getting the fuck out of here. It's been 10 years, Mersh.
Well, maybe
I haven't fucked my wife in 10 years. Get off my couch.
Well, maybe he's more excited thinking that the BMW was him moving out.
Oh, it's his new Mercury. It sounds like somebody gets they're contemplating killing someone.
What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, exactly. He's letting it out.
I'm going full yuppie, Royce.
What are you doing? The only problem I see with those cars is how expensive German cars are to repair.
Absolutely.
Like, I had an Audi, for example, and that thing was a fucking bitch. Like, every time a part broke, it was like $1,000 just to repair it.
I hear what you're saying, but hear me out on this. What if you just don't break the car?
And as we see, great timing. Last week I brought my car to Tyre Choice for an alignment, rotation, oil change, and to check a slow tyre leak. My tyre's still leaking, and now I have to check my engine light's still on. I've never had to check the engine light. Yada yada yada. This is insane. So that was immediately after buying the car.
What year was the BMW? Does he ever specifically say?
I think it was a 2008. I think Red Bar actually found out the exact thing that he bought, and it was $4,000 and 138,000 miles on the clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all the tires were fucked the minute that he got. He had to replace all 4 tires immediately, and as you can see, engine misfire here. You had to take it in again.
Don't you think like a person with common sense, like unless you're like a big car guy and you're taking this on as like a fucking project because it's fun for you, but like, don't you think a person would think, okay, what do I know about a BMW? Really expensive car. Well, what do I know about this BMW? They're going to sell it to me for $4,000. There's something maybe wrong here. It's like if somebody said, "Hey, do you want to buy this Bugatti for $1,000? Hey, you interested in my fucking a Ferrari? It's only $200."
In his head, though, it was he's always wanted a BMW, and I think for him, the idea of a BMW is it's him forcing himself to realize that, like, I've arrived now. I'm no longer the homeless.
It's so ghetto. It's so ghetto rich, though. It's like when you make it, you buy the BMW, right? You're driving that Bitcoin Lambo, but you're not buying the used one that's going to explode on you, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's the equivalent of, like, let's say you're fat all your life, and then you finally summon the willpower to get into shape, and you look good and you feel good about it, and then the first thing you do is you marry a 45-year-old hooker who's had his best days are well past it, but she looked good back in the day. Like, it's the equivalent of that.
Oh no, I'd say it's the equivalent of you're morbidly obese, like 500 pounds, and you just started your diet, and you've lost 2 pounds, and you decide that's when you're going to buy a new wardrobe. That's what he did.
Yeah, that's like
right. Yeah, that's what he's gone and done.
Just going to decline getting the free toe back. So yeah, just more.
It's just nothing but fucking never-ending car trouble.
There's the tire pressure monitoring system reset. Oh, this is great. I forgot about this. So Zen Rhino, he is one of Mersh's sort of biggest pay pigs. He donates constantly. Every second super chat is Zen Rhino. And the guy, from what I can tell, he doesn't have a job. And he seems kind of mentally challenged at the same time. So it's a real, like, and he's about 48 years old or something. Like, he seems like he should probably not be involved in any of this sort of environment. So this post here isn't Zen Rhino. This post is one of Jesse's fans
pretending to be him.
Yeah, and so he's basically reviewing one of the Google reviews of the mechanics that Mersh took his car to.
Oh, I bet it's the same fucking garage he keeps taking the car back to, and they're like, dude, what do you mean the Nightwave fam is after us?
So, and this is actually things that were wrong with the car as well. So essentially, Mersh just lashes out at Zen Rhino, thinking that it was really him.
Like, hey, he's got to go back to the garage.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Zen Rhino, you fucking idiot. You stupid little impulsive thing you did yesterday.
You fucked me, you asshole.
And he doesn't apologize. He's still going on about Zen Rhino here.
Oh, that's great. That is fucking amazing.
Zen Rhino, dude, he's been a fucking moron and a liability for years, and I've put up with it because I feel bad for the guy, but he never fucking listens. And Zen Rhino has no idea about any of this at the time. I'm done with this fucking guy. And then there's more of it, but I just thought that was a nice little side. That was kind of a funny thing.
That was actually a really well done troll. I thought it was going to be one of, like, Jesse's, like, he's getting all his car repairs done, so they start making fake reviews to piss off the mechanics. So they give Mersh shit when he shows up. I didn't expect Mersh to then blow his top and think that was really the guy. Chase away one of his donators.
Yeah, that would be funny as well. And they just start overcharging him, or they just refuse his business.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, your shit's not fixed, asshole.
Do you know why I enjoy my drive there? Because I'm rocking a fucking Beamer, dude. I look good driving it. Stereo's great. Sunroof, leather. My buddy Eric, who was helping us, mostly Royce's friend, but he's my friend too, Eric, was helping me out with the bulbs. And he goes, I got some bad news, bro. Whoever had this car decided to jerry-rig these headlights so that they are LED instead of the regular halogen. But rather than just buy LED headlights like a not poor person, this person decided to splice wires and put a conversion kit in, and it was a whole thing. So we had to jerry-rig it back to being a regular halogen bulb. Popped sunroof closed.
Wait, how do you not notice that when you're buying it?
No, yeah.
Right? Like, my buddy had to look into it because you didn't notice it.
Well, he bought it blind. He didn't bring.
Oh wait, he didn't even go to. I thought he went to a lot or something.
I meant like he went in blind, as in like he didn't have anyone there with him who.
Oh no,
knows about
but
cars.
yes, you should inspect the fucking car. You know what I mean? Like you should physically inspect the thing, look around a little bit, make sure it's not going to explode on you.
Go to roll up the windows. Windows don't roll up. That's strange. I'm like, well, that sucks, whatever. So I run into the liquor store, run out, I get home. I've spent the entire night since dinner sitting in the driveway, trying to fix this window. I got all the other windows to go up using their corresponding window buttons, but my driver's side control module, it seems, is taking a shit. It's not a fuse, because this is why I bought the fuse box. This is why I bought an amp, a voltage tester.
This is much better. You know, I brought up the BMW as like just a passing joke when I was making fun of him about the "you're on a list" thing, and his response was, he said something like, "The trolls are just exaggerating. That's not a big deal." But I've watched now, 10 clips of him talking about every piece of this fucking car falling apart and him needing to replace it.
Yeah.
Right, it's like everything. It's the fucking tire pressure, computer system, the fucking halogen lights. The windows don't work. The spark plugs are fucked. The belt's not doing what it needs to do.
But it was so predictable. Everybody was telling him this, and we weren't telling him as a kind of like a wishful thinking troll or anything. It was, this is the reality that you're going to be facing, and he just walked into it like as if he's special and that it's not gonna happen to me. But
even Royce looked at him. Was like, "What are you doing?" Right? Like he gave him that look, and he's like, "It's a mistake."
It's just really dumb, and especially for somebody who makes their living in this particular fashion, in a sense where this could be taken away from him at any point. And
oh yeah, this shit fades so quick. I mean, yeah, when you're doing this stuff online to make money, you got like 5 years tops if you're really good, and then that's pretty much done. So if you save up and you get what you need, great. If you're stupid, you're fucked.
Yeah, so I mean, to be spaffing it all on the wall for a BMW that is only depreciating in value by the second, and that, like, okay, you may think it looks cool now, but it's right now it's what, 14 years old or something, and it's only going to get older. It's only going to look shitter. And
didn't he say he wanted a house? Like he was going to save up and get a house. Like that's $4,000 could have gone to a down payment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's like, I'm pretty sure that's probably why Royce had that frown. Is that
he knew?
He probably knew. He was like, well, I mean, is that your priority right now?
That's wild, man. I didn't know the BMW was that much of a shit show. I knew it was like an old clunker that had issues.
Well, we're only halfway through the clips. There's more.
Oh, I know. Yeah, if you got the time, I got the time. This is fucking fascinating to me. I really didn't expect it to be this. I thought, oh, you show up and we'll hit a few highlights. Like I didn't know the suicide baiting shit. That one comment about being better than you. Oh my God, it really is good. This is good. This is going to be fun to watch when you do this.
Because this is why I bought the fuse box. This is why I bought an amp, a voltage tester. Because that's a quick fix. Pop in, doom. Switched out the fuse, even though it didn't seem to be at fault. Still switched out the fuse. Nada. Like we're already beyond the point where even if my Beamer exploded tomorrow, like people would make fun of me and be like, "I told you not to get a shitty car." The last year has been the most pleasant driving trips I've ever had in my life. It has been a fucking breeze.
He can't admit it, can he?
I know.
No, he's just too deep in. He can't. He's clinging on to like the simple. I mean, you can have a nice ride in any. Like, you don't need a $4,000 money pit to have a nice drive.
No, you just go. Like, yeah, it reminds me of the Christiansen thing, right? Like he just can't, or the Styx thing. Like he just once hits that point, he just can't admit he fucked up.
Well, he knows that the animus is at this point with him and the trolls, who are mostly, or at least not mostly, but large in part Jesse fans. He knows that he cannot cede any ground. He cannot give up anything to these people, even if it's very similar to the Ethan Ralph thing right now with the Portugal thing. I mean,
oh God, that is a shit show.
I mean, Ethan, Ethan could own that tomorrow, and he could laugh it off and say, "Look, yeah, kind of dumb of me to to go to Portugal and think that was."
It still amazes me that he flew out to another country to own a guy who made fun of him on a live stream, and then gets beaten into the hospital in the streets. Like, what the fuck? Maybe at that point you say, maybe I'm the one that fucked up here. Maybe this is me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get over it. It's the funniest thing, and especially coming so soon after the whole that Kino Casino stream and everybody getting together, and this was going to be Ralph's big clapback. It was going to be, and on the face of it, it's relatively funny. You know, Andy Warski's been talking about moving to Portugal and living there and everything, and Ralph's, you know, beating him to it. So on the face of it, there's something there, but it's just the way that it turned out.
Well, I mean, everything about, like, I've watched this transpire, right? Everything from that Kino Casino episode that Andy did has been just comedy gold, because it was going to be him and Dick first, and then Dick gives a bullshit excuse to get out of it. So now he's going overseas by himself. And then if you noticed, one of the weird things I noticed, he's always eating outdoors or in a fast food place. And I was like, I wonder why that is. You know, and I saw other people saying, oh, you have to be vaxxed in Portugal, and then others saying, no, that's not true. But apparently it's like one of the most vaxxed nations.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, he went to the worst place to go vacation, given his stance. The most vaxxed place in Europe, outside of, like, fucking Gibraltar. And then he gets his ass beat into the fucking coma, basically. And then they steal his bag and sell it on eBay. Holy shit.
I was desperately trying to look for that listing, because I was actually gonna put in a sneaky bid, but
I think everybody wanted a bid. It's like that. It's like Christian medallion.
Yeah,
like that's what he's created. I don't think he understands
immediately, obviously, but I just wanted to be part of the bidding chain, just to have my name there. But yeah, it was just. I always feel with Ralph though, it's too much. Like I said, I get asked to do it a lot, and I wouldn't know where to start, and then it would never have an ending. It's
and I've seen a lot of shit with him too that makes me laugh, and you know, I'll be like, oh fuck, I want to, you know, maybe I should say something or make a joke about it, but like some people are way too fucking. So there are a couple that are a little too try hard about it that just annoy me, and then I'm like, well, no, I can't fucking enjoy it. The nice thing about Mersh is I don't, you know, I have no connection to any of this shit, so I can enjoy every fucking second of it.
It's almost happened a bit with Mersh. There's some pockets that take it really seriously, where it's kind of like they treat it as if it is genuinely warfare.
One of the weird things, Lotex, he's dead now, obviously, after everything went to shit for him. But I remember talking to him privately, because we talked a couple of times. But he said the thing that always pissed him off and annoyed him the most about like something awful and all that shit was he missed how the internet was, where you could just take shots at fucking anybody and it was more relaxed. And I agree. Like, I miss that.
No, me too. I mean, I've always been someone that's sort of tried to keep an eye on stuff, but I think I involved myself too late, because now, especially doing the stuff I'm doing, it's every new documentary is just like, and look, obviously the stuff I do is fairly mean-spirited, but that's where it ends. I'm not trying to, you know,
destroy
people, but then it becomes that. And I mean, example, I did on the Kino Casino, I did 2.5 minutes of a trailer just making fat jokes about Ralph, and I checked my DMs, and he's in there, and he just writes, "Mersh was right about you. The funny thing is, I didn't think he was." And then he blocks me. I'm just like, what? Like, when Andy brought me on, I was basically telling him, like, I don't know any of this stuff really, and also I'm not at war with him, but yeah, also he should probably stop doing the things he's doing.
Right. Yeah.
And that was enough. That was deemed to be enough. I mean, I don't know. It's just, yeah, there are certainly people taking it a little too serious, and Mersh as well. I mean, I've got no problem against him, and I've never done anything that you could even describe as slightly damaging.
Oh, he's gonna hate you after this, because you know what's gonna happen. It's not gonna be like the people that are deeply invested. Like, they already know this. They'll find it funny as shit.
Yeah.
But like a whole new fucking group of people are gonna be like, this guy. He's gonna have a whole. He's not gonna know which direction it's coming from. You know, he's gonna start thinking it's Jesse's organized an army or something, or Porcelain's leading an attack, and it's just gonna be random people like, wow, this guy's a fucking idiot. There's the suicide baiting shit and that one comment about being better than people, and just the BMW clips. Like, it's too good. It's a lot of it's really goofy shit that is funny to laugh at, which is good.
Yeah, Mersh has actually said quite. He said that this will end up becoming the least viewed of my videos, and that I've jumped the shark.
Oh, because you've attacked. What does he call himself? Big Dick Daddy? What the fuck was this?
Big Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, you've attacked Big Dick Daddy. You don't know what you're doing.
I don't know. It's a bit petty. Come on. I mean, he probably knows that.
He's gonna know the fucking second this thing goes live. You know that, right? He's gonna watch the whole fucking thing and try to be like, how do I counter it? What do I say?
It's old, dude. It's old, beat up. Fuck that shit. If it blew up tomorrow, I'd just get another used car, and I'd be like, you know what? That baby was fun. That was a fun car, dude.
So we did some investigating. It turns out it is a 2008 528i with 130,000 miles on it. This is no joke. We looked this up. These things are going for $4,000 to $5,000. Anyone could buy these. It's a little bit more than the nicest MacBook Pro. Think about that. Anyone could buy these.
Oh, can you pause it?
Yeah.
He has a bit of history with this guy, right? Red Bar?
A little bit, yeah.
But do you think he looks up to him? Because after seeing his crystal goblet thing, I'm noticing Red Bar's got a nice glass bottle there. Do you think he's trying to emulate success? You see that?
Well, it's funny you say that. There's certainly been long-running accusations of Mersh trying to adopt Red Bar stuff, and Mersh is a die-hard Red Bar fan. He has been for a decade at least, if not longer. He's actually been in Red Bar's Bring Back group, which is kind of like a Facebook group.
Is Mersh Red Bar's Bobo? Right? It kind of fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does.
God, now I want a shirt that says, I want Red Bar to sell a shirt that says Red Bar's Bobo with just a picture of Mersh.
I like that. You can see in the background there's some quite
all his pictures. Yeah, I know. That's a police report picture, isn't it? In the upper right.
Yeah. The center one is the. I mean, you need to see it a bit wider, but that's the gay one with his tongue next to the guy's crotch at the gay bar.
Fantastic.
Discussed wanting to buy this for about a year. He made the move, and he's been flexing on people. You know, nothing about this guy has bothered me. But then when they tell me he's flexing with this old ass BMW, it won't even, if you want to Uber with this car, it won't let you.
You guys know I got a car. My car, I had to go to the mechanic. There were some things I knew were wrong with my car. There were some things I didn't know were wrong with my car. Bottom line. So here I am. Doing extra shit.
He's absolutely hammered, yeah.
Right? Like, you could just in his flow, you can tell he's just shit-faced.
He's just swaying, leaning in and out of the microphone.
I'd be getting drunk too if that were my car.
Well, I think you'll see why he's drunk. I think he's building his confidence for something.
Oh, fantastic.
Bottom line. So here I am doing extra shit, doing my Wednesday shows. Mersh is doing Wednesday shows. Because of that, so you know, whatever, we're hanging out. But I know there are some people out there that it just it bothers them. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna be one of these guys that tries to pretend like, oh, he's gonna pretend like he's doing more shows, but he really is just money. Like, no, I'll be the first one to say it. Like, yeah. My car's being repaired. I need extra money. Everyone needs extra money right now. I'm doing my show, doing a Wednesday show. I know that's crazy. I know some of the haters will go wild with that. That being said, I still drive a cooler car than you, and I will continue to do so.
Wow. Fucking wow. I am better than you. I drive a nicer car. Go back to your menial job, toilet scrubber. Where's my crystal goblet? Oh.
I'd drive a better car. The thing is, I'm sure he probably doesn't.
Has he ever shown a full picture of the car? Have we ever seen like a full-on video of the car, not just like inside shots of like the interior, but like the whole fucking thing, just like the bumper hang off?
I've not, but what I've seen a lot of is pictures of his car keys. Anytime he goes out to dinner, he does the white woman thing of taking pictures of every meal he takes, which is usually like a ribeye or whatever. And he makes sure in every picture that he puts his BMW car keys there to show everyone, like, you know, I might be eating here, but I own a BMW. Like, it's every picture. I could probably show you 10-20 pictures of Mersh eating, flashing his BMW keys.
It really is a big part of his ego, isn't it? Like, this is like a pillar he's built himself up on. When that car finally shits the bed and he has to get a Kia or something, he's gonna really be depressed.
The BMW is like a signal of him arriving. It's like, you know, it means more because it's the line that he's set in his brain of, I'm no longer poor, I'm no longer a loser, I've now made it. Because he can't use his house for that because he lives in Section 8 housing. Like, I mean, we've all seen
Wait, really?
it. Yeah. He lives
the story gets, I'm telling you, man, like the depth to this.
Yeah, it's a shithole neighborhood, horrible neighborhood. Jesse sends seafood and
shut up. He's
in fact, Mersh has just gone to Las Vegas, so Jesse and all his crew, they're now sending loads of coleslaw and seafood to his house. And when Mersh was trying to lose weight, Jesse just kept sending him pizzas and McDonald's. Just, he can't not eat it. You'll see that in this weight gain section.
Oh god, yeah, the weight thing too. Yeah, wasn't he going to become super svelte and fucking toned and ripped and shit?
Yep. The worst thing is he set himself a date, which has come and gone, and so he set himself another date. So we'll see.
Oh, of course, yeah. Fuck it, we'll set another one. Yeah.
So this is just a couple of pictures of.
This is pre-op, is it?
Yeah. There's the gun.
Wait, no, back up to the last one. I thought that was fucking Baked Alaska for a second. It looks like Baked Alaska a little bit.
It's got the same physique, but that's, I mean, believe it or not, that's thin Mersh.
Oh man, it's just like he's got like a pear shape.
I love that one.
Oh, that one where the neck and the fucking chin just gush together.
Oh, this is a great one. So this is when he went to Vegas one of the times, and he wanted to flex and take a picture of his hotel room and show how good living he's going, but people spotted his reflection in the bathroom mirror and sort of highlighted how fat he'd become.
Is that why you got the elephant-sized shower in the bathroom?
Yeah, so there's the picture.
No, really, he's pear-shaped. I've never really noticed it before, but it's very pear-like.
Little bobble on the top.
Little T-Rex arms. It's a pear with little T-Rex arms. That's what he looks like.
They're tiny, aren't they?
Oh.
Look at that.
I mean, you know, if you're a big guy and you want to lose weight, you know, that's fine. But you can't tell the internet you're going to become super svelte and fucking Mr. Buff, and then it just devolves into this.
Look at the arm. It's midget sized.
He really does. He's got little bitty bitch T-Rex arms that he holds his crystal goblets with as his pear-shaped body fucking sways back and forth in his gamer chair.
I don't know if it's that his arms are small or his body is growing and swallowing parts of his arm.
Maybe they're eating them for sustenance.
How's it going?
The music, good, really.
Don't come near my car. Don't come near my car. Now this guy wants to come near my car. Don't come near my car. I'm busy right now. Go on, beat it. Go on, get out of here.
What is that from?
Someone just found Mersh in the wild.
They fucked with him.
That's some of Mersh.
Hair's looking a little bad there, yeah. Oh my god, he's like a fat Steve Jobs in that picture.
Bear in mind, this was a comment in 2020.
It's been like this since high school. God really
Every time I go through like a phase in my life where I get fat and then I go, I gotta fucking get in shape. It's happened like 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. Every time I come back, the game changes, right? So I'm like trying to get in shape, whatever. And then you're like, all right, now I'm weight training. I went to the gym today. I will actually today is the hardest I've gone since I started doing this. I jogged to my gym, no shit, with a backpack on. Backpack with my water bottle and my notebook and my phone and a bunch of other shit. My gloves, right?
His fingerless gloves? Did he bring those? Are they making a reappearance at the gym, are they?
It's weight training in his fingerless gloves and marine hat.
Oh my God, could you imagine this fat fuck at your gym? Fingerless gloves, writing in his notebook about his weight loss?
Imagine having to use the equipment after him. Oh.
He's got his BMW keys set on top of the weights, so you know he's a big deal.
He's getting lots of clout from the other...
He's got his shirt on that says his name with his face on it, so you understand he's famous.
Pack full of shit and running with the weight and shit, right? Like all that shit. So I've been doing that.
You see Mersh, I don't know what that name is, but Griftwave. It's just being spammed in the chat.
Oh God, is there any video of him like using barbells with his little T-Rex arms?
Oh, he would. I mean, his self-awareness isn't great, but he's got just about enough to realize that would be a terrible idea. So.
That was a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think even he's not that bad.
And I do that today. It's my first time. Jesus, mods, come on, man. Thank you. These guys are so fucking. These guys are so lame. Anyway, looking in the mirror, I'm tracking how, like, honestly, I feel, I can tell you this right now, I'm already, like, harder. Like, my shoulders, my chest, my arms, and all that are, like, way more solid now. It's actually motivated me.
There's been legit more solid now after your 2 days at the gym? You really have shaped it and sculpted the new fucking statuesque body you wanted after the whole 2 days you've been doing it? I think he's mistaking arthritis for fucking tone. Yeah, God, it's really tight all over my chest. You know, it's almost hurts when I walk. Well, Mersh, that's a heart attack. It's not you getting in shape, buddy. I know what gym he goes to. The one with the lunk alarm where they feed you cupcakes. What's the name of that fucking place? Planet Fitness. That's where he goes, isn't it? He went to Planet Fitness for the cupcakes. That's why he started working out.
They actually do that?
Yes, there's an advertisement. There's a commercial if you can find it for your documentary where Planet Fitness basically is like, hey, fat fucks, we'll give you cupcakes. Come to Planet Fitness.
Oh my God.
And they have Pizza Tuesdays? Yeah, all they do is feed you.
What the fuck are they doing?
Repeat business. If you're fat, you're going to keep coming.
Days where I'm like, I don't feel like going to the gym today. And I'm like, you gotta go. You gotta go. The faster you get in shape, the closer the people that have been trolling you for a year and a half are getting to killing themselves.
Oh, is that why he wanted to get in shape? Not to be healthier and, you know, feel better about himself, but to show the trolls he's going to teach the A-Locks? He let that one slip, didn't he?
Just everything is born from pettiness and vitriol and just...
And bitterness, yeah, right? Like this guy, yeah, all you got to do is make him mad and he will literally do anything you want.
He gets bullied into going to the gym just so because we know that he's not going to stick to this. We know he's still going to be fat in a year's time. So he's just like trapped himself in a game he can't win. And
do you think if you started calling him stupid, you could get him to sign up for community college?
Yeah.
You're too dumb for community college, Mersh. You'll never make it. He's taking lit classes at night. Fuck you. You showed D+ papers to the internet.
I'm not focusing on the weight. I don't give a fuck about the weight.
Well, you should.
It might be something to pay a little attention to.
Yeah, that seems to be the main problem there.
I'm not focusing on the weight. I don't give a fuck about the weight. I care about what I look like,
not what what I look like and what I feel like mean more to me than, a number.
Dude, that fatso he gets booted off all the things that he tries to like grift and get money for. Every show they do.
So this is a Gavin McGuinness clip, as you can see, and Ryan Katsu Rivera, who's off screen, is Gavin's little like monkey guy, and he's talking about Mersh. So apparently Mersh must have done a video where he talked shit about Gavin. So he's just raiding off on him, calling him fat. So I'll play that again.
Mean more to me than, a number.
Dude, that fatso he gets booted off all the things that he tries to like grift and get money for. Every show they do.
What are you talking about? I was a guest on Dick's show, and you're right, I am fat, but guess what? Fucking week 4 at the gym, baby. Let's call me fat in like August. Call me fat in September. I like it. I like that people are doing the.
Yeah, top right, May 2021.
Oh, okay. So August and September have fucking come and gone by a ways.
Yeah. You'll see the next clip.
August. Call me fat in September. I like it. I like that people are doing the fat thing still because it's pathetic. It's actually really going to be fun. It makes going to the gym fun. It makes it fun knowing that these guys are going to have one less thing to whine about when they're fucking seething and when they're all angry about, he's fat. Yeah, not much longer, buddy. This will be...
Oh, that's a great way to start it. Just fat ass under August. Yeah, we know, Mersh.
The funny thing about this as well, and we're going to see it in a second, he denies that he ever promised the August thing. Yeah, you'll see him just completely deny it.
It's fat. Yeah, not much longer, buddy. This will be... I just a week ago started my 4th month, I guess. It's end of May all the way to the end of August. So yeah, May, June, July, August. Well, no, May, you wouldn't count May.
Actually, can you pause it? Has he visibly gotten fatter?
Yes.
Right? It feels like the opposite of what he was going for. He hasn't even maintained the same. It looks like his face looks puffier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at him now with or at least in the moustache period, he was fatter than ever there.
There's one picture where he turns his neck, and I don't know, maybe somebody photoshopped it, but it looks like he's got, like a goiter, like something you'd get if you had gout, or you're not having enough vitamins. And it's just enormous. It's so big. He's gotten so big.
That's not a Photoshop, by the way, 100%. I've got the same picture. It's him leaning and the double neck doing its own thing.
It's like moved to the side, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like he's just made of mashed potato, and it's just like the potato, they're just clumping in places.
June, July, August. Well, no, May, you wouldn't count May because it was the end. So June, July, August. About 3 months in. And... now the weight will start cut. The weight has been met. Now it's been coming off. There are people on the internet that are saying Mersh back when he started working out the last week of May said, "Watch me dude." I literally was saying, by August I'm gonna look like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
No, you weren't. He said it in retaliation to.
Gavin McGuinness.
Gavin McGuinness, yeah. And he said
I mean, you could clearly hear him, yeah.
In pure seriousness as well. There was no jovial nature to the tone that it was him challenging us to look at him in August and September and saying that we're all going to be seething.
They literally are taking these things and going, hey, what happened to being in bitchin' shape by August? I'm like, I never said that. I literally did say it in the context of... to annoy Royce, I'd go, dude, you wait till August. Here's my predictions. It's going to be next summer if I am. By the way, I will never have abs. I'm not claiming I'm going to be ripped, but I'll probably be much less fat and probably more muscular, and I will be noticeably different looking. And people will be going, hey, haters, what happened to Mersh fucking being fat forever? And they're either going to say, yeah, but he was fat until Baked Alaska and Jim shamed him, or it'll be like the Pot Awful shamed him into trying harder, or they'll go, he started doing steroids, or he started taking more Adderall. There'll be some excuse for he didn't do it And I'm like, he doesn't have abs. And you're going to go, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's fine. Honestly, my biggest thing is ordering Uber Eats like late at night because I'm just fucking drunk or lazy. And I'm like, I'll just get them to bring me checkers. I need some food.
It's
look so at the late chin. That I can't even. Oh God, it's New Year's Day.
It's I love it. It's not just a double chin, but the weight of it actually sloshes back and forth. Do you notice when he moves his head?
It's so late that I can't even.
It's got its own gravity.
Oh God, it's.
Yeah, it's like a gullet, it's like a turkey.
Yeah, it is a gullet. Yeah, it's like a fucking seagull up here. It's Mersh the seagull coming to eat some fucking food.
Look at that.
You think people throw bread at him because they get confused on the street? Like, where did this fat bird come from? Honey, give me a loaf of bread. We gotta get this fucking thing out of here. It's scaring the kids.
God, that beard was doing a lot of heavy lifting, really hiding a lot of problems.
Why did he keep the mustache? Why? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, you know, if you're gonna go clean shaven. Why keep the mustache? It looks so much worse.
No, there's a whole thing behind the mustache. He got it allegedly. This is what he says, because he figured that getting the mustache would bring him a lot of troll donations. Those are his words. He said,
really teaching the A-logs, is he?
Yeah. Like, he was trying to like cultivate his own trolling by getting ahead of them. I think that's what it was. I think he wanted to redirect their insults into something that he was in control of.
How did that work out, Mersh?
Well, he doesn't have the mustache anymore, if that's you.
Late at night because I'm just fucking drunk or lazy, and I'm like, I'll just get them to bring me checkers. I need some food. It's so late that I can't even. Oh God, it's New Year's Day. Oh no!
He's gonna go squawk at the neighbors for bread now.
I'm gonna be battling with Uber Eats because they're gonna have a whole bunch of restaurants that show that they're open, but they're not, and I'm gonna be God damn it.
Can you pause? So does he use Uber Eats because he's A, too lazy to get off his ass to get the food, or B, too drunk to drive his broken BMW to get the food?
I think, little column A, little column B.
A little of both, yeah.
Well, I just love that this is the current status of his diet. He's wrestling with himself about the perils of ordering junk food.
You know what it is? It's a cycle, right? It's like Ouroboros of fatty. So he knows that people are making fun of him for being fat, and now he's committed not to being fat. But now the stress of that makes him eat more. I have a prediction that by the end of this year, he will weigh 500 pounds. His fucking set will not be a green screen. It will be fucking Checkers pizza boxes from the fucking floor to the ceiling. And loaves of bread that the neighbors have given him.
Oh, here we go. Here's some mustache. So I think it starts with a couple of classic mustache pics.
Oh, that one is so good. That is a winner. I don't know. I have no way of accusing him of being a pedophile. I have no reason to, but that is the pedophile look, is it not? Like, could you not picture this head popping out of a candy van when children are at play?
He's the neighbor everyone warns you about.
He's the uncle that nobody will let you sleep over at his house.
There's a reason people don't have those mustaches with that hairline and that weight. It's like the trifecta of pedophilia.
I like how he's got the pear body, but now his head is taking on the shape of a watermelon, so it's like a fruit platter. He's a walking fruit platter with his little T-Rex banana arms and his pear body and his watermelon head.
It's a whole fruit basket.
That's what he is, yeah. This looks like the face. This looks like an interview from Intervention on A&E. Like, where they're like, and now we're going to talk to Daniel Smith, a 28-year-old from Colorado whose family's concerned about his meth habit. Like, that's what we're looking at.
I don't know what's going on with his hair though. The sideburns and.
It looks like he's kind of like, it's almost like a clown wig that's uncolored. Doesn't it? Yeah. If we could get the pants he wore at that X Fest thing and then color that, he could get a job. He wouldn't have to be a fucking a bar manager anymore.
Pedo the clown, yeah. And there's the classic, the goiter.
That is the best picture. I like how the rain effect in the background looks like he's slobbering everywhere now.
By the way, before anybody asks, what's with the mustache? The mustache is to ensure that I make a bunch of money, so people have to pay to make fun of my mustache. Welcome to the program, everybody. Also, the dude fucked up the mustache. This was not the mustache I planned on having.
Wait.
My barber is not known.
He had to go to a barber to have somebody cut his fucking mustache.
Yep.
Is he like a toddler? His friend had to fix his car. He has to have other people cut his fucking facial hair. Does he do anything? Does Royce come over to tuck him in at night at his fucking apartment?
He's just like a giant man baby. I mean, he's even got the sort of body lumpiness of an actual.
He does. I have to pay people. You need to donate. Tonight's Nightwave goal is I need my fucking mustache trimmed. My little T-Rex arms can't do it.
Maybe that's it. Maybe his small arms can't reach up there.
His tiny little baby arms. Yeah.
It's got too much neck fat to push past.
You see what I'm talking about with that gravity? Look, you can see it literally is going to the lowest center.
This was not the mustache I planned on having. My barber is not known to do mustaches. So he kind of gave me a creepy, weird, like, transatlantic fucking, like fucking, what is this?
You know what else I noticed too? You know what makes the lack of the beard even worse? Is it highlights how much bigger his forehead is getting. Because now there's more flesh, right? Like you don't really notice like his forehead when he's got the full thing going, but now it's like, wow.
Yeah, you're right. It's just more flesh on show, so it extenuates the boldness.
Under that hot light in his fucking home studio, the smell of Checkers pizza boxes wafting in the air.
Cantor, I got an 80 Cantor mustache instead of what I wanted, which was for it to go all the way up to the, you know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be thicker.
So these are just Reddit posts making fun of his
By the way, I'm bringing the beard back for anybody who's bitching about the beard. I'm bringing it back. Not because of you faggots.
Wait, does that Reddit have that much power? It took them a couple of days of making fun of his fucking mustache for him to be like, I'm growing it back.
r/Mersh is the greatest torment of his life. It's it doesn't have that many users in there,
but just enough to drive him crazy.
But it's incredibly active. It's, you're talking maybe 15 to 20 posts a day, and it's just all of the most petty. I almost feel bad because of the amount of spotlight that's put on him on an every.
But isn't that what he wanted? Like even this one it's like what is it? Why do you think he got the mustache on ROTC? He says it so people will troll him and he'll make money. So he should be happy, right? Because that's exactly what they're doing.
By the way, I'm bringing the beard back for anybody who's bitching about the beard. I'm bringing it back. Not because of you faggots, but because I really do have a project going on, and I can't get into it because it's a big project, but let's just say that I was talking with some people that are involved in this project, and even the people involved in the project were like, you should probably grow the beard back.
Martina Markota?
Yeah. It's a lady. She's I don't know if you know Jack Buckby. He was part of the Proud Boy movement. I think he was like in the British Charter, and he ran the Proud Boys sort of British area. He's married to her. She's kind of like a burlesque, I don't know how to describe it, like a burlesque model, I guess. And and she's also kind of meandered that into the culture war. She was kind of semi-relevant around the Gavin McGuinness sort of scene maybe 3 years ago, but right now she's nobody. The previous clip there with Mersh talking about the project. Now, Do you believe that this project exists?
Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it for 1 second. I don't believe it at all. I think he grew the beard back because he was teased, and after reading all his suicide bait shit, where he talked about Phase 4 cash infusions, it sounds like he's been working on projects for a decade that never materialized.
Yeah, it's just another one of his fancy pants big boy words.
We'd rather be.
So to set up this Martina Markota stuff, this is the 2020 election, I believe. And it's a stream that she's doing. She did like a 12-hour stream, as pretty much everybody did at that particular point. And she's taking calls from anyone that kind of wants to chime in. So Mersh is hammered, drunk, and he decides to call in, and we'll see what he's got to say.
When have I ever simped? When have I ever simped, folks?
So, I'm going to fill you in on what's been happening. He called in. She didn't really care. She's like, what is Mersh doing here? We've never, she knows of his show. And she goes, what is Mersh doing? And because she wasn't thrilled to have the mighty Mersh here, he's doing this negging, flirting.
So, what's going on? How was your day? Like, she's just pretending like she doesn't know me. Like, yeah, hey, what's
How
up?
fucking
Hey, call
drunk
her,
is
you're on the air. Like, fuck you. What, are you kidding me?
Listen to this.
If you're gonna come at me like I'm being weird and shit, I was like,
that's
I'm
not
fucking literally.
That's
I'm
not
literally like the most famous I've ever been, and I was on.
Did you catch that?
The most famous I've ever been.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact you can hear the liquor, right? Just coming off of him. He's so drunk. So why did he call her of all people?
Well, she's a fellow e-celebrity in Mersh's eyes, I suppose. And I genuinely just think he was horned up a little bit. I think he probably saw that she was streaming. He probably saw this as an opportunity to plant his flag in another e-celebrity's world and sort of, But I think a lot of it is that, I think he just wanted to go in there and flirt with her.
I also like how the Red Bar guy, it's Mike, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how he's the one going over it. This helps that whole idea of Red Bar is Bobo. Like every Mersh fuck up is going to show up on this thing now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a happy accident. I can't find the original footage for this, and the only thing I've got is Red Bar.
This works. I like it. The crystal goblet he's trying to emulate with the fucking the glass bottle. Everything's perfect.
That's
I'm
not
fucking literally.
That's
I'm
not
literally like the most famous I've ever been, and I was on Ralph's stream, and then he got drunk and crashed and burned.
Sorry.
I mean, I was just gonna come say hi and talk about the election, but if you're gonna be all fucking stand up.
No.
Like, if you're gonna come at me like I'm being weird and shit.
No.
I was like,
So this is all flirtation.
What it is, it's like, all right. So like me and her, we chat, whatever. We're like, we know each other from other communities. And you're like, hey, what's up, dude? Like, I know you. But then like, it's like running into somebody you know, like when they're around their cool friends, and then you go like, oh, hey, what up? And they go, yeah, hi. Like,
listen to this negging. He's still on this. We're 3 minutes into the call.
See, the
and
thing
you're gonna
is,
pretend like we ain't cool in the summertime at summer camp, and then we go back to school and you're gonna act like you're too fucking cool. Like, come on, bro.
okay, I see how it is. Well, it's actually kind of like, I think it's actually the opposite, because it's more so that like, you get in on a regular night, like, 1,000 live viewers or whatever, 700
See,
or whatever.
she's starting to go, this doesn't even make sense. I get 30 live viewers. And Mersh, when he goes live, gets 1,000 live viewers into these low levels. They go, ooh, I better treat Mersh like a king. I'd like 1,000 live viewers. That would change my life, they think.
By the way, guys, if you're listening live, like this is what attractive white women do. They neg themselves. Like, this is the thing, because they've gotten adjusted. They've gotten adjusted to be.
Oh, it's just like, can you pause? It's just like Matt Christiansen said, right? Like, he's not gonna admit shit. He's going in there like blaming her and shit. What?
It's the it's just the shameless, as Mike said there, the flirty negging, and I think a lot of it is that Mersh is like also trying to like show the chat and show everyone that like, look, I know how to talk to the ladies, or this is how you do it, that kind of stuff. But it's especially with the most famous I've ever been, all that kind of stuff. It
comes off as super desperate, especially if you're opener. Mike was saying, what was it? It was just the first 3 minutes. If in the first 3 minutes you're saying I'm famous, you've already lost.
It's super desperate and really exudes a lot of sort of simpy energy. If you're this focused, and he might be doing it as a bit, obviously, but
no, he's way too drunk. Way too drunk.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I was going to say he's way too far gone to even understand what this bit even is. I think it's just a case that he was genuinely offended by the fact that she didn't
prostrate herself. He wanted her to prostrate herself, get on her knees, and be like, "Oh my God, it's the mighty Mersh, Big Dick Daddy Mersh, with his 1,000 live viewers, has graced me with his presence, and he's famous. He has shirts with his face on them, and I should, bow down to that and be instantly wet." Is the feeling I'm getting. What was the this is what white women do shit? Is he one of those where he's very bitter against white women?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he's I mean, I could do a whole segment on the white women thing. I've got loads of stuff on it, but yeah, he's on a warpath with white women essentially.
It's just weird that he'd show up on like she's just and he was saying she had like 30 viewers. So like he just shows up and just starts shit with her because he feels, I guess, entitled to it. I don't know. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird.
Well, again, it's because like you said, she didn't receive his advances in the way that he wanted, and in his mind, she treated him like any other caller, and he thought that like, I'm elevated above this. Surely I'm the mighty Mersh.
This feels like the internet live stream version of drunk dialing. Where a dude gets way too shit-faced and wants to talk to a girl he finds attractive and then regrets it in the morning when he realizes what he said, except it's all live streamed.
So now they neg themselves, like they preemptively, like they try to take. It's like when, like the N word with the A at the end got invented. Like they were like, we're gonna take the word back. Like you're trying to do this thing where you're like, oh, who am I?
And I like how Mersh is like lowest of the low. Fans are like, oh my God, he's so good at talking to girls.
We're pals. Like we're pals. I've come on your stream. Yeah, I ain't no fucking. But now because I came here and then you started getting all big leaguey and I called you out on that shit. Now you're gonna try to fucking flip that shit on me. You're gonna try to play.
And it's like, okay, the negging bit, like it's run its course. Let's wrap it up, Mersh. He continues to do this for 4 or 5 hours here.
Obviously, I don't think you need any introduction.
Oh no, I've seen this clip. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I've set it up with a couple of clips that I think kind of inform some of his attitudes towards Baked Alaska, and I think you'll see here he's had a long-standing, I don't know what to call it, a friendship or something with Ashton Birdie, and you'll see in this clip here he's madly in love with this woman, by the way, and obviously Baked had his relationship with her, and I don't know, I just always got the feeling that there's something.
Do you think if Baked Alaska went up to Mersh and said, and handed him Ashton Birdie's like phone number, private phone number, and said, "Here, take my sloppy fucking seconds," that it would make Mersh lose his shit?
Well, unfortunately, Mersh has her number. Apparently, they speak all the time on the phone. So.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, Mersh he's the sap at the other end of her like fucking moans and problems. So yeah, Mersh is the guy that picks up whenever she's got an issue with her boyfriend or whatever.
Oh, he's the nice guy, is he?
Yeah, he's playing the nice guy. I'm sure he's got a long-term plan that one day this is all going to pay off for him.
Now, let me explain why the internet is so important to the American or the world. Our founding fathers, when they founded this country, they believed in the idea that the people were the military.
Holy shit! Oh, she's so pretty. Oh my God, I love her. I want to go up there and just cuddle her. Oh, she's so cute and pretty. He sounds like a fucking fourth grader. He sounds like a fourth grader with a crush.
Parody speech
Look at
in the
he's
grave.
giggling and red
Oh, I love you now. Oh,
Let me
she's
touch
my
you.
favorite. That's all I needed to hear. Can we make up though? I gave you a juice box. We're cool, right? We'll get a little half hug here. Ash and Birdie, join us.
Don't touch me at sexual.
Just any excuse to touch, yeah.
shit. Really, right? Like I bet he went home and sniffed his hand for an hour.
You know who still talks to me all the time? You know who considers me a friend to this day? Ashton Birdie. You know why? Because I always talk to her like the way I talk to you guys. I'm a fucking asshole to that chick. So she calls me all the time for perspective. I don't pick up 90% of the time because I don't want to hear this.
What are you doing? Who it is, Mersh? This is Tampa. Wow.
Oh, that stomach.
Yeah. Damn, you're fat as fuck. Holy shit.
The stomach tap is so irritating. So Mersh tried to own that when he reviewed the footage of all this whole thing. He was watching it through, and then as soon as he tapped his stomach, Mersh, watching him, started bursting out laughing and started to, trying to say that, oh, I didn't even realize I did that.
I think that was a subconscious thing. I think that's like I don't know. That's when somebody brings out an imperfection you have, and you subconsciously focus on it, not meaning to. Like there's this weird thing if you've ever gone shooting or something like that, where they're like, you got to be careful when you're on the range aiming and stuff, because the one thing you're trying not to hit is the thing you're going to focus on and hit. So I think when he went to stomach tap, that was Bake Alaska broke his mind.
Yeah, I think you're right, because he also, when Baked bumps into him, his immediate response is a weird kind of like, he just blurts out, "It's Tampa," as if, and it's just like this weird nervous reaction. I'll see if I can play it again.
90% of the time because I don't want to hear this.
What are you doing? Who it is, Mersh? This is Tampa. Wow.
Look who it is. This is Tampa. Well, no shit, fat ass. I think I know the city I'm in.
It's just like a total like nervous Nelly reaction. Just he's so out of his element right now.
Now he tried to claim, because I did address this on one of my streams. He tried to claim that he never had any beef with Bake Alaska. He never was going to get tough with him. But from what I understand, is like he was like, I'll teach that fucker a lesson, kind of shit.
Oh yeah. So the event happened the day after. He one of the first tweets was that if I see him in Tampa again, I'm not going to turn it down a second time.
Yeah, so it's all big talk after he literally waddles away.
Yeah, and I've been speaking to, I spoke to Jesse and Andy about this weird dichotomy that Mersh has, that the only options were to fight Baked Alaska or to walk away, and he chose to walk away. And I just refuse that premise. I mean, what's stopping Mersh right now from getting his phone out, streaming Baked Alaska? What's stopping Mersh from using his comedic wit and you know, making fun of Baked Alaska, standing there and laughing at him? I mean, to most
he could have done anything, but he ran. He literally ran. It's super obvious too when you watch it. Like you could tell how uncomfortable he is. Let me just look at him. You could tell he's nervous.
To most people, if you bump into like somebody who you cover and that you make fun of, if you see them in real life, to most people that's like your dreams come true.
Well, and the thing too is like he had shit he could fire back on. I mean, he could have made all sorts of fucking jokes about content spray and January 6th. He could have bakes Pudgy too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like he ran. He ran for the hills.
Let's have a look. Let's see him waddle away.
Yeah. Damn, you're fat as fuck. Holy shit.
I mean, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Camera.
No, I'm great.
You ain't showing that.
Look at it.
Why don't you fight me, bitch? Talk some more shit.
I love the poop walk. It's the same thing he did on stage at X Fest. It's that I got to dump walk that he has.
You're like a duck.
I'm great.
You ain't showing that.
Oh yeah, why don't you fight me, bitch? Talk some more shit. Yeah.
You want to fuck with this thunder? Look at his calves.
Oh
if you could see below the line of the shorts above the fucking shoes, like that's the size of a thigh.
Oh my god.
Look at how big.
Oh yeah, why don't you fight me, bitch? Talk some more shit. Yeah.
I mean, are you trying to do that right now?
Yeah.
Waddle away.
The funny thing is about that though is he does his little twirl where he's arching his back and his gut is just really protruding, and then he says, "Are you trying to do that right now?" And that's like a threatening phrase. That's kind of that's him. It's almost like Mersh saying, "All right, let's go. If you want to go, let's go." Baked's immediate reaction is, "Yeah,
let's do it." I like too the back picture. Like you can see the fat is condensed around his abdomen, and it's like bulging out as like hills from his sides.
Oh yeah, it's like a tie around his torso.
That's it. It's a spare for his BMW when it breaks down. That's where it keeps it.
Oh, he runs like a coward. Oh, like a coward.
This is Baked Alaska's greatest moment in my books.
Well, yeah, because he got everything he wanted. Like Mersh, if Mersh had any reaction other than this, you know, he could have tried to switch it around, but he took off like as fast as he could.
Yeah, there's just, I mean, he's done so many cope streams on this.
Oh, and holy shit, you're so right about him being pale. I can see look at the lighting on his legs. Like you can make out his fucking flabby little fucking his flabby little legs for their pale white.
They're white. They're pearl white. Yeah, it's ghostly.
Fucking coward, fat fuck. Mersh like a coward. He won't fight me. Dude, I couldn't believe he's so fucking fat. This guy's been talking.
The joy in his, I don't know what it is. It's really infectious, his joy at how fat Mersh is.
Well, he's super excited because, like, you know, they've had this little tiff going on, and Mersh just made an ass of himself after getting shit talked and just walks away.
Just how brazen Baked was with it, as just like off the bat, just let's fight. Just like once and for all, no foreplay, no sugarcoating it. Let's just fucking end this. And Mersh is left with just the worst decision to make, and he makes a fucking idiotic one.
Yeah, and also I discount that. Like I've heard the response being too, oh well, Bake's a Fed, so if you fight him, you're gonna end up in federal prison. No, like if Mersh had gotten into a fight with him, maybe he would have got slapped with a drunk disorderly or something. But you know, trying to make it sound like you're gonna go to fucking Leavenworth because you threw a punch at Baked Alaska is a little bit much.
What Mersh will say though, in a short while, he will talk about how the angle we're looking at here. He said that 20 feet from where they were standing, and we can see 20 feet away. Sure. He said 20 feet from where we're standing, from this angle, there were like 3 or 4 cops, and that's why he didn't do anything. I can't see a cop in sight.
I don't see a single cop. And also, with how loud Baked is being right now about let's fight and what a fat fuck, and you know how he's kind of being verbose about it and loud and boisterous. If there were cops there, they'd be like, well, we got to make sure these drunks aren't going to fight each other. I don't see them anywhere. Yeah, I don't see a single cop.
Yeah.
Talking shit to me on the internet for like the past 5 years. Holy shit. I just challenged him to a fight. Pussy ass bitch! Pussy ass bitch! He said something.
If he challenged you to a fight,
yeah.
You knew who he was. Why did you even say it? Why didn't you just clean his cock and then say motherfucker?
Okay, so off to the left of me. Oh, wait, let me see. This is the only time he films the other side of the street. All the way on the left to your left, like our left, if you go off on the other side of the street, about 25 feet, there's 3 police officers posted up on foot patrol. Here's the deal, because I do find it interesting that everybody that's criticized me for not harming my own life, fucking my life up, going full wigger, and hitting a guy unprovoked, which honestly, I don't even have a history of, I don't think I've ever hit a guy unprovoked. So, see, Kieran saying, sorry, Mersh, but you should have fought him. Maybe you should have. Maybe you don't have weapons permits and you're looking at buying a house next year. Maybe you don't have anything to lose. And hey, that's cool.
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
Can you give me a little bit of the backstory, unless you've got it as like the last clip on the gun thing? Because I heard he bought a gun, and then wasn't he making statements about defending McDonald's or something?
From what I understand, he was in a altercation at a McDonald's drive-thru, and I think he pulled his gun out.
See, that's why I think it's interesting, because look at what he just said with Baked Alaska. You think I'm going to get in a fight with a guy when I've got weapons permits, meaning I don't want to risk losing my license to carry my gun? but then he's going to pull a gun out or allude to having a gun or being willing to use a gun at a fucking McDonald's publicly on a live stream or on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got the advantage at that point, so...
No, what I mean is the risk is the same.
No, I understand, but, like,
yeah.
I'm talking from Mersh's perspective. In his head, like, he'll be okay to entertain the idea of violent altercation if he feels like he has the upper hand. And obviously, if he's armed, he knows that it's going to go his way.
Oh, no, I meant it in a totally different way. Mersh is trying to justify getting out of fighting Baked Alaska because he thinks if he does that, the state that he's living in will say, oh, you're a danger, right? So you can't own a gun.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
But if he's making statements outside of that at McDonald's talking about how he's going to shoot motherfuckers... See what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't jive at all, does it?
Exactly. Yeah. He doesn't actually care about the gun permit thing if he's running around McDonald's
defending Whoppers and shit. Yeah.
To be fair, with his weight, I suppose that's something that's close to home for him. But
you got to protect that meal. Yeah.
So this is the tweet in question about I'll get. I mean. I don't know. I don't even know the phonetic of this tweet, but it's Y'all get bail money ready because I swear to God, if I see Baked Alaska in Tampa tomorrow night, I am not turn it down a second chance.
I like how this goes back to his fucking just nonstop donation begging. It's not I'll get bail money ready. It's you all get it ready. You pay for my bail. I'm gonna go fight him.
Yeah, he's just so second nature to him now. It's just, yeah, like expenses don't work in his brain the way it does for everybody else. He's got like a split in his brain of like, do I buy it or do they buy it? And no one else has that.
It's really weird, yeah.
Some of the tweets, I think you might have seen them, but yeah, just sort of.
Yeah. He's got all these comebacks now, right? Yeah. When he's not on the straight. Now he's got all them. Now he's got all that wit. Yeah.
Monday night quarterbacking or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah.
It was fucking crazy. Like, this dude is the fattest motherfucker I've ever seen. Like his fat is just like protruding out of his body. Like his body type is not supposed to be fat, but this motherfucker eats so much. It's crazy. I was, yeah, he's like pregnant fat. Like I was just shocked. I was like, holy shit. Cause like on the show, you just see his fucking face. He couldn't even say anything to my face. He wouldn't fight me. He wouldn't, stand up. So I gave a formal fight invitation to Mersh. I'm giving him 60 days. 60 days, October 1st. Let's do the fight. It'll be a boxing match. We'll stream it and all that. Tampa, Florida. Let's make it happen. So, you guys got to press him.
I'm part of the Revenge of the Cis crew.
Oh, what's up?
Like, why'd you try to start a beef with fight Mersh and Ybor Street?
I told him he should box me. We should set up a boxing match.
What do you got? What do you want to say to Mersh right now?
Nothing. Box me.
Or what are you doing?
Who are you?
I'm with Revenge of the Cis. Occupy my life.
Gay!
What do you don't like? See, dude?
Huh? No, it's gay.
What?
You know what I like? You know what I like the most about this? Yeah. Is that the fan is braver than Mersh. Yeah. He's engaging Baked. He's got his phone out. He's getting shit talked. He doesn't care. Mersh waddles away, and the guy who watches Mersh is right up there.
Yeah, it's like Mersh has to send. I mean, I don't want to say Mersh literally sent him. He probably acted alone, but it's the idea. It's the optics, the visuals of seeing that Mersh is sending his minions to do what he can't. I mean, it's so emasculating. You're being cooked by your own fan who's shorter and probably just as fat as you.
Yeah, and he's like, hey, what's the fucking deal, Baked? Yeah, he doesn't care. He's just Mersh could have done this, but he didn't.
I like the chat there. Revenge of the Faggots, Mersh.
Are you a Fed?
Hell no. You work for a fat.
Why didn't you get arrested for 1-6?
I did get arrested, you fucking retard.
But you got out?
He doesn't know I got arrested?
Sure, he got arrested.
Oh my gosh.
What, you didn't do
another fat Revenge of the... Holy shit! This is what Mersh sends, a guy slightly less fatter than him?
Let's see, Alan Powell, defeater of Torbo. Way to spell it right, you fucking crack tooth loser. Why did you radicalize your fans to stalk and harass Baked Alaska? Yeah, go ahead. Get on out there, kiddo. Sell that narrative.
Oh, tink, 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 tink.
I gotta bonk you, man. I don't know what you're doing. You send a letter. By the way, stop speaking like you're fucking from a third world shithole. You send a letter to police about the Jesse. What? Yes, I'm writing letters. I'm popping on my fucking typewriter. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. I'm firing off letters to fucking G.
You know what I love the most about that is that while he's doing the imaginary typewriter getting reset, you know, the thing, only one of his eyes is following that imaginary typewriter. The other's looking dead ahead and his fucking cross eye is following. That's the best shit.
He gets caught out by his own eyes all the time. There's a brilliant clip where he's I guess he's like lecturing his trolls and he goes right up to the camera and he does that thing, you know, where you say like, look at me, and you do the two fingers at your eyes. And he does it. He goes, look at me, and just as he points at his eyes, his right eye just shoots to them.
Well, what I love most about this clip in particular, right, at least this is my understanding, is it was his outright denial, right? And he tried to outright deny it by doing this ridiculous shit like, oh, am I typing it? Tink, 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 tink. But didn't they find out that, yes, this is in fact the shit he was doing through a Freedom of Information Act?
Yeah. There's a FOIA request and the whole email chain got released, and then that's when he had to address it properly, and that's when we'll see exactly what he says.
Oh, you do have that in there. Okay. Sure.
Gordon Liddy, you fucking hello. You write letter to police about the Jesse? Yeah. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You could see that eye.
I'm writing letters to the Bureau of Federal Investigations.
So
it's
Bureau of Federal Investigations.
Pause. All right, so so this is some of the FOIA.
Oh, did he wait? Is that the start? Did he start with Christchurch?
Oh yeah.
That was his opening.
Yeah.
Even before saying "pod awful," it's Christchurch massacre.
Yeah, Josh Moon did Mad at the Internet episode where he discussed it, and just laughed the whole thing off. It was so audacious, so brazen. Just the idea that you can get their attention by just throwing in Kiwi farms in New Zealand, because Mersh clearly was also one of the goals that he had here was trying to do something about his own Kiwi farms threads. So yeah, you know, it's what better way than to email the police about the Kiwi Farms New Zealand Christchurch.
I mean, you can say a ton of shit about Josh and Kiwi Farms, but I don't think he doesn't really give into that. Like, he gets fucking requests. If they're gonna host the Christchurch massacre video, do you think he's gonna give a shit about what was the detective's name?
Oh, Tiffany Dobbins.
Do you think he's gonna give a shit about Tiffany Dobbins being upset about the fucking Revenge of the Cis thread? You know, like, put some perspective on it, man.
So there we go. It's a show called Pod Awful, hosted by Jesse, and an English YouTuber by the name of me in the thread. I mean, what have I got to do with any of this? I mean, I understand.
I like how he wants everybody's name in it too. You know what I mean? Like, not just saying who you are on the internet, but this is their name. This is who I want you to go after. It's Christchurch Massacre, and here are two names for you. What a cunt.
So he's going to attach us to, I guess, the crimes being doxing, swatting, other things like that. Like, he doxed himself, by the way, to own Jesse. From Pod Awful, like, he was.
Did he teach him a lesson with that one? Did he?
I think he did. He was so paranoid about about his new place being doxed that he just started his show and just gave his address out to his whole audience.
See, this is what I don't get either. Like, I think Tim Pool really highlights this because he got swatted twice now, right, on his podcast. But most people, like, if they're doing like a show, like a live stream, or if they're, I guess, a big YouTuber like Keemstar or something like that, you call the local police department and say, hey, I do a lot of shit on the internet, you might get a call saying that I've bought 38 tons of tannerite, but that's not true. Please don't blow the door off my hinges and just double check before you kick it in. So, like, I don't know, like, what prevented him from doing that? You know, instead of calling the police and saying, I'm sorry, tink, 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 instead of, you know, writing them and telling them that you and the rest of the Christchurch massacre crew were coming. Why not just say, hey, you know, if you get any crazy calls, I'm not planning on detonating TNT anytime soon.
I think it's because I don't think he's necessarily as interested in preventing this thing from happening as he is trying to use it as a weapon against people he doesn't like or people that...
You really think it's pure malice, yeah?
Of course, yeah. I think that he realizes that the only real way to gather any sort of momentum against myself or Pod Awful or any of the other handful of people that only crime is making fun of him, he knows that the only chance he's got is to attach us to things that are objectively...
Oh, this is super cunty. I didn't notice this. And rumor has it that they actually had a female in their fan trick a mentally challenged girl into giving provocative pictures. So now it's just rumors, right? We went from a fucking massacre nobody in this entire email is involved in to now just random rumors. You know what I mean? Like, oh, and by the way, I also heard that they like to kill puppies. You know, like, what the fuck?
And also the gall of that, considering what Mersh is doing right now, he's literally...
Oh, it's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, he's literally showing a picture of some girl that her only crime really was the fact that she was tangentially related to the former artist they had who called him gay in a Facebook post because Mersh talked about how he wanted a new stylist. Like, that's how retarded it is.
This is bullshit too. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, the second paragraph, like, the one thing I think everybody on the internet agrees with when it comes to fucking Reddit of all places is like this whole, oh, they plan doxing and general harassment of myself. No, they don't. Reddit would never allow it. They'd fucking shut it down. You know how many subreddits get killed because people go over the line? There's no way our Mersh would exist on Reddit if they did anything he's even alluding to.
Yeah, because what would happen is that like Mersh and his fans especially, they're waiting for any opportunity for r/Mersh to do something that crosses the line so that they can report it and get rid of the worst thing that's driving Mersh insane right now. And the fact that it still exists is proof that clearly they've not yet strayed the line.
Yeah, they'd have the Wayback Machine archive. You know what I mean? They'd back it up on 42 different sites, then make their complaint, you know, and be like, look, see, we have proof.
So there's a little bit more here. It's just going into the sort of similar stuff. The third one's quite interesting, where he talks about Alan Powell, and he says, here's a screenshot of him stating that my sister and ex-girlfriends should be raped to death, should be raped to teach me a lesson. So he's telling a detective up in Kitsap County about a crime where someone said that your sister should be raped. Like, come on.
It kind of reminds me, it's a little bit like Kurt Eichenwald.
Oh, I remember him.
You know, like, it reminds me of this is Kurt's wife. He's having a seizure right now. This is all your fault. Have you ever seen that on Twitter?
Oh, God, it's going back.
Okay, so Kurt has epilepsy, right? And people would troll him by sending him GIFs of flashing images. Yeah. And so suddenly one day he had enough of it. And all of a sudden somebody types on his Twitter account, this is Kurt's wife. He's having a seizure. This is all your fault.
Yeah, I immediately gave the cop a link to the Reddit. I gave the cop a link to the Kiwi Farms thread. I gave a cop a list of like 3 or 4 names of people that I knew were actively trying to do gay ops. And I said, if I had to bet, I'll put in a list of who I think it is, starting with the one I think it is the most. As long as I can prove that there's a group of fucking degenerate, unemployed, low IQ sociopaths obsessed with destroying my life, hey, pretty much any negative thing that happens to me, I can blame it on that.
Can you pause for a sec?
Yeah.
You know what would be perfect right after he says that? If you went back to the clip where he's talking about Owen Benjamin and wanting to destroy him.
Oh, gosh, that would be perfect.
Right? Because he's like, oh, yeah, we're going to fucking destroy him. And they just show that, you know what I mean? Because it's basically what he did.
I might actually do that.
Of people that take this shit with me to this level is such a short list of people that when certain things start happening and they're happening to me and they fit the pattern of your behavior, I should probably make it perfectly clear. I will absolutely throw you under the bus for law enforcement. I'm telling you that right now. I will 110%. I will never not throw you under the bus with law enforcement.
All right, that's all of that video. Got anything to add on the
for like final thought kind of thing?
Oh, just on the most recent thing. The snitchy stuff.
The snitchy stuff, yeah. I find it funny, right? A couple of things. One, he blatantly got caught out on lying, and it never would have happened without a Freedom of Information Act. But he did get caught, and then he had to address it, and he tried to downplay it. The fact he's trying to link in Christchurch. Like, Josh hosted the video, but Josh didn't go out and fucking shoot anybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's really weird to bring that up. And this is a guy that says he's a proponent of free speech. He went after that Christiansen guy for not being enough of a free speech advocate. And then you're going to cry about the Christchurch video, which was, my understanding was Josh's whole point was nobody will host it, right? It was getting taken down from 8chan and 4chan and everywhere else. So he hosted the video so people could see what the fuck it was. But now Mersh is going to say that act of free speech is terrible. It makes no sense. It's just, it's lie after lie after lie. I've noticed that a lot. Not just with this segment of clips, but with like everything that he does. He'll say one thing, get called out on it, and then try to play it off as a bit, or try to play it off as, it's a misunderstanding. And it's just kind of, it's really remarkable. So now he's at the point of contacting the police. He's so fucked up about trolls on the internet, trolls who he says he tries to engage to give him money, that he's reporting them to the police. That makes no sense either. Like, oh, I'm going to do this mustache thing so you guys call me a fag and give me donations. And at the same time, because you're trolling me about my mustache, tink, 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 I'm going to contact the police. How does that make sense? Like, how many fucking lies have we caught him in? I don't want to fight baked because I'll lose my gun license, but I'll tell people I'm going to shoot up a McDonald's and I'm not afraid to lose my gun license. I want troll donations, but I'll report trolls to the police. It's just fucking lie after lie after lie after lie. Suicide baiting shit for donations. I'm so drunk I drove into a fucking wall. Give me another car.
The weight gain thing. I never said that I'll be fit by
August. I never said that. Never said that. Never said August. Literally said August when he's getting pissed because Gavin's monk. What did you call him? Monkey boy or?
Yeah, he's like he's performing monkey guy.
Performing monkey. There we go. Yeah, because Gavin's guy called him a fat ass that begs for money. That's funny too. Like that's the only thing he used to address who he is he's a fat ass that begs for money. That was enough to piss him off.
Yeah. It's just. I mean. I'm glad you've come to that conclusion because it's I've really had to cut out a lot of other stuff that really emphasizes a lot of what you've said there. For you to arrive at that, pretty much it means that we're not wrong. Essentially, it means that we're not crazy and that actually Mersh is the exactly what we this dude is a pattern of behavior from his start, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of it's funny, goofy shit, but you can tell this is a dude that was desperate to make it, is really bitter that other people made it, and is looking forward to the day when he's the big shot and he can crush anybody that got in his way. And he'll tell everybody that he's pro free speech, that he's pro this, he's pro that. But the second he's got a moderate amount of power, he's going to use it to fuck everybody into the dirt. He's going to get you fucking taken off of platforms. He's going to fucking ruin you, destroy you, like you said with Owen. He's going to contact the police and get your subreddit or your forum shut down. Like, it's just, he's a very bitter dude. It's really weird. Most people want to be successful because they want money, or like you said earlier, like fame or whatever the fuck it is that they want. But they want it for their own personal sake, But like, he wants revenge. Like, he's mad. That's true. It's Revenge of the Cis, but
that's where the name. Yeah, it's basically what it is.
So this is the new stuff that's just happened within within the last 3 weeks. Mersh's new style. This bit's worth it, even just for Mersh's Facebook post that you'll see in a few seconds.
Now, is this? I might have vaguely heard a little bit of this. Is this the whole thing about him wanting a stylist, or is this him like? Okay, because after the whole I paid people to groom my mustache shit, I'm looking forward to this.
So this is his post. I'll read it. So I've been hitting the gym and I'm officially down 25 pounds, gaining muscle, etc. I think I want to upgrade my whole aesthetic. Any of my IRL friends out there know a legitimate stylist in the Florida area. Not a person who cuts hair and calls themselves a stylist. I mean a legit head to toe stylist. Someone who can help me craft a look that will carry me as I become an old ass dude. Hit me up, I've got money.
You know what's really interesting about this post? He said he's involved in a project, right? And he said that the people on the project told him to regrow his beard because it looks bad. Meaning that the people on the project, if it was like some big kind of documentary or some kind of television thing or whatever the fuck it is, they'd have stylists associated with it. So why would he need to look for an independent stylist when he already has somebody that's going to give him advice to put a look together?
Well, it's either that this production isn't quite as fancy as he thinks it is, and they probably don't have any of that, or he's lying.
He's lying. Yeah, exactly.
So Balisong, he's a guy that I've known personally for a short while. He's from Poland. He's absolutely batshit insane. He's a real like head case, but he's really good at art. He does really good art stuff.
Sure.
So this is a reply to that previous post. Now Balisong he's been in the ROTC community for years. He's done loads of work for them. He's been commissioned by them a ton, and he's always, generally speaking, been very friendly with them. The last 6 months, I would say, he's basically been not responding to any of their messages. He's kind of dipped out of the communities. Let's say that. So I guess Balisong finally
lit him up.
Finally had enough. Yeah. So you're a grown man looking for other grown men to help you get dressed and tell you you're looking cool because you're too busy hitting that gym to do shit yourself like any normal adult. That might be the gayest fucking shit I've ever read. Just pick another movie, video game, cool guy's wardrobe to imitate and be done with it. How many white blazers you have and how quickly you're balding, it's just always going to revert to your default leisure suit Larry look anyway.
That's actually pretty fucking on point. I'll give him that.
And just on a side note, and I'm talking from experience here, you know how when you're fat as shit and play video games all day, every day, whenever you're not getting fucked up on whatever alcohol or drugs you have access to and calling it work, you have that 1 or 2 healthy meals, or you lift the dumbbell a couple of times, so you can feel like the grotesque mutant from from all the reflective surfaces isn't right about how bad shit has gotten. Sorry, he's foreign, so
that's fine.
Yeah, doing that isn't hitting the gym, and if I were you, I would consider waiting for people to actually notice my change before I start playing my Pretty Woman montage song to go on my shopping spree to find my perfect whole new me costume. Doesn't work as well when you're still fat. You end up looking a bit silly. So bravo, first of all.
He lit him on fire. Yeah, it's pretty fucking dead on. Yeah, it's just I love that a grown man, it is really weird. Why would you need a stylist? Like, unless you're in television, and then the production crew is going to give it to you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if it's something you have to look a certain way for TV, they'll fucking do it for you.
Well, he does go on about what he needs it for. I think he says that, like, oh, I'm losing weight, so I need to buy a new wardrobe, and also I think he starts talking about how, like, he wants headshots and all that kind of stuff. But
for what? All it is, his whole show is a headshot. What does he need fucking headshots for? What do you mean? You got 10,000 hours of headshots, Mersh. What do you need fucking more of them for?
I think he wants one where he doesn't look like a bullfrog or a pelican.
So Balisong is a guy who used to do a lot of art for the show. Used to do a lot of art for all the shows. We paid this guy a lot of money over the years. Royce goes, he just keeps like, I reach out, hey man, you all right? Whatever, keeps leaving me on red.
God, that hair is so fucked up. It looks so bad. It looks like it's not even properly attached. It's growing over his headphones. You know, it's just like it's like growing down like ivy on a fence.
It looks like he's like glued like a fake hairpiece to his to the edge of his headphones, and he's wearing that.
Like I couldn't attach the wig properly, and it just kind of slipped a little bit while I was getting all worked up on this.
Yeah, it slipped back.
It's falling back. Gravity's taking it from me.
Yeah, like the headphones are pulling the wig.
There are people from the community that he used to hang out with, play video games with all the time. A lot of, like, it was a very noticeable, like, he just kind of withdrew from everybody. I made a post where I was like, I've been hitting the gym. I'm officially down 25 pounds. My body shape is changing.
and I want to upgrade my whole aesthetic. So if anybody knows of a good stylist, and I don't mean like a hairstylist, I mean a personal stylist. Somebody will help me pick out a good pair of glasses that don't look weird on my dumb face. Somebody will help me out tell me how to style my hair.
You know what I like the most about this is when he takes a deep breath, you know, like when he inhales when he's talking. You're right. When you said bullfrog or pelican, like his gullet fills up. So when he takes a breath in, it expands on the bottom of his fucking chin, and it kind of sticks out on all the sides.
He's like he's got extra like air capacity there.
Will that be the next adventure after the cat, deep sea diver Mersh, where he's bringing his own oxygen down in his bullfrog gullet?
Hair, that kind of shit. We're trying to go into a new era here. Trying to reek of success here. I want to be more marketable. I told Royce I want to start maybe doing like a photo shoot, new art for the show.
Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. Pause it again. No man has this conversation with another man. I don't think I've ever known somebody where I was like, I'm going to get a stylist and I'm going to do photo shoots to get headshots. I'd get punched. Like, that's such a weird fucking conversation to have with somebody. I wonder what Royce thinks of this. Has he said anything about this?
He's kept out of it completely. He doesn't want anything to do with any of this. Like, people have been harassing him about it, like trying to get him involved and trying to like basically, they look at him as a kind of like the organ grinder with a monkey loose on the streets.
Well, I thought maybe he'd give like a comment like he did on the BMW, like, dude, come on, you know, like what are we talking about? You need a stylist and a headshots for.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to those kinds of conversations, I mean, Mersh he's too far down a weird. I mean,
shit.
You know,
do you think this is a midlife crisis? Is that what we're watching play out?
It has to be. Yeah. I mean, the BMW, the.
I want a new look. I want a new body. I want a new car. I want a new house. It's really, and then the way he acts with women, it's like somebody spiraling in a midlife crisis.
You'll see later on just how psychotic he starts sounding and looking. So
yeah, I mean, if you kind of put it all together, like, I mean, Baked Alaska kind of emasculated him. That girl not really caring who he was during the 2020 presidential stream, you know, not putting up with his shit, kind of emasculated him. Mike from Red Bar laughing at him and basically treating him like Bobo emasculated him. All the trolls calling him fat and ugly and bald and poor emasculated him. It's like a really weird version of a midlife crisis. That might explain the whole BMW psychosis and the I need a new look shit. And I don't know what the fuck's going on with this. Just shave your head, right? That would be my recommendation. My recommendation, Mersh, if you ever listen to this, if this ever makes us in, shave your head, regrow your beard, keep your mustache, and you'll look fine. You'll look normal. Right now, you look like a clown on meth.
He does.
Obviously, we're going to need some new art for the show now. He just was going off on everything he hates about me, and he's like, and I'm just breaking balls. I haven't slept in a few days. I'm like, okay, hey, whoa, relax, pal. So I let it go. I'm like, I'm not going to talk to this guy. And he kept writing me walls of text that, frankly, I haven't read. At that time, we had a listener that used to come around a lot who went by the name of Show Me Kitties. Don't worry, kitties. I won't give out your cam girl name. You know, and I don't like to do this, but, you know, Bally, you sealed the deal when you fucking did this today. So, you know, kitties and I are going to start making out a little bit, whatever. No big deal. We go back to the Airbnb. I go, you want to pop inside? She goes, yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you imagine this fucking obese clown being like, hey, baby. How drunk was she? How fucking 3 sheets in the wind was this chick? God damn. And what's with that claw? I've noticed he does weird shit with his hands. Have you noticed that?
Everybody's noticed it. Yes.
It's like that. It's like a weird tick. Like Wings of Redemption will sniff his fingers. If you ever watch his live streams, it's like Mersh does a claw. It's bizarre.
He does. So I'm laughing because it's something everyone has noticed about him, and it's just like whenever I see someone else notice it, It's the funniest. That's almost the funniest part.
I think it's like a defensive measure T-Rex is engaged in. They're showing you their weapons. He lifts his little arms up and puts them in a claw.
Prepping his talons.
I go, you want to pop inside? She goes, yeah, let's go inside. We start making out whenever shit's going on. People are doing stuff, let's just say. She stops in the middle of it, and she's like, I really like you. Like, with crazy eyes. And I was like...
Can you pause it so we can appreciate the fact that a man who's this cross-eyed would ever say crazy eyes and open his eyes to that size? This bitch had the craziest eyes as his right eye drifts off to the fucking left.
Yeah, we shouldn't do this. And I was like, this chick is going to be a fucking wrench in the gears of my life. I'm shutting this thing down. A couple months back, I get a message. I get a new friend requesting a message very late at night. But I'll give you the gist of the DMs. The DMs were, hey, I haven't talked to you in a while. It's Kitties. I'm just reaching out. We haven't talked in a long time, whatever. And, I hope you're well or whatever. So I even was being nice, and I said, wow, what an unexpected pleasant surprise.
Just quickly, so he's explaining how this DM exchange is going, but he's making the hot, like, it didn't go in any way like this. First of all, he engaged contact first. I think she sent him a friend request, but he started the conversation. Second of all...
Wait a minute now. I don't believe you. Are you telling me that this gentleman is lying to us?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Secondly, I mean, he's giving himself a very sympathetic assessment of what kind of messages he was sending. And it certainly didn't play out how he just said.
So
just bear that in mind.
this chick, right? What is it, Kitty or something?
Yeah, Kitties. We just call her. Yeah.
Kitties. Yeah. Like, is this the low point of her life where she's like, oh God, I did make out with this guy?
She was on Jesse's show the other day, and she said that immediately after it all happened, she went home and had a panic attack. No joke.
Oh, does she have PTSD of making out with a fucking methed out clown? She hear a squeak sound and she ducks for cover.
I mean, I don't know what.
I mean, I'll tell you, alcohol is a hell of a thing, right? you get enough of that in you, suddenly Bozo the Clown's looking like, yeah, maybe.
Bozo. I mean, the funny thing as well about this whole saga is that Mersh talks about this as if he got anywhere with her. I think he basically brushed second base, maybe. I think he might have got a bit of a feel of a tit and kissed her, and that was
well. He said he shut it down, which I never believed. So you're saying she's an attractive chick, and he's got her, and they're making out, and then he's like, no, I'm going to shut this down. That I find very hard to believe.
And she obviously has a different take on that. She doesn't quite agree that he was the one that shut it down, and I'm inclined to probably agree. I mean,
how long ago was this supposed to be? Was this like recently or years and years and years ago?
He was still fat, so this was maybe like a year. This was Vegas, so this was if you remember that picture he took of his hotel room with him.
Oh my God, really?
Gigantic and fat in the background. Yeah.
Oh God damn.
So yeah, she had no idea he was that fat as well, apparently.
Well, she must have when she tried to put her arms around him.
The way she describes the encounter as well is quite hideous. I've put a few clips of it in here, but she talks about his penis size. She talks about the fact that he doesn't know intimacy, that he didn't know what to do with his hands.
Did he try to get her off by clawing her? Can you picture his little T-Rex claw slapping her tits? Starts laughing and just leaves.
Just scratching and trying to prod his claw up.
I'm imagining a half-naked Mersh chasing her out of a hotel room with his little claw arms in the air, bullfrogging his neck out to full length. Is it like a mating display? Other people are screaming and running down the hallways.
Making like an alligator rattle sound.
Glad to see you're doing well. Glad to see you're in a good place. And yeah, I hope you're well too. You know, sorry about how shit played out. So I go, don't worry, it's water under the bridge. I stopped everything anyway. And then she goes, stopped what? And I was like, stopped us from fucking because we were
we were gonna fuck.
Oh, okay, so this is fun. These are pictures of Mersh that she
I thought
took.
you just threw the picture in for like a palate cleanser and his goofy fucking eyes.
No, these. So after they had their whatever it was, Mersh took her to I think In-N-Out.
Okay, can you explain to me? This is Vegas, right? How long ago was Vegas?
Probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years max.
Okay, how the fuck? He's complaining about wanting a stylist, but like, how do you go from a haircut that looks passable with a groomed beard and a mustache to that both of the clown shit? Like, what the fuck happened to make you like? Do you understand? Like, it's so weird that he'd say, "I need a stylist." This looks fine, Mersh. Why did you get rid of this and go to that?
Because keeping this requires maybe 50 less pounds of weight.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
So like, because you look at his face there, and you don't picture a grotesquely fat man. Now, underneath that is a whole load of problems.
No, because his beard, right, like highlights his chin, so it makes it look more aesthetic, right? Like it's sculpted. It looks, yeah, it's good. I don't know why you changed this. What the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, he was onto a winner here. He, tidy up the sides like he's done there. A little bit on top. Yeah, he's balding, but he can probably
perfectly presentable like that. Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking doing what he's doing.
I don't know, maybe you just gain that much weight and then you just desperately grabbing for anything. You just
oh god, maybe this is what did it. Maybe like her running screaming from the hotel room and he's like, it's over. I'm just gonna eat as much as I want. I quit.
Yeah, this was his bottom. This was
the bottom. Yeah.
So again, so he's at In-N-Out and she's the one taking the pictures. So she's just here basically mocking him by taking very embarrassing pictures, and you'll see more of them in a minute. So this is Mersh's massive tray of fries that he's eating on his own. She's not eating, by the way.
This is all his?
Yeah, this is all his. He's basically organised like a mukbang for her to watch.
That's a lot of fries.
Oh god, yeah.
It's like 10 pounds. Jesus Christ, it's like 10 pounds of potatoes, Mersh. I guess Shillelagh really is his last name, huh, you Irish fuck? Holy fucking shit.
And you probably spotted the get-up he's got there, the classic cream blazer over a wrestling t-shirt. Very romantic.
Nothing gets women hotter than your wrestling t-shirt and 40 pounds of potatoes on the table.
I just love that, like, it's not enough that he's got his like hands occupied with a burger
with two different foods. Yeah, he can't pick. Do I want to eat the burger or do I want to eat the fries? And I like how the burger to fry ratio is so fucked up in this. Like that burger, they're like 5 times the amount of fries, than there are burgers. Like it's the opposite of what you would expect. Did he not notice her, like, treating him like a zoo animal, taking pictures as he fed in the wild?
The funny thing is, as well, she actually stood up to get more of his bald head.
How did he miss this?
He was far too occupied with his claws wrapped around a burger.
Look at it, it's like a little T-Rex. He's got his meal. He can't look up because his body isn't built to do that. It's not like humans. He can't pivot when he's gulleting down his food.
We're kind of, fooling around a little bit, and then Mersh has no idea what he's doing. He has no idea what to do. So I thought maybe he was really drunk or something.
You have to describe what that means.
It means that, like, when a guy is trying to touch you, but he doesn't know how, like, it's an awkward...
Are you saying he doesn't know where your hole is?
I'm saying he doesn't know about intimacy. It just didn't.
I just want you to picture this scene, right? They're both drunk in a hotel room, and he somehow got her to show up after she took her zoo pictures of him, and he's like whispering in her ear, trying to be like a player, like a hardcore player, and he's fingering her belly button. His little claw T-Rex paw. It's like, you like that, bitch? Boy, you're awfully dry. I can't seem to get this wet.
And he thinks he's like not breaking the hymen. He's like, is this your first time?
Holy shit, you're so tight. Are you a virgin, baby? I can't even get a finger in there.
And he's just getting so excited about how tight it's going to be for him.
Oh, it's so tight. That's probably what made her leave. She's like, fuck this.
It's just something was off. Like something was just really, really off. So I thought he was like worried or nervous. So I blew a raspberry, like one of those like.
I went down on his fat tummy and I just blew a raspberry like you would a retarded kid. He just giggled. How mad was he? I bet that really pissed him off. I bet he got so mad when she blew a raspberry on his fat fucking tummy.
The funny thing is, I don't think it was on his tummy. I think it was like on his goiter.
I blew a raspberry on his neck. He wants to talk.
Oh, right on the goiter, on his mini gut. On the mini gut that grows out the side of his head.
His neck lump.
I was checking for cancer. Tasted terrible.
Shit, and just for the record, that's the only reason why I'm even discussing this, is because he went on 3 episodes of all of my body, whatever, so let's, below average. Change
Would
my
you
mind.
say it was a cute one?
No.
So, but are we talking 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches? What are we talking?
4 max.
4 max.
I haven't reinvented
Is she
anything.
talking about his dick? Can you pause? Are we talking about his dick here?
Yeah, they were talking about his dick size, yeah.
Oh, god damn. So she's blowing... God, how... It's like ritualistic humiliation. So she's blowing raspberries on his neck goiters and then checking out his tiny little 4-inch dick. He's probably so fucking angry.
I don't really understand that. I think that he's kind of like yelling at me, but like yelling at all women at the same time. Like that's kind of what this seems like.
You're right about that. That's how it always works with Mersh. That's what he does.
Okay, so these are the DMs, and they're some of the greatest. So.
Oh, this is the CB radio shit, right?
Yeah. So it starts off, as you see there, Mersh is the one that instigates it. Kind of surprised to see a friend request from you. Why is that? Are we not friends? And Mersh says, I mean, you stopped talking to me, and you didn't seem very pleased with me last time I talked to you. And to be honest, I was a little fucking hurt because I bent over backwards to try and be a gentleman around you, milady, because I didn't want to be a scumbag and hurt your feelings. And I felt like it backfired and you ended up hating me. Regardless, it's nice to see you. I hope you are well. And then she replies with a bunch of stuff. Typical woman replies, really. And then he's like, I've been pretty convinced that you hate my fucking guts, frankly. So he's really circling in on this whole, like...
This feels like a very nice guy approach, right? Like, why don't you like me? I was a gentleman.
I was nice.
But you hate my guts. I was so nice to you, baby. I respected you as a person. Jesus. Oh, here we go. This is
You told me when we gave you all the vodka and shit that you were gonna bring it to your dad. Am I wrong? So he's talking about the fact that he gave her some vodka, and I think he's just basically reminding her that I did you a solid there. I got you some vodka. So yeah, he's doing great. Yada yada yada. Single now, surviving, got my own place, car, etc. Show is doing well. I started going to the gym about 2 months ago. I got a long way to go there, but I'm there like 4 to 5 days per week, getting in shape, going to the gun range, preparing for the apocalypse, shit like that. And then immediately she turns the icon into a gay flag. And he's like, don't make me gay. Yeah, here's the...
Oh, I love this, yeah.
Shit, so she's asking, like, the pride shit makes me laugh. Shit, several. I'm about to gift Royce the first pistol I bought. I upgraded, took my concealed carry class and paid for the license. So that's on the way. Probably getting an AK soon. Jogging, shooting, learning first aid and ham radio shit. Being a nerd.
I love how like his way into this chick is like, I want you to know how much I'm prepping for the apocalypse to get you horny, baby. I'll know how to use a ham radio and an AK.
But also still being a drunk degen. Finding balance. Fucking hell. Were your ears ringing or something when you added me? Yeah, I have a friend who's a gun dealer. I could buy a modern AK now if I wanted, but specifically wants an Egyptian or a Serbian one. Keep an eye out. Da-di-da-di-da. Sounds hella fancy.
Oh my god, do you think his quality of guns are like his quality of cars? Like, is the barrel gonna fucking explode in his face when he shoots this thing? Are we gonna read a news article about a fat man murdered by a fucking malfunctioning gun in like a month or two?
It sounds hella fancy. Just weird. I got a friend request. So he's still on that. He's still kind of thinking about why he's thinking of her motives of why she's talking to him, probably hoping that, you know, there's some kind of romantic avenue there. I haven't thought much of you since I figured you hated me, but you legit popped in my head last night, and now you added me, so it's weird. So he's, you know, thinking about her.
Baby, it's kismet. Come on. It's meant to be. It's destiny.
I didn't leave because of you. Well, I'm just saying, from my perspective, it got weird after Vegas. I felt shitty. You said some weird shit in the chat. Royce had told me you and him spoke about him helping you with some tech stuff. I just took it as Mersh, fuck off. Which is just such a woman, like, just all this complaining, all this kind of whining. Like, I don't think this is gonna, like, the women like this.
He's needling her. Right? Like, if you're gonna go talk to somebody, like, in any conversation, would you like this? Like, it's constant needling. Like, you know, that pessimistic shit. Like, oh my god, you don't like me. Oh my god, why don't you like me? Oh my god, why did you act like that? Nobody wants to listen to that shit. Man or a woman.
Which is why I let him keep that Stream Deck and bought my own with ROTC money, although I still have my cat magnets. So she sent him some cat magnets, apparently. Those are on my fridge, not on Royce's. I also have the stuffed cat ball thing. So he's essentially telling her all of the gifts that she's given him. He still has those. He still treasures those.
God, he's just, he keeps the conversation going, doesn't he?
Yeah, she's...
Look at it. It's all like one-word replies from her, and it's fucking paragraphs from him.
I was going to say, yeah, like, she's given him so many outs to just be like, yep, all right, see ya. I did keep it, but whatever. I look at my... Whenever I look at my fridge, I feel like shit. So he's talking about the magnets that she bought him. So every time...
I thought he was just talking about in general. Because I know I'm going to eat it all.
Yeah, he just shoulders down, just a sigh of just
here we go again.
Now look at this. I mean, long walls of text. I was dating a girl who was failing. Sorry, I was dating a girl who was failing in every conceivable way, to the point where she knew it and allowed me to kind of do whatever I wanted. You and I linked up, so that's what he calls romantic encounters. I only shut it down as to not be bad to you, and it got weird. So I assume.
Oh, and he's doing that capitalized thing that he did in the sales pitch. He's back to the fucking timeshare guy.
So I assumed I was the cunt, which in some ways I always am and still was in that scenario. When you were like, I really like you, I felt the same. And I knew anything I did would have been me taking advantage of a moment without giving you the full context, and I legit had to channel every goddamn bit of my moral fiber to do the right thing.
It's so whiny, right? Really, do you get that feeling too? It really is whiny. It's whiny and needling.
It just comes across pathetic, I think. Like, it's just the nature of just what like you said, needling, but it's the continuous needling and just keep revisiting and keep going on and on and on about the same. And women, like, I mean, I don't know what his angle is here. If his angle is that he wants to court her favor in any way, then I don't think this is.
This is obviously not where you can look at her replies. It's all like one word, one emoticon. You know what I mean? A lot of lulls and shit.
That emoticon's interesting because it's responding to him saying that he shut it off. He shut it down. So she did the whole thinking emoji there. Well, I felt you didn't care much for me as a person. I didn't understand exactly what was going on, but I knew it was something. But yeah, you have your faults like anyone, but if you want anything else, you are fucking true. And that's rare.
Hey, don't forget that's capitalized as well.
I can be a prick to people who have PvP enabled. I don't know what that...
Player versus player? What a weird... Why would you put a video game reference in there?
Oh, that's really... I don't like that. But you are a genuine person who's honest, and I can't go around tearing flowers out of the ground at my age. That's a reference I'm sure she'll appreciate and totally understand. I can't go around tearing flowers out of the ground at my age. So he's probably, I guess that's a reference to him being an older guy courting a younger
Well, if you look earlier, he mentions his age explicitly, and he says, "After I've been doing this for 38 years."
I'd be lying if I said it's not the one thing I kick myself. Yeah, so he's there again.
It's just so much. Yeah, it's so much kneeling and negativity and whining.
So she interestingly has a message here. I must say there is that nothing would have happened from my end. So that's a key thing there. She's stating that she helped sort of shut it down as well.
I love how you could. I love how you could interpret that last sentence. I could feel something was off, as in your 4-inch cock. When I immediately felt that I knew something was off, that I was dating a toddler in a man's body.
He wasn't really good. I think she said that he actually pre-came as well. He pre-ejaculated.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Does he throw his little T-Rex arms up and go ooh when he lets it out?
Just a giant bullfrog.
It's just a deep inhale. It's the largest it gets. It looks like a balloon.
So yeah, here she's basically stating that she's also responsible for shutting it off. And then,
God, that's such a fucking kill shot. That last fucking thing. After I was with you, I had a panic attack. You might as well just hang yourself, Mersh. It's over.
I crawled into my mum's bed actually.
Oh God.
Pretty fucking tragic. Obviously, Mersh wasn't too happy about that. When you tried to go cuddle with me, don't say it wouldn't have happened. Ha ha ha. I tried. No, I said, do you want me to stay? You said, if you want to. That's never a good answer. And also, I could have cuddled you all night and done nothing. I'm a woman. I love to cuddle. And then Mersh responds with, you literally were like, we could just cuddle in there. Yeah, sorry. I've never in my life seen that mean actually cuddle. And Mersh is
I love that little passive-aggressive ha 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 thing. It's like the...
Yeah,
it's like that Yoshi story from. Have you ever seen that 4chan copy pasta?
No.
Where it's like, oh, it's this guy who's like has a weird fetish, and he's like, I wonder what Yoshi's eggs smell like. Haha, wouldn't that be weird if you sniffed Yoshi's eggs? Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's I think it's because right now Mersh he's preparing himself to be antagonistic because he disagrees with her take of events, but so he's kind of needling her but like a bit more seriously,
yeah, he's
but also
switching
adding he's adding the ha-ha-has to diminish the seriousness of it.
So you think he's probably by this point starting to go into cover your ass mode? Maybe he's getting nervous and he's like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. I think you're right. Probably for the best. I would have been like, do you actually mean cuddle? Fuck out of here. For future reference, ain't nobody coming into my room after 11 p.m. to do anything but get fucked.
And why fucking capitalize but?
Yeah, that close to fucked as well. Not trying to say cuddling ain't happening, but you coming into my room for cuddling is like trying to get your dessert before you eat your goddamn broccoli.
I like how her response is basically, I'm never going to fuck you. If you look at what he said and how she responded, he's like, nobody's coming in my room after 11 for anything but fucking. And she's like, oh, you wait, I'll cuddle you. So she's basically saying, I'm never going to fuck you.
Yeah. You try to cuddle me without sex. First, I'll have the ASPCA come pick your ass up. And this is where he starts turning. This is where the incel inside of him just rages and bursts through his chest. And stop trying to play it off like I wasn't in that goal zone. Just stop it. I only stopped because I was like, well, damn, Susie is actually kind of a dope person and might actually expect me to be halfway human to her, and she deserves a dude who isn't a self-obsessed megalomaniac. Damn it, lol.
I like it's so weird hearing him put words like that in like PvP and dope. Like, you're wicked fresh, girl. This is Gucci fire. Like, give it a rest, dude. You're fucking 40.
It's just at some point you don't look good saying stuff like that.
You're totally right about the flow of the conversation. It went from him doing the Mr. Nice Guy needling shit until like now he's getting straight up antagonistic and he's getting mad. He's getting fucking mad at her.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and dust yourself off and pretend like you didn't have to come back and pick up your bra the next day. Keep being fucking cute. I did pick up the bra. Bra off is not the goal zone. Goal zone is you at least got a finger in me or a claw.
Oh, I know. I like better that she's like, that's like junior high shit. She's having to explain to him how fucking far out of the game, quote unquote, as he would put it, he is.
Yeah, like literally 25 years after he should have learnt this. She's educating him on how to be with a woman in an intimate scenario.
I just wish somebody would like edit one of these where she just responds, "Mersh, for God's sake, you fingered my belly button. Give it a rest."
Mersh, you were clawing my stomach. But let's be real. Only thing I had to do finish. I don't know. Only thing I had to do finish that night is that I don't know.
You could tell like he's getting more antagonistic. He's losing focus on typing. He's probably getting mad. He's getting mad as we watch this unfold.
Was be an even bigger prick and play the scumbag game. You kind of make me regret being a good dude even more now.
Do you know how well I treated you, slut? You should be thanking me. That's what he said.
Yeah. Fuck you.
I'm a nice guy, you fucking bitch.
I mean, I thought we were both being real with each other and actually opening up here, but clearly you're not in a place where you want to seriously talk about shit as it happened, which is whatever. Sorry for bringing it up. Well, I like you being nice. I like seeing the glimpse of a nice person you. But if taking your shirt off and telling dudes I really like you while making out with them is not a huge deal and just everyday type of shit for you, then I mean, own that then, lol. Then she tells him that she's made out with 3 guys in the past 10 years.
One of them was you, and he's the only one that gave her PTSD. Read between the lines, Mersh, and end the conversation. Fuck.
Yeah, she got a panic attack in one of those occasions. Guess which
right.
one?
She needed her mother's fucking emotional support for one of these, Mersh. Figure it out.
Mersh then says, "Don't get mad at me here. I was being nice." He does that all the time. I was nice to you. I was being nice the whole time, lol. Read that shit back. You had to start with the, well, I mean, it wasn't like that. Okay, right, it wasn't like that. And then, I'm frustrated because I'm being honest with you. Yeah, I'm being honest too. I'm always honest to a goddamn fault. You're the one rewriting shit. You want to come up at that halfway. I know what the fuck is up. Are you a sweet girl looking for love for a chick trying to draw lines in the sand about what kind of sexual activity rates as low enough to still be a good girl? Dude.
Oh, I like the one. Yeah, the dude grow up from him. That's the point. It's completely flipped. Now we're not even addressing her as a woman. It's now he's mad. Now he's straight up mad.
You know what women hate about me? Well, this is going to be a classic. The fact that I'll tell you why you're retarded and you'll still ask to come into my room and cuddle. All due respect. All due respect. You added me. I was actually being nice and genuine, but you can't. Your ego go. I guess you can't let your ego go. You're everything you project onto the men you hate. Oh my god, that's projection in itself, Mersh.
I really do love how this has devolved into him being like, listen, you stupid fucking whore, I'm the best thing that's ever happened to you. I'm a nice guy, and I'm gonna smack you a little bit.
Yeah. I'll tell you you're retarded, and you'll still come back to me.
I'm gonna spit in your face, and you're gonna marry me.
And the saddest thing about it, I'll still be nice again when you reinvent yourself for the 10th time, because I'm capable of more introspection and self-improvement, forgiveness, than you'll discover by 70. That is, I mean...
He's so mad. He really is getting mad.
Also, the idea that he can actually write a sentence stating that he's capable of any introspection, any self-improvement, it's laughable. I don't know what he's thinking.
I mean, I think most people, if they were in this conversation, would pick up on a couple of things really quick. One, she didn't like the experience. 2, she just wants to not talk about it. And 3, she obviously saw it as being different than he did, but he can't let that go, right? Like, he can't read between the lines. It's pretty obvious. She's saying, like, just let it go. I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah. He has to have her believe that it happened the way he wishes it happened. He can't... I don't know. It's the same thing like you said earlier. It's the same thing about the fact he can't let go. He couldn't let go of the Matt Christiansen thing. There's so many opportunities in his... This is one of the great things about him is there's always opportunities for him to recover potentially bad situations or situations that could lead to becoming bad situations. And he's literally a few words away from clearing everything up and everything being fine. Instead, it's just dig. It's just let's see how far down I can descend into this.
Well, and what's the point of even wasting your time on it? Like, if he's viewing this as she's being deceptive, then be just like, fuck off. I don't want to talk to you, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, this is not. I don't. What are you doing? Like, she's not going to fuck you. She's made it pretty abundantly clear between the lines and explicitly so. So why are we even chasing that rabbit hole? You know.
You guys, I spoke to a bunch of your friends behind your back as soon as it happened. Lol, 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 lol. Please keep doing this. Ha 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 ha. I ain't doing this deceptive voice message shit. Type it out or you're full of shit. Wow, dude, no wonder you disappeared. And she's saying, all I've been saying in the voice messages is that you're way off base, you misunderstood, and you're being an asshole. I tried to hook up with you, then, this is him quoting her, I tried to hook up with you, then immediately ran behind your back to your business partner and friends to rewrite the narrative. That didn't work, so I disappeared. So that's in reference, I guess, to her. As soon as this finished, she went to Royce to sort of clear up, I guess.
Well, that just makes him look even worse. Like, basically, he's quoting her saying, I was so ashamed of seeing you naked that I tried to make people forget it ever happened.
Yeah. She goes, you're the one legit fucked up. Wow. You're out of your mind. I love if a girl is telling you that you're out of your mind.
You've really hit a point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to just delete conversation history, delete contact, just move on. This is insane. Hey, quick question. Did you really talk about our dealings behind my back to Royce and Balisong? Because I kept my mouth shut from that day. Did you really discuss those things with other people even though I didn't? I need to know.
So is he talking about them being together?
You have to remember, this is this message chain is about a year after it happened. And I don't know if I've even set this part up, but Kitty's girl, was in an e-relationship. She was an e-girlfriend to Balisong, the artist guy, the guy that responded to Mersh's original post.
Okay.
So they started the relationship after the Las Vegas fooling around stuff. So I think Mersh is probably just talking about the fact that specifically Balisong didn't know about this.
Okay, I got you.
So no hard feelings. And so this, I'm not going to read all these at all, but it just gives you an idea of the Spurg Fest that happened immediately after. It was
so the stream happens, right? The stream happens, all this shit gets dumped, she's talking, and then he goes into a tailspin on Twitter and on his own streams.
Oh yeah, and this is the tip of an iceberg. It's mostly Balisong and him going sort of toe to toe. So Mersh's feed for 3 weeks solid, I'm not kidding, no exaggeration, for 3 weeks solid, every tweet of his is just more and more about this whole event, calling Balisong a simp, and then just, you can see posts here of him calling her a stripper and talking about how she can't look after her kids and that all his enemies are pedophiles.
Wait, didn't he throw a shit fit because Owen Benjamin mentioned his mother?
Oh yeah.
But he's going to go after her kid?
Yeah, I mean, it's Mersh. I mean, he's entirely capable of double standards.
I guess so.
Okay, so this is the, as you can see there, this is his game that he invented where he cuts out a picture of her in her former Can Girl days. He covered it originally completely all with those black little squares. And like I said, he's now going to, on stream, reveal her nude.
Is that, so he put her in a burqa and then asked for money to take it off?
Yeah. He called it reverse cam girl burqa or something. And $500 gets one piece off. So every $500 that gets donated, you get another piece. So
she's making him money.
Oh yeah. So I mean, in this situation, you've got to ask yourself who's the cam girl and who's the simp. I mean, the trouble is as well, and this is where Mersh is actually right. Balisong, he's a crazy Polish person. He's literally unhinged, like without.
So he's a little off-balanced Polish dude that's e-dating her.
He was. I don't think they are.
Or was. Yeah.
But he's incredibly protective of her at this point.
You want to see that bad mom pussy? Huh? You want to see that bad mom's fucking blown out asshole? Every 500 bucks, we rip off a piece. Reverse cam girl burqa.
Can you pause it? He looks so sad. Look at him. He looks depressed. He looks sad and depressed about this.
Yeah, that shot there, just the glazed over look in his eyes. Of
look at it. Just what is my life taking me to?
Yeah, just realizing that this is what I'm reduced to now. This is my life. This is the golden egg that I thought was going to fix every problem and this is what I'm doing with it.
How much money did he make from this? Did anybody actually pay $500 to take a piece of this shit off?
Oh yeah. He. I mean, that thing was covered head to toe originally, so he's made a couple of thousand at least from that. And the deal is he's going to be using this money to use it as sort of Vegas money, basically.
For his gambling?
For his gambling, yeah.
Of course.
They were my friends. Bali's my friend.
Oh, so this is him. Listen, do you remember in that chat log there was a load of like voice messages? This is him watching his own stream back, where he's playing those messages essentially, and the messages were a total washout. It was just more of her saying the things she was already saying.
So there's no secret message where she's like, "Yeah, baby, I wanted your dick so bad."
Funnily enough, no.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we were promised it. Mersh did. He really set the stream up as if this is going to be the big reveal, and yeah, it was all very much just a waste of time.
And we were together, so I told him what happened.
They were together.
I spoke to Royce because I was confused. I'll keep doing this.
I'm sorry, but drunk me is now laughing at 6 months ago drunk me, who's laughing at fucking Giddies, because that's hilarious, and I'll keep doing this. Just your first thought, like
genuine laugh. Does that sound like genuine sort of?
It just sounds like a really an embarrassing situation. I would want it to be over, wouldn't you? If you were in this situation, I would want it not to address it. To be honest with you,
I don't have a dog in the fight with this because I don't know kitties at all. I barely know.
I don't know any of them. Yeah.
So I'm kind of I've been able to. This is one Mersh thing that I've been able to sort of watch from the sidelines without any involvement at all. And but yeah, I just don't understand it. Like again, it's the same thing of Mersh where he could have nipped this in the bud so much earlier and it not be a big thing, or at least anywhere near as big a thing now. She actually got a lawyer involved. I haven't put the clip in there, but she got a lawyer involved to try and submit a cease and desist, which of course was probably not the wisest thing to do. Mersh sort of laughed that off. But yeah, you know, he's certainly taking it well. I mean, you'll see in a minute just the
how well he's taking it.
Yeah.
Was immediately run and front lash and try to get everybody on your side and send me little voice messages like a duplicitous little bitch. You're a lying whore. Bally is a fucking simp who's destroyed his entire fucking online life now because of you. Sounds like you were sliding into my DMs right after, and you said me and Bally were together. That means that as soon as you and Bally weren't talking, you slid right back into Mersh's DMs, didn't you? You little fucking whore. You little fucking whore. The moment Bally lashed out at you the first time and you wanted nothing to do with it, you slid right back into my DMs, reaffirmed everything I've said, and made a fucking asshole of yourself.
I'm sorry, this is the greatest content ever for me. I don't know why.
It's just, he's really mad. Like, has this been ongoing for weeks now?
Oh yeah, again, this is one of those cases where I could have put an hour's worth of him being madder than this even. It's just, first of all, I just didn't have the time to fish through hours and hours of Nightwave to try and find it. So I grabbed whatever I could, which, I mean, it was good enough. But I mean, for him, when he does that psychotic leaning into the camera as if he's talking directly to you, I don't even know if she's watching, and just the poison, the visceral kind of just anger, just
even if you took him at his word 100%, right? like let's say he was 100% correct about everything, you still are left with a story where he didn't get anywhere, she didn't stay to cuddle, and then there was no contact after that, which should tell you a lot. Like, she didn't call him the next day and say, let's fuck. She fucking disappeared for a year, didn't she?
That should pretty much tell you everything about the incident. Now, of course, she could have left because she was embarrassed that Mersh didn't want to take it any further. But I don't know. There's just as convincing a story that she left because she was horrified by the incident and she had herself a panic attack and she didn't feel good about it.
It's just hard for me to accept that, because if he's all into the the philosophy of I'm a player, I just don't believe that like somebody who's that deep into the pickup artist shit that he seems to be, nagging and all that stuff, is going to be the type of guy that's going to be like, yeah, no, I'm going to call it quits here, right? Like, he's got this chick and he's just going to be like, no, I'm a gentleman. After we watch a clip of him screaming, you whore, at the camera.
And he's not getting anywhere else. Like, I know that he's a big E-celebrity, and I know that his Discord is ram-packed full of 35-year-old single moms that will probably leave their husbands for him.
Of course.
But I mean, other than that, he's not walking up the street and getting eyeballed.
Well, listen, I know what women like, okay? And Mersh has got all of it. A broken 140,000-mile BMW, a cat, because women love cats, alcoholism is always a really good approach to getting a woman, clown hair, they fucking love that, stained blazers with wrestling t-shirts, eating 40 pounds of potatoes at one sitting, always really gets them wet, claw hands, it's another good one. He's just he's Mr. Charming. I don't understand why he's single still.
It's so unfortunate. Me and Mally were together. No, you weren't. You were never together.
Oh my God. Do you think he's the type of dude that's his ego's so out of control that if a woman shows interest in him, he sends him like one of those Nightwave t-shirts or, with his face on it with a note attached. It's like, aren't you a lucky bitch?
Yeah, I think he's exactly that kind of guy. I think he's the kind of guy that if he by chance met a girl at a bar or anything like that, the first thing out of his mouth is I'm on the internet.
Oh, I think that's the second thing. I think the first move he does is he sets down those BMW keys. And he makes it really loud, he wants that to resonate throughout the bar. And then he says, I'm on the internet.
Yes, it's the classic 1-2 punch. It's BMW, internet. it's car and clout.
And then he leans back a little bit so his tits are pushing out, and they really show off the shirt that says Nightwave with his face on it.
Literally thousands of miles apart, and he was just buying you Steam games. Oh, kitties. How unfortunate. How unfortunate.
You could have had this, kitties. How unfortunate.
But truth be told, you would have given your left tit to have another baby daddy that could send you child support. You would have given your left tit for that shit.
Look how truth fucking sad he is.
Bally Song is a simp, and you're a whore.
His eyes look like they're tearing up. You see that kind of glazed?
Yeah, did you see how big they went when he said whore as well?
Bally Song is a simp, and you're a whore.
Just deranged, like off his meds or something.
Like it would be one of those true crime Netflix documentaries where this is like, the opening before they go into the murder mystery.
Yeah, this is the setup.
Yeah, right? It's episode 1.
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where it's so crazy you have to watch it because you have to know how it got to this. Like, what possible events ended up with this moment of just pure, like, yeah.
And the contrast between him and the cat and the bow tie at the top just makes him look sadder.
Yeah, because he's going through a proper breakdown. I can see the glazed eyes, like you said. He's going through a real breakdown, and that cat is a symbol of what he's got left, of the only thing that seems to
That's the only pussy you could get. Yeah.
Probably claws that thing as well.
And we will, and I will, continue until the goddamn bitter end, playing Reverse Cam Girl Burka.
The eyes.
Just despair. Just pure fucking despair.
All right, I think that's everything. Fucking hell, we finally got through it. I really apologize for keeping you so long.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I probably
really
meandered on too long myself too, but it was fucking fascinating. Like there's so much behind this.
Yeah, it's and again, I could go on another few hours about the stuff I've missed out that's just as good as this, but yeah, I figured that I'd pin you on the things that I thought you would kind of grab hold of and have something to say on it. And as I was listening, like obviously I try and not laugh over what you say, but it's kind of hard to. But I was definitely catching isolated clips here and there that I know are going to be perfect, and I know pretty much where I'm going to sort of place.
Yeah, I look forward to all 30 seconds of it being used. I know how it is.
I tend to be pretty good with interviews, just because I think that first of all, people get very bored of my fucking take.
It's just the amount of depth to this dude is kind of like, I didn't know about any of the suicide baiting shit. Like the Gofundme thing was funny as fuck. Him constantly getting called out on his bullshit and his lies was really entertaining. Yeah. Like it just doesn't end. Like and I thought, how long could he have lived on that dude's couch? I thought it was like a year. I didn't realize he was there for a fucking decade.
Because he used to get the jokes about the couch and all that kind of stuff. He didn't sleep on the couch at Royce's. He had his own bedroom and stuff. But he used to talk about it as if he had made it. He'd talk about, yeah, we've got a pool. I'm living a life that you guys dream of. Like those are the sorts of things he was saying at the time of staying at Royce's house. So
well, if you think of it as being the height right now, let's say like he's in the height of making it, quote unquote. He's like year 2 of it, let's say, right? With the Patreon doing well, right? And making donations. He's got another 3 years. But if he's not saved up anything, you know what I mean? Like if he doesn't have a game plan, if he's just throwing his money at the wall on broken BMWs and dumb shit and trips to Vegas to waste his money gambling, he's going to find himself at like 45 doing what?
Eventually, I think the internet just generally does tire of you, and it does it in a much more accelerated way if you give them a lot of reasons to. And when it comes to somebody like Mersh, once you take that turn where there's more people watching you for the reasons you don't want them watching you than there are, fans of yours, it's really, really hard to just retain that core fan base, and it just dwindles and dwindles and dwindles. We've seen it with the Mundane Mats of the world and the DSPs and
you have to be kissed by the angels. Like DSP, I think, has probably got the luck of the devil, right? Because that guy with bankruptcies and everything else is still holding on, which I think he's the exception to the rule. True. But yeah, most people, unless even like the wildly popular ones, it's usually like 5 years at most, and then it's kind of like you're kind of done, and it doesn't have to be a dramatic blow up, but it's just going to diminish and diminish and diminish, and then what are you doing, dude? What's your plan B? What are you doing next? Because you need a next.
He's got this mentality where I think he thinks this is forever, and look, I mean, there are people that have been around for like a decade and that are still, still relevant and still whatever. But again, it's the idea that if you're behaving in the manner that Mersh is, where it's war with your own chat, war with other creators.
Oh yeah, that will absolutely kill you more than anything. The fighting with your own chat shit. I didn't know about like the Wignet stuff where he brought him in and then shit on him, or the Bears and brought him in and shit on him. Like that's gonna build so much resentment. No wonder our Mersh is filled with posts like where you're saying like 20 a day, 30 a day, whatever. If he's bringing them in and then telling them or talking to him like he did in that one comment where he's like, "Your menial fucking job," like that is such a snobby, shitty thing to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go anyway.
Sure.
And absolutely appreciate everything you've done tonight. So, thanks again, man.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. Good luck with the documentary, and be sure to tell me when it's coming out. I'll be sure to link it out.
Oh, definitely.
Help them spiral a little. All right, take it easy, man.
Bye.